A male beastman can earn a beast tooth on his necklace for every female he has a child with. The more beast teeth, the more popular he is. But the 5 stunningly handsome beastmen in front of her have nothing on their necklaces. It turns out their female owner is a 2-ton ugly woman. Taking advantage of being the chief's daughter, she forcefully claimed them as her mates. Last night, she even snuck into the cave of one of them, a beastman named Mu Xuan, trying to drug him. But he kicked her out. Humiliated, Suzu, the original owner of the body, jumped into the river, hoping to make him feel sorry for her, but she actually drowned. Linsu, having received the original owner's memories, shivers from the cold. At that moment, a voice filled with disgust says, "Linsu, this is the last time. If you want to jump in the river again, stay away from me." It was Mu Xuan, one of the original host's beastmen mates. He walked over with a look of revulsion and pushed her stomach hard, adding, "Even if you drown, I won't give you CPR." Linsu, infuriated by his treatment, jumped up, kicked him, and ran off. Mu Xuan, watching her retreating back, cursed, "Linsu, you just wait. I won't let you get away with this." Linsu ran back to the cave to process her memories. The original owner was the daughter of the tribal chief. When she was a child, she was swapped and raised by a black bear, which is why she was dirty, dark, and unhygienic. She also had a fake sister, Lin Nuan Nuan. Originally, the 5 beastmen were supposed to be Lin Nuan Nuan's, but the original owner used her years of hardship to demand the 5 beastmen as compensation. As Linsu was sorting through her memories, a beastman with a wolf-like appearance, holding some herbs, walked in. This was another of the original host's mates, Lanting. His parents died when he was born, and the chief, the original host's father, found and adopted him during a hunting trip. Because of this kindness, he was the only beastman who treated the original host normally. But when he saw Linsu soaked, his eyes, which were full of concern, quickly turned to disgust. "I've already washed the hide. You can put it away yourself after it's dry." Linsu was stunned by the fleeting look of disgust in his eyes. Does everyone change their expression so fast? But when she saw the herbs on the table, her expression changed too. On the table were medicinal herbs for warming the meridians and relieving pain. The original host, to show off her good relationship with her mates, had lied to Lanting, saying she was on her period and her stomach hurt, so she couldn't wash the hide. But now she was soaked wet, with no sign of blood. This was why Lanting's eyes had been so full of disgust. The only person who was remotely nice to her was now gone. Linsu sighed and grabbed a pelt to dry herself off before putting on a clean hide. She felt like something was off. After looking around the room, she realized she was in the ancient past, and there was no mirror. So Linsu went back to the river where the original owner had jumped in. In her past life, she had a water ability and had reached level 9. As long as she was near water, she could heal, purify, and filter toxins. She tried to stretch her hand out and gather the water, condensing it into a ball and then throwing it. The water droplets were small and not very powerful. Linsu sighed. "I have to start from scratch." At least she was alive, and that was the most important thing. After checking her powers, Linsu looked at her reflection in the water. She was shocked by what she saw. She wasn't fair-skinned or slender. She was short, about 1.65 meters, but as black as a piece of charcoal. Her face was flat, her eyes were narrow slits, and her lips were thick and fat like a large sausage. A purple birthmark covered the top of her left cheek, and her body was plump and round. Linsu raised her arm, revealing a limb as thick as a Michelin tire. She felt like if she curled up, she could roll across the ground. Fortunately, the person wasn't completely unkempt. At least her hair was done. Linsu reached up and touched her hair, and her face froze. Was it glued together? It was rock hard, and something was moving in it. She tried to scratch it, and a small, wriggling creature crawled up her fingernail. Linsu quickly pulled it down and saw what looked like a louse. Linsu's mind went blank. What kind of oddball was this? Given my terrible start, a system would not be too much to ask for, right? Ding! Sensing the host's inner need, the system is now activating. A system actually appeared. "Give me shampoo and louse medicine." "Sorry, host, we don't have those things." According to the usual storyline, given my appearance, shouldn't I be bound to a beauty upgrade system? "Sorry, host, we are a love brain strategy system. As long as you successfully turn the beastman in the system into love brains, your powers and mental strength will be upgraded." What do you mean? You want me, looking like this, to conquer the original host's 5 beastman mates? Are you kidding me? The system is a serious system and doesn't joke around. A friendly reminder, hosts who fail to complete the system's tasks will be forcibly logged off and terminated. It seemed she couldn't rely on the system. Linsu had to find a way to get rid of the lice on her head herself. The easiest way would be to shave off all her hair. But she couldn't accept becoming even uglier. She urgently needed a fine-toothed comb to get rid of the lice and their eggs. Linsu found a boxwood tree. Unfortunately, the branches suitable for a comb were too high, so Linsu had to stand on her tiptoes to grab a branch. Shiaoy, a beastman about to shed his skin, was lying in the sun to recharge his energy. He was just dozing off when he heard a rustling sound. When he opened his eyes, he saw Linsu's backside wiggling back and forth. He immediately frowned, his face full of disgust. She must know I'm weak from shedding my skin, so she's trying to seduce me. She's getting more and more shameless. Seeing Linsu getting closer, he said in a cold voice, "Get down, get out of my sight." Linsu only then realized Shiaoy was above her. "Why can't I climb this tree? Is your name written on it? Do you own it? You're so arrogant. If you don't like it, get out yourself." Her head was itchy beyond belief, and seeing the person in front of her acting so ridiculously, she couldn't help but get angry. After a barrage of words, she ignored him. Shiaoy was surprised by her swift turn and the way she walked away. She really wasn't here for him. Linsu was good with her hands and quickly made a comb. She went to the river and ran the comb through her hair, and out came a swarm of lice. The sight disgusted her, and she felt her stomach churn, almost throwing up. How unhygienic do you have to have a head full of lice? Enduring the sour taste in her mouth, Linsu went to a different spot and started again, eyes closed. As long as I don't see it, it doesn't exist. But just a comb was not enough. Linsu collected mugwort, burned it in a bamboo tube, and washed her hair. She felt that a lot of the grease and lice were gone. Even though she was still ugly, at least the lice problem was solved. Suzu sighed and walked forward when a beautiful woman with fair skin blocked her way. Compared to her, Suzu was the ugly duckling to her swan. "Suzu, I heard you jumped into the river. Are you okay?" Lin Nuan looked at her with a sweet, innocent expression. Behind her were several other females. Nuan, don't mind her. What could possibly be wrong with her? Look at the things she did. And she's acting as if nothing happened. Before Linsu could speak, one of the females behind Lin Nuan Nuan spoke up with a sneer. "Exactly! An ordinary female would be too embarrassed to see anyone after being rejected by her mates. But look at her. She's still alive and well." Nuan, you're too kind." Lin Nuan Nuan, with an air of, "I'm so innocent and pure," defended Linsu. "Don't say that about Suzu. She couldn't help it. And as her sister, of course, I have to be concerned about her." With that, she walked closer to Suzu. Seeing that her hair was wet, she took a hide towel from her arms, pushed away the hair that was covering Suzu's birthmark, and began wiping it. While feigning to wipe her hair, she said in a gentle voice, "Suzu, it's not a big deal. You don't have to jump into the river. As long as you slowly change, Mushuan will see your good side." If Linsu hadn't known that Lin Nuan Nuan was a two-faced green tea, she would have actually thought she cared about her. The two females behind her started to praise her. Nuan is so good. Suzu is so mean to her, but she still cares about her like she always has." Lin Nuan Nuan's smile became even more forced upon hearing their words. "It's another day to show how gentle and generous I am." But just as she was about to pull her hand back, Linsu grabbed it. Lin Nuan Nuan was a little stunned. "Suzu, is there something else?" Linsu nodded seriously. "There is one thing I need my sister to help me with." Lin Nuan Nuan didn't really want to help Linsu, but with so many people around, she had to ask, "What is it? As long as I can do it, I'll definitely help you." "It's nothing big," Linsu said, placing Lin Nuan Nuan's hand on her head. "I've got a few lice on my head that I can't reach. I'll have to trouble my sister to help me scratch them." "Scratch lice?" Lin Nuan Nuan's face was filled with horror, and she tried to pull her hand back, but Linsu held on tightly. "Didn't my sister just say you would help me? Why did you suddenly take your hand away? Did you lie about helping your sister?" "How could I lie? I just thought of another way. Lin Nuan Nuan struggled to pull her hand back, but Suzu held on. Sister, I think you're just disgusted with me. Lin Nuan Nuan's face twitched. How could I be disgusted with you? But you won't help me scratch my lice. My head is so itchy, Suzu insisted, pulling Lin Nuan Nuan's hand towards her head. The moment Lin Nuan Nuan touched her fluffy hair, she screamed, Suzu, you have too many lice! I can't get them all. I'll get you some medicine instead. She then pulled her hand back and pushed Suzu away, walking off. Suzu looked at her retreating figure. She then looked at the two females standing on the side. Didn't you say you would help me? It seems my sister is disgusted with me, since my sister won't help me scratch them. Can you two help? Suzu walked towards the two females, pulling at her hair. The two females looked at her with disgust and fear. Suzu? We just remembered we have some chores to do. With that, they both ran away. Suzu laughed, watching them run away in defeat. So you're just a green tea too. Who can't be one? Before she could stop laughing, a white object fell from the sky into her hand. Fu Feng, who had returned from hunting, had been watching the show from a distance. He thought to himself that Suzu wasn't as stupid as he thought. Lin Nuan Nuan always pretended to be gentle and generous, and she would fall for it every time. Suzu looked up and saw a tall, slender figure in a feathered cloak. His expression was cold as he pointed to the item in her hand. This is for you today. This was another one of the original host's 5 beastman mates, Fu Feng. His true form was a dragon sparrow, a 5th-tier beastman. The dragon sparrow tribe was extremely powerful on this continent, and ruled over most of it. She wondered why a noble like him was here and was mated to the original host. Seeing her holding the fish with a disgusted expression, Fu Feng looked at her condescendingly. You can't even eat fish? How do you eat a raw fish? Suzu looked at the freshly skinned fish in front of her. If you want to eat it, then eat it. If not, then don't. He didn't have much to say, assuming she was unhappy with the food he found for her. Suzu shook her head. She found some branches and started a fire. She then stuck the fish on a stick and began to roast it. Fu Feng had planned to leave after dropping off the fish, but watching Suzu's actions, he stayed behind as if by a supernatural force. While the fish was roasting, he even went into the forest to pick some wild fruits and washed the bamboo tube he had made before to make some fruit juice. Seeing Fu Feng watching her, she looked at him and asked, Do you want to drink some? Fu Feng's eyes swept over the used bamboo cup, and he quickly left as if he were escaping. What's wrong with that guy? If he doesn't want it, he doesn't have to flee like that. Suzu recalled the look in his eyes, which seemed to be full of disgust. She rolled her eyes. After finishing the fish, Suzu went to the river to wash up. She unexpectedly ran into Lanting again. Remembering the task the system had given her, she quickly ran to him. Quote, Lanting, are you fetching water? I'll help you. Lanting ignored her. After filling one bucket, he threw out the other one. Suzu knew he was still angry with her. She cautiously approached him again. Lanting, I'm sorry about yesterday. I shouldn't have lied to you. I'm sorry. Lanting's expression was indifferent. If that's all you want to say, I've already heard it. I did that because the other females in the tribe all called me ugly. My mates all ignored me, so I did that to show them that my mates actually cared about me. I know I shouldn't have been so wicked, but I couldn't help it. After being brought back by my father, everyone disliked me and hated me. This was the first time she had ever acted like a white lotus, but after she spoke, there was no response. Not getting a response, Suzu turned to leave. She was surprised when Lanting walked past her and said in a calm voice, No, I don't hate you. Suzu's eyes lit up. Before she could ask him anything else, the unreliable system suddenly appeared. Congratulations, host. You have successfully conquered Lanting. He has turned from a 10 brain to a level 1 filter brain. Hearing the system's voice, Suzu was surprised. Does Lanting like me? The system didn't respond, but gave her a light blue virtual screen. Seeing the value of 0.001, Suzu was speechless. System, can you tell me what a filter brain is? Filter brain is a state of love where you are selectively blind for the one you love. Once the person you like falls in love, he looks at the other person as if they had a 10-level beauty filter on. He will instinctively and infinitely magnify their strengths while automatically ignoring their flaws. Suzu was stunned after hearing this. This level 1 love brain sounded like a masochist. Would Lanting become like this? Suzu was a little doubtful. As she was thinking, a shout suddenly came, "Linsu, what are you dawdling for? Breakfast has been served in the square, get over here!" Upon hearing there was food, Linsu quickly ran to the square. As she was in line, she was suddenly pushed to the front. A noble-looking woman glared at her with displeasure. "Linsu, why are you so late?" All the other females woke up early to do their chores. This person was the original host's mother, Lana. Lana didn't really like her biological daughter. Instead, she showered Lin Nuan Nuan, who she had raised since childhood, with favor. Linsu gave a faint look around. "But aren't there still people here?" In the past, the original host was also quite diligent, but she later discovered that no matter how much she did, the people in the tribe would just laugh at and look down on her. She gradually stopped doing chores, and because she stopped, the people in the tribe labeled her as lazy. How can you compare yourself to the beastmen? They woke up early to go hunting. It's normal for them to come back late. Look at you, what have you done? Lanya scolded her relentlessly. Linsu glanced at the several females already eating breakfast nearby. Lin Nuan Nuan wasn't among them. Lanya was so biased that she only called her out. Isn't Lin Nuan Nuan also not here? Lin Nuan Nuan was truly sly. Just as she thought of her, Lin Nuan Nuan slowly walked over from a distance. A flash of surprise appeared in her eyes when she saw Linsu was earlier than her. But upon hearing Lanya's voice, her expression returned to normal, turning into one of concern. "Suzu, how did you make Mother angry again? Quickly apologize to her." Her voice was soft, and her eyes were full of pity. A white lotus in action was truly something else. But Linsu gave her a taste of her own medicine. She too adopted a teary expression as she looked at Lin Nuan Nuan. "Sister, what are you saying? What did I do wrong that I need to apologize to Mother?" Lin Nuan Nuan was stunned. She didn't expect Luo to speak like this. "I just saw Mother was angry, so..." As soon as she said this, Lanya immediately sided with her. "Don't mind her, Nuan Nuan. It's not your fault. She was the one who was late, but she's saying you weren't here either. We all know you were busy informing people that breakfast was ready." Lin Nuan Nuan nodded obediently. "It's okay if I'm misunderstood, as long as Mother is happy." With that, she took out a bamboo tube from her arms and handed it over. "Suzu, you said you had lice on your head yesterday. I brought you some medicine for it." Lin Nuan Nuan had never had lice, so she had no idea what louse medicine was. She just put some honey in the tube and passed it off as medicine. Linsu glanced at the so-called medicine, which had no medicinal herb smell at all. It was definitely just some random thing she used to pretend to be a good person. Linsu sniffed and looked at her with a sad expression. "Sister, did you forget? After you were disgusted with me yesterday, I went and scratched them myself. I scratched all night and they're all gone now." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. Linsu was usually prone to breaking things, so she rarely cried, and she also mentioned that Lin Nuan Nuan was disgusted with her. This was getting interesting. Lin Nuan Nuan was caught off guard and quickly handed the medicine over again. "I really wasn't disgusted with you. I left yesterday to get this medicine for you. You can't get rid of lice just by scratching. Medicine works better." Lanya couldn't stand Linsu's baseless accusation against Lin Nuan Nuan, so she scolded her. "Why aren't you taking the medicine your sister brought you? It's a good thing your sister is so forgiving. After you talk about her like that, she still brings you medicine." Lanya looked at her with disgust. "If you don't want people to be disgusted with you, then don't have lice." Linsu watched the mother and daughter's act, and a smile crept onto her face. She took the bamboo tube. "Thank you, sister." Then she opened the lid. Seeing the water that looked like honey, she asked, "Sister, what did you use to make this louse medicine? Why does it smell like honey?" Lin Nuan's eyes flickered. "I used the same herbs used for making louse medicine. I just added some honey to make it smell better." Lin Nuan Nuan was quick to come up with a reason. "Did you use 100 medicinal herbs in mugwort?" Lin Nuan Nuan had no idea which herbs were used, so she just nodded along. "Yes, I used those herbs." As soon as she said this, the crowd started to murmur. Louse medicine isn't made like that. The common ingredients are 100 poisonous herbs, dictamnus, sephora root, and mugwort. Lin Nuan Nuan realized she had said the wrong thing and quickly corrected herself. "It was the 100 poisonous herbs and sephora root. I misspoke just now." Linsu raised an eyebrow. She handed the bamboo tube to the person who spoke. "I think there's something wrong with my nose. Can you smell if there's any 100 poisonous herbs or sephora root in here?" I think my sister might have really gotten it wrong. A few kind-hearted people came over and smelled it. An older female advised, "There's not much 100 poisonous herbs or Sephora root in this. It's better not to use it." Lin Nuan Nuan stood on the side, embarrassed and mortified. All she could say was, "Maybe I added too much honey." Lana didn't want Lin Nuan Nuan to be the center of attention, so she changed the subject. "Alright, Nuan Nuan has never had lice before, so how would she know what louse medicine looks like? It's good enough that she even bothered to make it for you." Suzu glanced around. Besides Lanting, none of the other beastmen mates had come. It seemed there was no need for her to come to breakfast in the future. Suzu turned and walked into the forest. She remembered seeing some eggs near a wild pond when she was looking for herbs yesterday. She planned on getting them to make a fried egg. Shiaoy had never been accustomed to the breakfast prepared by the tribe. When he was sleeping in the reeds yesterday, he saw some duck eggs. He planned to get them for breakfast, but when he went to get them after the ducks had left, a fat hand suddenly appeared and took all the eggs from the nest. Seeing the dark figure, he thought it was a bear and was about to fight it to get the eggs back, but he saw that it was Linsu, so he ran away. Shiaoy followed her with a face full of anger. Linsu was afraid the wild ducks would come after her, so she ran quickly and didn't notice that someone was following her. After leaving the forest, she sighed in relief and started to prepare her fried eggs. Shiaoy followed Linsu and saw her taking out a bunch of strange things, so he didn't come out right away, wanting to see what she was up to. Linsu, with the wild duck eggs in her arms, found Lanting in a corner. She had been thinking about it and concluded that only Lanting could get her salt, so she went straight to him. Of course, she also took the duck eggs with her to earn his favor. She thought that once she made the eggs and shared them with him, his attitude towards her would change. Seeing Lanting sharpening his weapon with a stone, Linsu walked over with a smile. "Lanting, can you give me some salt?" Lanting stopped and frowned. "What do you need salt for? Salt is very precious, not something you can just play around with." Linsu looked down and pointed to the few wild duck eggs in her arms. "I found some duck eggs, and I want to make fried eggs." "Fried eggs? What's that?" He had never heard of it and looked at Linsu with a puzzled expression. Linsu pointed to the eggs in her arms. "You smash them, then you add oil and salt, and you cook them, and it becomes a delicious fried egg." Shiaoy, who was hiding behind her, saw Linsu acting coyly towards Lanting. A mocking smile appeared on his face. But when he heard her next words, his face instantly fell. "Once I'm done, I'll give them to you to eat." "These are my eggs! Why should I give them to Lanting to eat?" But at the moment, it would be too embarrassing to run out and snatch the eggs back. A strange smile appeared on Shiaoy's face as he left the scene. Lanting listened to her and calmly refused. "No, you can eat them yourself." He then took out some salt from his arms. "I only have this much. Is it enough?" Linsu took the salt packet and nodded. "It's enough. I'll make you fried eggs when I'm done." Linsu rushed to the stove she had set up and saw Shiaoy squatting in front of it, as if he was examining something. Linsu forced a smile. "What are you doing here?" Shiaoy heard the nervousness in Linsu's voice, and his eyebrows arched. "If you want to keep this, then hand over the eggs." Linsu pretended to be clueless. "What egg? What are you talking about?" Shiaoy folded his arms across his chest and looked at her. "Do I need to remind you? You took 6 eggs from the reeds. How did you know there were 6 eggs in the reeds? Were you following me?" Shiaoy saw the suspicion in her eyes. "I'm not that bored. I saw them yesterday. I was planning on getting them for breakfast, but who knew you would take my eggs?" Linsu, who had been confused by his words, laughed when she heard him say they were his eggs. "Your eggs? That's rich. Did your name get written on them? If you hadn't come at an angle, these eggs would be mine, so why are they not mine?" Shiaoy refused to back down. Things in the wild are a matter of who is more capable. I was here first, so of course they're mine. "You were here first? If you want to talk about who was here first, I saw them yesterday too," Linsu sneered. "What's the use of seeing them yesterday? I can say I saw them the day before yesterday." Seeing that Linsu wouldn't back down, Shiaoy didn't waste any more words. "I don't care what you think. If you want this thing to stay, then give me back my eggs." Linsu saw that Shiaoy was about to throw away the oil, and her face instantly changed. "Let's talk about this properly. Don't be so rash," Shiaoy huffed. There's nothing to talk about. Give me back the eggs. Give you 6 eggs, Lin Suzu huffed. You're not even gonna leave me one? Lin Suzu saw that a head-on confrontation wouldn't work, so she thought for a moment and took a step back. How about this? You don't have to throw away the oil. I'll make all 6 fried eggs, and we can eat them together. How does that sound? Can fried eggs even be that delicious? Lin Suzu nodded seriously. Of course. Seeing Shiaoy's doubt, she patted her chest. If you don't believe me, I can make 2 for you to try first. With that, she took out the salt she got from Lanting. I have salt here too. With salt, the flavor will definitely be good. Seeing Lin Suzu had even taken out the salt, Shiaoy reluctantly agreed. Fine, you can only make 2. Lin Suzu went to the stove and, after a series of operations, was done. Try them! Shiaoy didn't hesitate. He took the eggs, blew on them, and put them in his mouth. A faint aroma spread through his mouth, and his eyes lit up. He couldn't help but take a second bite. Lin Suzu saw that he was too busy to pay attention to her, so she quickly cracked the remaining eggs. By the time Shiaoy realized what was happening, Lin Suzu had already fried all of the remaining eggs. He reached out with his wooden stick for more eggs, but Lin Suzu stuffed the eggs into her mouth. The eggs in the bamboo tube instantly disappeared in front of Shiaoy. Her thick lips were stained with oil, and her appearance was disgusting. Xiaoye's face was full of disgust. Lin Suzu is getting more and more disgusting. Just watching her eat an egg makes me want to throw up. After eating, Lin Suzu raised her eyebrow. Do you want more? Sorry, I ate them all. Xiaoye lost his appetite after seeing Lin Suzu's savage eating style and left with a disgusted look on his face. After seeing Xiaoye leave, Su Luoluo took the eggs she had just hidden and went to find Lanting. Lanting was still sharpening his weapon with a stone. Lin Suzu saw his serious expression, and her lips curled up. She straightened her skirt and walked over. Lanting, I made these eggs. Thank you for the salt. Lanting didn't look up. No need, you can eat them yourself. Lin Suzu knew he had an issue with her, and that if she wanted to conquer him, she could only act like a good person for now. She moved the bamboo tube closer to him. Try them, they smell delicious. Seeing that Lanting still didn't move, Lin Suzu took a piece of egg with her chopsticks and put it into his mouth. Lanting chewed a few times and swallowed. It tastes good. Lin Suzu's eyes curved into a smile when she got a response from Lanting. At last, she had made progress with him. Seeing that Lanting had only taken 1 bite, she brought the eggs to him again. There's more if you want. Eat as much as you like. Lanting, looking at her with expectant eyes, couldn't refuse and ate a few more pieces. If you like to eat it, I'll make it for you again in the future, okay? Lin Suzu was very proud that Lanting was eating her food, so she couldn't help but say those words. Lanting gave Lin Suzu a strange look. In the past, she always wanted him to make food for her, but now she seemed to have changed. After Lin Suzu finished all this, she was waiting for the system to make a sound. But the system was quiet. Instead, a roar sounded. Lin Suzu, you actually dared to lie to me. Suzu looked up at the source of the sound. Xiaoye had returned. His eyes were a little shifty as he quickly looked around. Realizing there was no escape, he hid behind Lanting. While hiding, she shouted, How did I lie to you? Didn't you say I only made 2 fried eggs? There were 6 in total. The remaining 4 were all mine. It's very reasonable. I said I would make 2 first, not that I would only make 2. Lanting heard the conversation between Lin Suzu and Xiaoye and generally understood the situation. Seeing Xiaoye about to grab Lin Suzu, he quickly moved to block him. Xiaoye saw Lanting's move and his face darkened. Lanting, you're protecting her again. Lanting's expression didn't change much when he was called out. She's our female. You shouldn't hurt her. I'd hurt her? Xiaoye sneered with contempt. She's such a pain. Why would I bother hurting her? Then what are you doing now? Lanting looked at him, up and down. Xiaoye pulled back his hand and sneered. Who told her to lie to me? She said she didn't lie to you and only fried 2 eggs. Lanting remembered what Lin Suzu said and repeated it. Xiaoye saw that Lanting was determined to protect Lin Suzu, so he was about to fight him. Just then, another beastman came over. Lanting, the chief is calling you, Lanting nodded. I'll be right there. Xiaoye saw that Lanting was about to leave and gave Lin Suzu a mocking smile. Lin Suzu looked at him with a little fear. I'm going with you. Otherwise, after you leave, I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death. Lanting raised his eyebrow. If you're so afraid of being beaten by him, why did you lie to him? I didn't lie. I was the one who found those duck eggs first. He said he found them yesterday and insisted they were his. What was I supposed to do? Linsu rolled her eyes. Besides, if I didn't do that, there wouldn't be any eggs for you to eat. Lanting didn't expect Linsu to say that. Next time, stay away from him. Linsu was a little happy to hear him say that. So you believe me? There's no need for you to lie about a few duck eggs. Linsu felt a warmth in her heart. No matter what, Lanting was willing to believe her. The two of them left together. Shiaoy did not follow. After Shiaoy left, Linsu went to the river to look for freshwater clams. He ground some pearls into powder and applied it to his face. When Fufeng delivered meat to Linsu, he saw a deathly pale face lying in front of the cave entrance, looking like a corpse evenly coated with white ash. It was a little scary at first glance. This idiot must have thought she was too dark, so she put on some white powder to make herself look whiter. Linsu was lying with her eyes closed, waiting for the mask to be absorbed. In a daze, she saw a figure flash before her eyes. Startled, she immediately opened her eyes and saw Fufeng staring at her with a look of disdain. Fufeng, is something wrong? Fufeng threw the meat in front of her and sneered. Even if you paint your body white, you won't look any better. Don't waste your energy and make the people of the tribe laugh at us. She immediately retorted, I'm just minding my own business here. What's so embarrassing to you? You'd better stay in the cave by yourself. That dye won't make you white. It'll just make a fool of yourself. Without waiting for Linsu to argue, Fufeng left with a sullen face. Linsu shook her head, looking at the incomprehensible man. She suddenly remembered Fufeng's words about dye. Lanya looks quite pale, so how could she give birth to someone as dark as me? System, I have something to ask you. Is there a dye that can make a person dark? Yes. Linsu's eyes lit up. What's the name of this plant? Black phoenix fruit. Some tribes use it to darken their bodies to appear more majestic. So where can I find it? Why are you asking? The system became alert. Don't you think my nails are missing some color? My whole hand is dark, so wouldn't it look better if my nails were dark too? The system's lips twitched, but it reluctantly accepted the explanation. The fruit is oval-shaped and covered with thorns. It grows alongside thorny grass. After hearing this, Linsu immediately went out to look for the black phoenix fruit. She wanted to test if her face was truly dyed. She remembered that the original owner was raised by a black bear as a child, so it wasn't impossible for her to be so daring. Linsu quickly found the black phoenix fruit, but she wasn't in a hurry to pick it. Instead, she took a few leaves from the tree. All things have a counter effect. The leaves might be the antidote to the dye. Linsu crushed the leaves in her hand and rubbed them on her nails. A moment later, her nails actually became clean. Upon seeing this, Linsu became excited. She ground a large amount of black phoenix fruit leaves into powder. This time, she lay in bed and applied a pack, wondering if it would work. The next day, she woke up to find that her birthmark had faded significantly. Linsu was overjoyed and applied some more of the medicine she had made yesterday. Just then, an urgent bone whistle and shouting were heard from outside. A flood is coming! Everyone, gather in the square! Upon hearing this, Linsu also ran to gather in the square. In the center of the square, Antelope, the chief, held his staff. The shaman looked at the water level of the river and predicted that a heavy rain would come later, which might submerge their homes. For our safety, we need to move to another place collectively. Time is short. Everyone, take your important belongings. Leave the heavy things behind for now, and we'll come back for them later. Most people agreed, but a few raised their hands and asked, Chief, where are we moving to? Antelope glanced at the shaman and said in a deep voice, To the high ground slope. Upon hearing Antelope say they were going to the high ground slope, Linsu frowned and raised her hand. Chief, I have something to say. Antelope looked at Linsu's raised hand and immediately frowned. What are you doing? Stop messing around and go back to pack your things. When he first found his long-lost biological daughter, he was happy. But who knew she would be so dark and ugly and constantly cause trouble in the tribe? Linsu could tell right away that the original host's father didn't like her much. But this wasn't the time to worry about that. She continued, Chief, we can't go to the high ground. If a landslide happens during the heavy rain, we won't have time to retreat. While moving to a high ground area to avoid the rising floodwaters was a good idea, it was a slope. If a landslide occurred, they would be in a bad situation. It would be better to choose a different place. Antelope's face clouded over when he heard Linsu's objection. "What are you talking about? If a flood comes, where do we go if not to the high ground?" "It would be best to go southeast. The terrain is lower there, and it's not near any water source, so there won't be a flood." Linsu knew no one would believe her, so she quickly added, "Chief, I'm not just saying this. I've awakened my water ability. I just sense the water, and the flow is extremely unstable. There's likely to be a massive rainstorm." With that, Linsu ran to the edge of the crowd, summoned a water ball from the river, and threw it to the ground. This special action shocked everyone present. Antelope was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. "As expected of my daughter to have such a talent, today we will listen to you. Does anyone else have any objections?" Antelope glanced around. Seeing that no one spoke, he raised his staff. "Then it's settled. Everyone pack your things and gather in the square. Then follow Suzu." After packing her things, Linsu got on Muxuan's back and set off. Because of her tons of weight, Muxuan started to get tired halfway through. "This ugly monster, why does she eat so much? It's already tiring enough carrying the luggage, but I also have to carry her." Linsu also noticed the awkward situation and said with embarrassment, "How about we stop and rest for a bit?" Muxuan glanced at Fufang, who was following behind, and didn't say anything. Shiaoy, on the other hand, mocked him without reservation. "I feel bad for you, Muxuan. It must be tiring carrying such a fat person." Linsu was speechless. Was it really necessary to say that? Muxuan glanced at Shiaoy but also didn't say anything. Linsu thought for a moment and took out a pouch of preserved plums from her luggage. She took one out and held it in front of Muxuan's face. "I made these preserved plums myself. Do you want to eat some to replenish your energy?" This snack was originally for herself when she was hungry, but since Muxuan seemed to be getting tired, she had to take it out to appease him. Muxuan wasn't impressed at first, but Linsu was indeed too heavy for him. He was truly running out of energy. Although he was sure Linsu's food wasn't that good, it was at least a plum. No matter how bad it was, it should still taste like a plum, right? With that thought, Muxuan opened his mouth and took the plum from her hand. The yellow plum wasn't as bad as he had imagined. On the contrary, it had a sweet taste and wasn't too sour or dry. He had never had such a delicious plum before. After eating one, he was still craving more. Linsu had thought Muxuan wouldn't bother with her, but he actually ate the plum. And she saw that after he ate it, he didn't say anything or spit it out. This meant he liked it. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have spit it out and said some disdainful words. Seeing this, Linsu immediately fed him a few more. Muxuan didn't refuse and ate a few more. The two, who hadn't said much to each other before, now had a harmonious trip. Linsu would occasionally feed Muxuan, and when he wasn't paying attention, she would touch his smooth fur. She had to admit, a leopard's fur was not as long as a wolf or lion's, but it was soft and not prickly at all. One person and one leopard walked together harmoniously. The 2-ton ugly fat girl's Beggar's chicken sparks, the beastman's protective instincts. After the tribe's collective move, they arrived at their destination. The beastmen were already thirsty and hungry. Antelope found a spot and told everyone to rest. Lana then gathered all the females to pick wild fruits. Linsu was no exception, but wild fruits were not enough to satisfy her hunger, so Linsu looked around for some wild game. However, Lin Nuan Nuan's 2 followers, who were watching her closely, saw her. "Linsu, you're being lazy again! Can't you see the beastmen are tired?" Lana heard their voices and immediately turned around to scold Linsu. "Be more diligent. If I catch you being lazy today, you won't get any food for lunch." Lin Nuan Nuan was secretly pleased to hear Linsu being scolded, but on the surface, she still pretended to be kind and generous. "Mother, don't say that about Suzu. She's just a little playful." "Playful? The other females are working hard to collect fruits and she's just playing around?" Linsu pouted and felt speechless. This, White Lotus, is truly something else. She can frame me in a few words. But she didn't care about a few fruits anyway. "If I don't get any, I'll find my own food." With that, she ran off into the woods. After entering the forest, she used a stone to dig up a few earthworms. She also took a large round leaf from a tree and rolled it into a cone. She then put the meat skewers she just made into the leaf cone. After making sure it was completely opaque, she found a place to hide. Shiaoy wasn't a fan of wild fruits, so he was wandering around, hoping to find some wild eggs to eat. But he hadn't gone far when he saw Linsu acting suspiciously. His first thought was that the ugly monster had found some wild eggs again. With that thought, he sneaked over. Just then, a chicken suddenly ran out and plunged into the leaf cone. Shiaoy understood immediately. The ugly fat girl was trying to catch a chicken. Recalling the duck egg incident last time, Shiaoy wrapped his tail around the chicken and took it. Linsu watched the chicken disappear from her sight. When she looked up, she saw a pair of cold, purple eyes staring at her. She immediately started to curse. "Shiaoy, give me back my chicken! How could Shiaoy give it back?" He ran off with the chicken. Linsu saw that the chicken was about to go into Shiaoy's mouth, so she quickly shouted, "Stop! I'll give you a chicken leg if you let me cook it." Shiaoy didn't care and was about to bite the chicken. "How about half? It's a waste to eat it like that. I have a more delicious way of cooking it." "What way?" Linsu licked her lips. "Beggar's chicken! I'll make you Beggar's chicken." Shiaoy's eyes were full of doubt, but he nodded. He felt that Linsu was not as disgusting as before, and she was indeed a good cook. Linsu took the chicken and quickly cleaned it. Shiaoy was shocked to see how skilled she was. In his mind, females were weak and could never hunt. But Linsu had processed the chicken so easily, which made him look at her differently. After Linsu was done, she handed the chicken to Shiaoy. "Here, hold this." Xiaoy's lips twitched as he saw her hand the chicken to him. "Don't tell me your beggar's chicken is already done?" Linsu looked at him like he was an idiot. "I told you to hold it. I need to go find some spices." Upon hearing this, Shiaoy reluctantly took the chicken. "Where are you going to find spices?" Linsu looked around, unsure. "I'll know once I look." Shiaoy found it boring to guard the chicken alone, so he decided to follow Linsu and see what spices she would find. "I'll go with you." Linsu gave Shiaoy a strange look. He became a little uncomfortable under her gaze and added, "If I don't follow you, who knows if you'll find some poisonous mushrooms or something to secretly put in it? It's not like you haven't done that before." Linsu knew he was right, so she didn't say anything. In this world, everything was unpolluted, so it was easy for Linsu to find what she was looking for. Shiaoy, who was following behind her, had no idea what she was doing. The things she was picking were all things he had never seen before. But her kneeling posture was truly ugly. But this ugly fat girl looks like a peach, which is kind of interesting. Linsu was concentrating on digging up ginger when the system suddenly made a sound. Ding! Xiaoy's heart rate has changed. "Do you wish to see it, host?" Linsu was stunned. This guy was just following me with a disgusted expression, so how did his heart rate increase? She thought it would only be a 0.01 increase or something. When she saw it was a 5, she was so shocked that she fell to the ground. The thud attracted Xiaoy's attention. He looked over and said in a very nasty tone, "Don't even think about twisting your ankle, so I have to carry you." Linsu was focused on making Beggar's chicken and ignored him. After some time, Linsu used a stone to break open the mud ball. A rich aroma of chicken and banana leaves wafted out. Linsu tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Shiaoy. "Try it." Shiaoy took a bite and felt like he had entered a new world. He decided that from now on, he would only listen to Linsu when it came to food. Even though she wasn't that pretty, her cooking was amazing. Meanwhile, back at the tribe, Lana and a group of females returned with wild fruits. Everyone gathered together to eat the fruits. Suzu looked around but didn't see Linsu. "Where is Linsu?" Lin Nuan Nuan responded in a, quote, tea-like manner. Suzu went somewhere else to collect things. Lana frowned upon hearing this. "Nuan Nuan, don't make excuses for her. Linsu was lazy and ran off to play instead of picking fruits." Suzu frowned. "Running off to play?" He was about to say something when someone suddenly stood up. "What is that smell? It smells so good! It seems to be coming from over there." The people of the tribe followed the aroma. They found Linsu and Xiaoy sitting in front of a fire, eating chicken. Linsu had a little chicken left in her hand. She tore off a piece and brought it to Antelope, who was in the center of the crowd. "Chief, try this." Antelope took a bite, and his expression changed instantly. He looked at the ash on Linsu's hand and knew that she was the one who made the chicken. He rarely gave her a serious talk. "Your mother said you were running around? Don't run around when it gets dark. It's safer to stay with a mate." Linsu was shocked. Was he telling her to choose a mate to spend the night with? Linsu's eyes scanned the three beastmen. All three of them avoided her gaze. Even Lanting, who was usually friendlier, he just looked down at the pelt on his body. Linsu sighed in her heart. I'll deal with this later. Her eyes landed on Lanya, who was staring at the beggar's chicken. Linsu's eyes curved into a smile, and she turned and walked toward the chicken. She picked up the entire chicken, tore off the last piece, and walked towards the crowd. Lanya saw her coming with the chicken and was secretly pleased. She's not completely heartless. I won't hold her accountable for not picking wild fruits today. Just as Lanya smiled and reached out her hand, Linsu walked right past her to Lanting, who was standing behind Lanya. Here, have a piece of chicken. It's so delicious. Lanya's smile instantly vanished, her eyes turning cold as she stared at Linsu. But Lanting didn't take the chicken. He looked at Linsu and said, "Give the chicken to the chief's wife." Before he could finish his sentence, Linsu stuffed a piece of chicken into his mouth. How is it? Isn't it delicious? With so many people watching, Lanting had no choice but to nod. Lin Nuan Nuan, standing on the side, had been about to say something, but when she saw there might be more food by the fire, she shut her mouth. This was not the time to offend Linsu, or she wouldn't get to eat anything else. Linsu picked up a stick and started digging in the dirt. Before long, a pile of sweet potatoes was unearthed. Linsu gave a few roasted sweet potatoes to some of the beastmen. I roasted some sweet potatoes. If you like them, you can have a taste. The beastmen had been traveling all morning and were starving. They ate and praised how delicious it was. It's so much better than wild fruits. Upon hearing this, others came to Linsu. Suzu, do you have any more? I want some too. At the same time, they noticed that Linsu's birthmark seemed to have faded, and they began to whisper among themselves. Lin Nuan Nuan heard them, and also looked at Linsu's face. A poor foundation is a poor foundation. Even if she's a little whiter, she's still an ugly monster. When it was Fufeng and Mushuan's turn to get a sweet potato, they hesitated for a moment, but still took the food from Linsu. The other two had eaten her food, so they wouldn't look weak by eating it too. The two of them silently ate the sweet potatoes. A sweet and fragrant taste exploded in their mouths, and their eyes lit up. No wonder Shiaoy, who hates Linsu so much, would eat with her. Linsu is truly a good cook. Even though she was a little ugly, they felt she wasn't as annoying anymore because of this skill. As Linsu was busy distributing the roasted sweet potatoes, she suddenly found that Fufeng and Mushuan's heart rates had increased by 1 point. Then, Linsu gave Fufeng what she thought was a brilliant smile. Fufeng, I choose you to stay the night with me. Linsu was nervous about choosing Fufeng. She had no idea how he would treat her. But the nights in the primitive forest were terrifying. Since her powers hadn't gotten stronger yet, she felt it was more important to stay alive than to worry about being treated badly. It was a well-known secret in the tribe that Linsu had not yet consummated her relationship with her 5 beastmen mates. When they saw Linsu following Fufeng into the distance, many people were curious and whispered, "Is Linsu going to consummate her relationship with Fufeng?" Hearing their words, Linsu almost tripped. Consummate? What kind of ridiculous word is that? After she heard the rest of their fearful discussion, she turned and saw Fufeng's cold, sullen face. It seemed he was very unwilling. Just hearing it made his face so dark. Linsu couldn't even imagine what would happen next. She thought for a moment and said to Fufeng, "Fufeng, don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I just need you to protect me from wild animals." Linsu thought she had made herself very clear, but Fufeng just sneered with a hint of sarcasm. "The same trick again. Do you think I'll fall for it a second time?" The system suddenly made a sound. Ding! System reminder. The original host previously pretended to be sick and seduced Fufeng to her bed in hopes of consummating their relationship with him. Linsu rolled her eyes. The original host was really not leaving her any way to live. "This time I'm telling the truth. I really won't do anything to you." Fufeng remained unmoved. "If you don't believe me, I can swear to the heavens. If I do anything to you tonight, may I be struck by lightning." Just as she spoke, a loud thunderclap sounded, completely drowning out her words. How many times did the original host try to do this? To the point that even the heavens won't help me. Linsu sighed and saw that Fufeng still wasn't reacting, so she stopped trying. After walking for a while, Fufeng stopped. "You can sleep here tonight." Linsu looked at where Fufeng was pointing. A tree branch. There wasn't any kind of shelter under the big tree. Not even a cave? Linsu was a little stunned. "Isn't this good?" The ground is flat and there are no rocks. She shrank her neck and cautiously said, "How about we keep looking? If we can find a cave, we won't have to worry about the wind or rain." Fu Feng glanced at the sky. "Don't worry. It won't be windy or rainy tonight." Linsu bit her lip and came up with another excuse. "There are bugs on the ground, so I can't sleep. Can we look a little longer?" Fu Feng folded his arms and looked at her. "I knew it," he continued with a strange look. "Don't think that just because we're in a cave, you can do anything to me. Not a chance." With that, Fu Feng returned to his original form and flew into the tree with a whoosh. "I'll sleep here tonight. If you don't want to sleep here, find your own place. If anything happens, it's not my problem." Linsu had no choice but to compromise. Thankfully, she had brought a pelt to sleep on, so it wouldn't be too hard. Just as she was about to lie down, she was met with a pair of yellow eyes and a triangular head. A long, black and white striped snake was hissing at her. Linsu's face instantly went pale. "Help! Fu Feng, get down here! There's a snake!" Fu Feng heard her, but he just dug his claws into his ears and turned over. Linsu had done this act many times before, so he didn't pay any attention to her. Linsu, under the tree, looked at the snake's yellow eyes, and her heart was filled with dread. She had screamed so loudly. Fu Feng must have heard her, but he didn't come down. She could only yell for the system's help. "System, there's a snake! Help!" But the system's voice was still cold and mechanical. "The target of your conquest is nearby. In order not to disrupt your conquest, the system will not provide any help." With the system being useless, Linsu frantically climbed up the tree. Fu Feng saw Luo climbing up and was about to mock her, but then he saw the black and white snake following behind her. Fu Feng's pupils constricted, and he immediately flew down from the tree and subdued the snake. Then he threw the snake far away with a look of disgust and quickly wiped his hands on a pelt. So dirty! Linsu was speechless. This Fu Feng was a germaphobe. She had to be extra careful when dealing with him. Germaphobes are the most particular people and can easily be offended. After Fu Feng cleaned his hands, he looked at Linsu with a disdainful expression. "Why are you still hugging the tree? The snake is dead. Get down and go to sleep." Linsu jumped down and said obediently, "Thank you." Fu Feng gave her a strange look. After the scary incident, Linsu thought she wouldn't be able to sleep, but when she heard the lively sounds of the tribe, she felt safe. The next day, it was already getting bright. Fu Feng was gone. Linsu stretched and put away her pelt. Then she started her morning run. Even though she was in a different place, she still had to exercise to lose weight. As she was running, she was surprised to find a deep pond ahead. She saw a white figure in the water, and it looked a little strange, so she went closer. Just as she approached, the white figure came out of the water. It was Fu Feng, and he was completely naked. Linsu didn't expect to see such a sight. The man was a handsome sight coming out of the water, but Fu Feng was now glaring at her. "Linsu, you're getting more and more disgusting! How dare you spy on me bathing?" Linsu frantically shook her head and explained, "I didn't. I was just running, and I saw a shadow in the water, so I came over out of curiosity." Fu Feng gave her a suspicious look. "I'll believe you just this once. If there's a next time, you'll see." "I know. If there's a next time, you can punish me by making me gain 10 pounds. No, 20 pounds. Fu Feng's eyebrows raised. "If you gain another 20 pounds, you'll be a ball." That's a little too harsh. After Fu Feng left, Linsu packed up her things and headed back to the tribe. On the way, Linsu felt a soreness in her body. She didn't know if it was because she had slept on the ground all night. She ran into a few other females, who looked at her and snickered. Suzu, you look a little tired. Are you feeling well?" Luo put her hands on her hips and nodded. She felt very weak at the moment and didn't really hear what they were saying. The females covered their mouths and laughed as they watched her put her hands on her hips and groan. Linsu felt a little confused. Lin Nuan Nuan was hiding nearby with a look of displeasure on her face. How could Fu Feng be interested in such an ugly monster? She adjusted her expression and walked over to Linsu with a smile. "Sister, did you sleep well last night?" Linsu answered with a sincere expression. "Not at all. I'm so tired." These words were like a thunderclap to Lin Nuan Nuan. Just as she was about to start an act, Lana came over from a distance. "Linsu, you were lazy again today. You didn't even collect a single fruit. You won't be eating breakfast today." Linsu didn't have much interest in the wild fruits anyway. "It's fine. If I don't eat, I don't eat. I'll make my own breakfast." Lanya's face instantly turned as dark as a ditch. The others who heard Linsu say she would make her own breakfast were excited, but they didn't move because of Lanya. After Linsu and Lanya's unpleasant exchange, Linsu went to her treasure spot from yesterday. She had found a lot of wild corn and peanuts when she was looking for spices. Linsu picked 7 or 8 ears of corn. Thinking about how Fu Feng had saved her last night, she picked a few more to give to him. Of course, she couldn't forget Lanting either. Linsu quickly washed the corn and returned to her treasure spot. There were many branches there, so it was easy to make a fire, which made it a good outdoor kitchen for her. Just as she was busy working, the system's voice sounded. "Congratulations, host. A target of your conquest has a 5-point increase in their anticipation to see you." Linsu almost cut her hand. A conquest target is looking forward to seeing me? Is he crazy or stupid? Before she could ask the system, Shiaoy appeared in front of her with the duck eggs. "I'll give you these 6 eggs. I'll give you 3, but you have to make me fried eggs." This was the first time Shiaoy had ever lowered his pride to speak to Linsu like this. God knows how much mental preparation he had to go through for this. Linsu rolled her eyes and continued with her work. "I can't make fried eggs." Xiaoye's face fell. "You don't want to make them for me? I'm not that petty. I can't make fried eggs because they need oil, and we don't have any here," Linsu explained calmly. Xiaoye's face looked a little better after hearing this. Linsu saw him about to leave and added, "What's the rush? If you can't have fried eggs, I can make you a soft-boiled egg." Xiaoye didn't know what a soft-boiled egg was, but as long as Linsu could make it, he would eat it. Linsu, holding a corn cob, instructed Xiaoye, "Go to the tree and get a pod like the one in my hand. It will be good for boiling the eggs." Xiaoye felt a little strange about being bossed around by Su Luo, but he didn't refuse. Xiaoye picked a large black pod and then shouted into the distance, "Come out, don't hide." Linsu saw Mu Xuan walking over from a distance and cautiously asked, "Are you also here to get food?" When Linsu said this, Xiaoye also looked at Mu Xuan in confusion. Mu Xuan usually hated Su Luo the most, so why was he here secretly watching her? Mu Xuan touched his nose, looking a little embarrassed about being found out. "That beggar's chicken yesterday was just too delicious. I'm still drooling just thinking about the taste." Linsu looked at him. She knew what he meant. He was too embarrassed to say it, but also didn't want to leave. "Wanting both things at once, huh?" But Linsu wouldn't tolerate that. "You can have some, but you have to do something for me. I've made some corn porridge." Mu Xuan immediately became alert when he heard Linsu's words. Linsu saw his face darken and knew he was thinking the wrong thing. "What are you thinking? It has nothing to do with your body. I want to build a house, and I need you to get some wood for it. As long as I have my own nest, I won't have to beg these smelly beastmen to guard me at night. I have no problem getting wood, but it's not fair that Xiaoye only has to give a few eggs for food." Xiaoye scoffed. "Who told you I was here first?" Linsu nodded. "That's true, it's not fair, but I only promised to make him soft-boiled eggs. If you, Xiaoye, want to eat something else, you'll have to work for it just like Mu Xuan." Mu Xuan was instantly pleased. Xiaoye was stunned, but he also compromised. "Okay, but I won't share my eggs with Mu Xuan." As soon as he said that, Mu Xuan's face fell. After eating breakfast, the 3 of them were in a good mood. Linsu assigned Mu Xuan and Xiaoye the task of chopping down trees. Then, she went to find Lanting with the corn. "I roasted this for you. It's sweet and delicious." Lanting didn't refuse this time, but he couldn't take the corn since his hands were full. Linsu saw this and took out a leaf to put the corn on. "I'll put it here. You can eat it later." After giving the corn to Lanting, she went to find Fu Feng. She looked for a while but couldn't find him. Just as she was about to give up, she turned a corner and ran into him. He was looking at her with a fierce expression. "Linsu, what nonsense are you talking about now?" "What nonsense?" Linsu was stunned. "I don't know what you're talking about." "You don't know? Then why is everyone in the tribe saying we've consummated our relationship?" Fu Feng's lips were turned down in a frown. "And they're all saying your back is sore this morning because you couldn't sleep." Linsu understood now. "My back is sore this morning because I slept on the ground all night. Did I say we consummated our relationship? Linsu had been trying to get on Fu Feng's good side, but now she didn't want to say anything. She just gave him the 2 ears of corn she brought. Here, I made this morning. It's my way of thanking you for helping me yesterday. With that, she turned and left. Fu Feng looked at the corn in his hand, a little shocked. When did Linsu become so grateful? Xiaoy and Mu Chuan, having finished their tree-chopping task, were waiting at the treasure spot. Your next task is to get a wild boar. Not too big. Just enough for the 3 of us. It would be best if it's a little fatty so we can render some oil. The 2 of them nodded without a word. Meanwhile, back at the tribe, Antelope looked around and didn't see Linsu. For the past few days, Antelope noticed that Linsu hadn't come for breakfast. A female near him said, Linsu makes her own food. I've seen it many times. She even gives some to Lanting. Antelope immediately frowned. Makes her own food? How could a female like her hunt? Another female laughed. Someone helps her. She's on very good terms with several mates now. Fu Feng even consummated his relationship with her last time. Lin Zhao couldn't believe his ears. He knew his sister's character all too well. How could Fu Feng bring himself to do that? Lin Nuan Nuan's face turned black. How could Fu Feng possibly do that with Linsu? Those are just rumors. And Xiaoye and Mushuan only like her because her cooking is good. With that thought, she smiled and looked at Lin Zhao. Brother, don't say that. Luo is a really good cook now, and Fu Feng, Mushuan, and Xiaoyi all like her food. That's probably why their relationship has gotten so much better. Her words sounded thoughtful and kind. Lin Zhao had been away hunting and trading, so he didn't know what had been happening in the tribe. He was once again surprised to hear that Linsu could cook. You're saying her cooking is really good? It's true. We all know it. Suzu says her foster mother, the black bear, taught her, the taste is incredible. The speaker didn't have any malicious intent, but the listener, Lanya, took it to heart. She didn't like Linsu to begin with, and now hearing people praise her cooking as better than her own, her face turned black with fury. Lin Nuan Nuan glanced at Lanya and knew this was her chance. Yes, brother, Suzu's cooking is really delicious. I wish we could eat her food again. As soon as she said that, many in the tribe started to stir. Lin Zhao waved his hand. That's easy. Since Linsu can cook, we'll just have her come and cook for everyone. In his mind, Lin Zhao didn't particularly dislike Linsu, nor was he biased towards Lin Nuan Nuan. He just thought that females were responsible for cooking and washing. Lin Nuan Nuan's goal was achieved, and the corners of her mouth turned down slightly. She had wanted to get Linsu to cook for the tribe, but she couldn't say it herself because of Lanya. Now that Lin Zhao had said it, it was perfect. This way, all the other females could learn how to cook from her, and Linsu's only advantage would be gone. Still, she had to feign concern. Brother, is that a good idea? Sue probably won't agree. Why wouldn't she agree? She's so lazy, it's about time she's disciplined. Mother, you need to teach her well, Lin Zhao said carelessly. Lanya wasn't particularly happy, but since Lin Zhao had said it, she couldn't directly object. She tossed the question to Antelope. Dear, what do you think? Since everyone likes her cooking, it's not a bad idea to have her cook for everyone, Antelope said after some thought. Lanya didn't expect Antelope to agree. She had thrown the question to him, hoping he would refuse. Lanya was about to object again when Lin Nuan Nuan suddenly grabbed her hand and smiled. This way, Mother can teach Suzu well. Hearing this, Lanya reluctantly agreed. Then I'll go talk to her later. It was true that having Linsu under her watchful eye would make her more obedient. With that, much of Lanya's frustration dissipated. Meanwhile, Xiaoye and Mushuan quickly dragged back a wild boar. The boar was neither too big nor too small, just right for the 3 of them. Its belly was fatty, so there would be a lot of oil. Linsu glanced at it with some confusion. How did you kill this pig? It's weirdly torn apart, and you don't even have a knife. Xiaoye's mouth twitched, and he looked at Linsu as if she were an idiot. In the end, Mushuan showed her his sharp claws. I used my power to cut it. That's perfect. Good job, Mushuan. Linsu couldn't help but get excited and praised him. She had been worried about how she would butcher the pig, but she didn't expect someone to have a built-in butchering tool. Linsu's words made Mushuan's ears turn red with embarrassment. He tried to hold it in, but couldn't help glaring at her. Shut up. Linsu didn't mind. She knelt down and looked at the pork more closely, pointing at the white parts. Since your claws are so amazing, can you please take this off? Mushuan looked at the white part with disgust. What's the point of this? It's oily and doesn't taste good. Linsu gave him a casual look. Are you cooking? Or am I? Listen to me. This is precious. Mu Xuan reluctantly did as he was told. Shiaoy saw Mu Xuan doing the work, and a smile appeared on his face. But in the next moment, Linsu instructed him. Shiaoy, can you handle the insides? You're a snake, so you know more about this. Mu Xuan heard this and gave Shiaoy a meaningful look. Didn't expect that, huh? We're both the same. Linsu wasn't idle either. She found a thin stone slab, washed it in the pond, and put it on the stove. She then went back to her treasure spot to get some seasonings. After she finished, Mu Xuan and Shiaoy returned. Linsu used a stone knife to cut some of the white fat, rubbed it on the stone slab, and when the slab was well oiled, she cut off a piece of pork belly. Shiaoy and Mu Xuan couldn't hold back their hunger, and immediately put the meat into their mouths when Linsu handed them the leaf-wrapped food. The three of them finished eating happily. Linsu hid the oil and was about to go back to her cave to sleep when she ran into Lana and a group of tribespeople at the village entrance. Lana looked at her and, without asking for her opinion, directly ordered her. Linsu, from now on you will cook for the tribe. Linsu refused without thinking. I'm not doing it. Why not? All the other females cook. Linsu, there's a limit to being lazy. This is the chief's order, and everyone in the tribe says your cooking is delicious, so you should be happy. Lin Zhao, who was standing nearby, scolded her. Linsu was too lazy to argue with him. I don't have time. If everyone wants to learn how to cook, they can come to me. Why don't you have time? Lin Zhao's face turned serious. I'm losing weight, brother. Don't you want to see your sister get better? Lin Zhao was speechless. He had told her to lose weight many times, but she never listened. He was surprised that she was taking it seriously now. He lowered his voice. How long does cooking take? How much of your time will it take up? Besides, the females in the tribe can help you. As soon as he said that, the other females nodded. Don't worry, Suzu. We'll definitely help. Cooking for myself is to enjoy life, but cooking for over 100 people is a free babysitting service. No way. Look at how much fat I have. If I don't exercise enough, I won't lose it. Besides, brother, I'm already married. I should be taking care of my own small family first, right? As soon as she said that, the atmosphere became a little awkward. This statement wasn't wrong, but it didn't look right coming from Linsu. Shiaoy, who was standing by, heard this and frowned. He glanced over and saw Linsu frantically signaling him not to say anything. Quote, the food today was really good. If Linsu goes to cook for the tribe, he won't get to eat new and exciting dishes every day. Although he still didn't like Linsu, he had to admit that she was much easier to get along with than before. With that thought, he didn't say anything. Mu Xuan's face also changed slightly. He looked at Shiaoy and saw him silently agree, so he didn't say anything either. Let them misunderstand. At least now I can eat Sulolu's food. As for Fu Feng, he had a nonchalant expression, with his eyes closed and seemingly asleep, and Lanting wouldn't say anything. Even with all that, Lin Zhao still insisted. You're not sleeping with your mates, so it's not a problem. Cooking is not an option. Lin Zhao had been the one to bring this up, and now that Linsu was refusing him, he couldn't take the embarrassment. He questioned her. It's impossible to cook if you don't have a mate. Linsu bit her lip and frantically gave Shiaoy another look. Who says that? Shiaoy and I are on good terms. Lin Zhao huffed. Unless you guys sleep together tonight. Linsu was shocked. She couldn't believe Lin Zhao, this pig-headed brother of hers, would say something like that. They were siblings, but with a brain like that, she had nothing to say. Also, she felt like she was bullying Shiaoy. He had just said that one sentence. When Shiaoy heard Linsu's words, he looked a little disgusted, a little embarrassed, and a little conflicted. What did she mean by that? He fell silent. Lin Nuan Nuan's heart blossomed with joy when she heard Lin Zhao's words. Linsu was going to be publicly humiliated today. She felt so much better thinking about how Shiaoy would reject Linsu on the spot. All the anger she felt the other day was finally coming back to her today. Mu Xuan looked at Shiaoy with a little sympathy. Brother, what are you gonna do now? You've offended Linsu, so nothing good will come of it. But then he thought about how no one would compete for food with him anymore and felt a little happy. Lanting was also a little surprised. Over the past few days, he had clearly seen Linsu getting better, but now she was doing this again? A hint of disappointment appeared in his light yellow eyes. Fu Feng, of course, was just watching the show. His eyes showed both disgust and a hint of schadenfreude. Shiaoy, you've been walking so close to that ugly fat female these past few days. Now you've gotten yourself tangled up with her. Suzu was also getting frustrated. The system's voice suddenly rang out in her mind. Congratulations, host. Your attraction value has risen to 15. Fufang, Lanting, and Mushuan are all paying attention to your actions. Are they all just waiting to see me make a fool of myself? Suzu had no choice but to bite the bullet and give Shiaoy another look. Lin Nuan Nuan let out a soft laugh and looked at Lin Zhao with a kind expression. Brother, how can you say that? Since Suzu doesn't want to, then let's just drop it. Because of Lin Nuan Nuan's comparison, Lin Zhao felt that Suzu needed to be disciplined even more. If that's not it, then come back and cook. Stop being lazy. Suzu glared at Lin Zhao and looked at Shiaoy. Who says we can't? We'll sleep together tonight, right, Shiaoy? Lin Nuan Nuan sneered, waiting for Shiaoy to humiliate her. But he didn't say a word. A female who admired Shiaoy burst out laughing. Suzu, look, Shiaoy didn't say anything. Why humiliate yourself? Suzu immediately retorted. Not saying anything doesn't mean no. It could be that he's embarrassed. Shiaoy remained silent, so Suzu took it as a sign of his consent. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have left already. He probably just didn't want to lose face. The female's face turned red. Suzu, what are you so proud of? He just doesn't want to bother with you. Some of the married beastmen who had more experience shook their heads. Stop talking. Shiaoy isn't unwilling. He's just embarrassed to say it. The female still didn't believe it and looked at Shiaoy. Shiaoy just wanted this to be over. He let out a soft grunt and turned to leave. After walking a few steps, he noticed Suzu was still standing there. Aren't you coming? As soon as he said that, the whole place fell silent. Everyone looked at Shiaoy with disbelief. Suzu almost coughed from shock. She just needed him to go along with her act, but she didn't expect him to be so good at it. Still, she quickly ran after him. After they had left the tribe, Suzu genuinely thanked him. Thank you so much. No need, Shiaoy said flatly, his voice still cold. I just don't want to go without food in the future. We're just getting what we want. The people of the tribe were all waiting to see if they would sleep together, so tonight she had to convince Shiaoy to let her stay with him. Thinking about this, Suzu stopped. Shiaoy, can I sleep with you tonight? Don't worry, I promise I won't do anything to you. Shiaoy stopped and glanced at her. Didn't you say you wanted to put on a show for them? If you don't come, how will they know? So you agree? Then why aren't you going to your newly built house? Suzu's eyes drifted to his new house. Shiaoy coughed with his head up. Do you want to be watched? Oh, right. Suzu really didn't want to be watched. Shiaoy never stayed in the tribe, so going with him was the best option. You're so loyal. I'll make you snacks tomorrow. Shiaoy, who was walking ahead, didn't react at first, but when he heard snacks, he stopped. What are snacks? Suzu smiled and kept him in suspense. It's a secret. You'll find out tomorrow. She couldn't tell him right away, or she would have no leverage over him. Suzu followed Shiaoy to a cave on a cliff. She glanced inside. There was only one bed made of a pelt. Where will I sleep tonight? Shiaoy's expression was indifferent. As long as you don't cause trouble, you can sleep anywhere. In this environment, she wouldn't dare cause trouble. It would be a miracle if she didn't get scared to death at night. To be honest, Suzu felt like there would be bats in here. She shivered and wrapped her arms around herself. Don't worry, I'll be very obedient and won't bother you at all. That sounds good. Shiaoy had a strange thought. Why does she sound like she's trying to get as far away from me as possible? Before, she was all flattery and showing off. Suzu didn't know that Shiaoy was having a mental battle with himself over her one sentence. The cave was cold and damp, so they needed to get more firewood. Suzu told Shiaoy, I'm going out for a bit. Shiaoy gave her a lazy look. Don't say I didn't warn you. There are a lot of snakes around here. But I really need firewood. Shiaoy looked at her, seemingly not believing her. Suzu wrapped her arms around herself. I want to get some firewood. It's too cold in here. I'll freeze to death without a fire tonight. Shiaoy didn't say anything. Suzu took his silence as him being too lazy to talk to her. She walked out of the cave with her arms wrapped around herself. After a few steps, she turned back and looked at Shiaoy with her head down. What's wrong now? Didn't you say there are snakes here? Can you come with me? Suzu asked in a small voice. Go out and turn left. There's a tree on the right. You can pick up the wood from there and there won't be any snakes. Why? Suzu asked, confused. This area around the cave is my territory. Other snakes don't dare to come near, Shiaoy said coldly. The tree Shiaoy was talking about wasn't far. Linsu walked over and picked up some wood. When she stood up, she saw a shadow flash before her eyes. The figure looked like a goat, but she wasn't sure. Linsu picked up enough wood for the night and carried it back to the cave. As she was making a fire, she thought about the shadow. Do goats come here often? Why? Of course not. Do you want to add people from the goat tribe to your collection of mates now? Linsu twisted her lips. She didn't have that idea at all. If there are goats, then I can find salt. I'm out of salt, Linsu said flatly. Shiaoy's expression softened upon hearing this. I've seen it before, but I don't know exactly where. It looks like you'll have to find time to look for it. In the end, Linsu didn't dare to sleep on Shiaoy's bed. She knew very well that he was still disgusted by her. The next day, after she woke up, Shiaoy led her down the cliff. The people in the tribe wanted to watch the show, but seeing Linsu come down from the cliff with Shiaoy, they had nothing to say. Linsu jogged a few laps as usual and returned to her treasure spot. She had already prepared breakfast, which was a pot of fragrant peanut porridge and some roasted sweet potatoes. The snack she made for Shiaoy was popcorn. A few days ago, when she saw the corn, she had been dreaming of making it. Shiaoy could no longer contain himself. He loved sweets and would often go and find honey by himself. Now, seeing Linsu pop the corn and add honey to it, his face lit up with joy. He quickly grabbed a handful and put it in his mouth. Instantly, a sweet and fragrant taste spread from his lips. Linsu looked at his satisfied expression and smiled. How is it? Wasn't this bowl worth it? Mu Xuan, who was watching from the side, was extremely envious. I should have taken this job yesterday. Now he could only stare at the popcorn longingly. Fu Feng, who had woken up, wanted to go and fight with Shiaoy, but he saw Shiaoy eating a pile of golden things. The smell made him dizzy. He had to stop what he was saying and asked, "What is that?" Shiaoy glanced at him but didn't answer. "What are you doing here?" Fu Feng shrugged. "I came to tell you that your mortal enemy is back." Mu Xuan, who had been staring at the corn in Shiaoy's hand, turned his head to Fu Feng. "What did you say? Nantu is back?" Then he glanced at Linsu. "There's a good show to watch." Nantu was her fifth mate, who had run away after being enraged by the original host's love potion. Linsu felt a sudden headache. Fu Feng, on the other hand, was staring at the popcorn in Shiaoy's hand. Shiaoy didn't seem to notice his gaze and didn't even move his eyes or hands. Mu Xuan saw this and scoffed. "Don't bother, I didn't get any, let alone you, the newcomer." Fu Feng's expression turned ugly. "You're too stingy. I gave you a tip-off, so why can't you give me one?" Shiaoy gave him a sidelong glance, a playful smile on his lips. "You came here to watch the show, didn't you?" "What show?" Fu Feng's eyes blinked. Shiaoy was too lazy to expose him and turned to Linsu. Mu Xuan also looked at her. He decided to do more work to see if he could also get some popcorn. "Is there anything you need me to do today?" Linsu found it funny to see Mu Xuan so eager. "I didn't expect this arrogant black leopard to be so easily tamed by popcorn." Linsu pointed to the barren ground. "Go get some wood. I'm going to make a dining table." Finding trees wasn't difficult for Mu Xuan, but splitting them was a little tricky. His claws weren't as sharp as a bird's. With that thought, he looked at Fu Feng. "Come with me. I'll give you half a bag of popcorn when the table is done." Fu Feng really wanted to eat popcorn, but this was the same female who had done so many disgusting things to him before. He didn't even think about it and refused. "No," Mu Xuan gave him a disdainful look. "What's the point of pride when there's such delicious popcorn?" He then reached his hand out to Linsu. "Is there any more popcorn? Give me one." Linsu shook her finger. No, I don't accept prepayment." Mu Xuan frowned, tolerating her arrogant attitude. "I'll pay you later. What I get now will be deducted from my share later." Linsu looked at Mu Xuan suspiciously, not understanding why he was doing this. Mu Xuan twitched his lips and rarely explained himself. "Didn't you say you needed to split the wood for the table?" "His claws are sharper than mine, so he's more suitable for the job." When Mu Xuan handed the popcorn to Fu Feng, he felt he had never been so humiliated. To make himself feel better, he closed his eyes and took it. "Try it. If it's good, come with me." Fu Feng looked at the popcorn in the black hand and thought it was a little dirty. Mu Xuan was too lazy to deal with this delicate person. When Fu Feng wasn't looking, he stuffed it into his mouth. Fu Feng screamed, and just as he was about to curse Mu Xuan, The popcorn exploded in his mouth. Fu Feng's eyes lit up. Mu Xuan looked at his exaggerated expression and knew how much of an act he had put on earlier. To get his hands on some popcorn as soon as possible, he pulled Fu Feng forward. "Are we ready to go?" Fu Feng didn't refuse. "It's so good. No wonder Xiaoye didn't share any. I would have a hard time giving it up too." Xiaoye saw them leave and quickly followed behind them with a pile of popcorn. Mu Xuan smelled the aroma and became even more insatiable. He urged Fu Feng, "Hurry up! What are you dawdling for? Don't you want to eat?" Then he gave Xiaoye a fierce look. "What are you showing off for? I'll get to eat some too later." Xiaoye laughed and put the popcorn in his mouth. He crunched on it as he said, "Too bad you two don't have any right now." A group of crows flew over the two of them. After the three of them left, Linsu didn't stop working. As she was making the filling for the corn dumplings, the system's voice suddenly rang out again. "Congratulations, host. Your attraction value has increased by 10 points. Your current value is 40. Wow, it went up so much at once, Linsu thought. It must be because of the popcorn. The saying, quote, to conquer a person's heart, you must first conquer their stomach, must be true. Thinking about this, Linsu asked the system, how are their heart rates? Reporting, host. The heart rates of your current conquest targets have not changed. Okay, I was overthinking it. It's still all about looks. When the dishes were almost ready, Mu Xuan and Fu Feng came back with a huge tree. Before Linsu could say anything, the massive tree was cut into 4 pieces right in front of her eyes. Mu Xuan held up a piece and showed it to Linsu. How is this size? Linsu looked at the square shape and decided it was not convenient. She used charcoal to make a simple compass and drew a circle. Cut it according to this. Linsu always had a lot of strange things. Fu Feng found it odd, but didn't ask. The three of them worked together and quickly built a decent-looking kitchen. Linsu then refried the popcorn she had made earlier. Mu Xuan took a big handful and was very satisfied. He noticed that the amount was the same as what he had given to Xiaoye, so he looked at Linsu with newfound respect. She's actually pretty smart. Fu Feng saw that the popcorn was ready and rushed over. Mu Xuan took a new leaf from Linsu and put it on the newly made round table. He started to give Fu Feng popcorn one by one. Why do you have one more than me? Fu Feng's sharp eyes caught it. It was just one more piece. Mu Xuan just gave him a cold look. Did you forget you ate one before you left? Fu Feng was speechless, but still ate with relish. This time, he saw that Xiaoye wasn't with them, so he intentionally showed off in front of him. But when Xiaoye finished his work and washed his hands, he also took out a small pouch of popcorn. The three of them began to compete. Linsu shook her head at their childish behavior and began to boil the dumplings and stir-fry the meat. Fu Feng smelled the aroma and his eyes lit up. He looked at the food on the table. Do you guys just get fed as long as you work? Mu Xuan just scoffed at him. I thought you had more self-control, but in the end, you're still begging for food. Linsu saw that he had been busy all morning and pointed at a nearby tree. If you want to eat, make your own bowl and chopsticks. Fu Feng immediately flapped his wings and picked a fruit from above. He watched their chopsticks move around in the bowl and felt a little disgusted. Linsu, who had spent some time with him, knew his quirks. If you think it's not clean, there's still some left in the pot. Get your own. Upon hearing this, he happily grabbed a bowl and went to the pot. Mu Xuan grumbled. He's so dramatic, Xiaoye also complained. He's too picky. How can he be picky when the food is so good? The food in the bowls didn't wait for them. Just as Fu Feng was about to leave, Linsu stopped him. When are you going to the pond? He was shocked. Why? I want to take a bath and avoid running into you guys, Linsu said, emphasizing her words to show her innocence. Fu Feng's expression softened. My cave has water in the morning. I'm not going. Then I prefer the late night. Okay, then I won't run into you. That afternoon, Linsu went straight to the pond after waking up. Just as she was washing her undergarments, a figure suddenly emerged from the water. The person looked at her with rage in his eyes. I haven't settled the score with you yet, but you came to me. Linsu, you won't get away this time. Then her hand was grabbed. I told you last time was the last time, but you still dared to take off your clothes and try to seduce me. With that, he pulled Suluoluo towards the shore. Linsu struggled and roared. Even if you want to teach me a lesson, can't you be a little more civilized? Nanu was surprised to hear someone who was about to be punished say such a thing. Linsu looked at her naked body. You're not gonna make me go with you without any clothes on, are you? Nantu was slightly stunned. It was the first time he had met someone who was about to be punished but still had the nerve to make demands. He gave Linsu a contemptuous look and instantly looked away. Hurry up! Linsu took the opportunity to swim to the shore, put on her clothes, and ran away. She wasn't an idiot. She wasn't going to let someone punish her for no reason. She had just been caught off guard. Now Linsu was sure who he was. He was probably her original hostmate who had run away. He looks good, but his personality is awful, Linsu thought to herself. The system's voice suddenly rang out. System warning, host attraction value has dropped to 0. What? I just gained attraction value. I remember it was 40 yesterday, so how did it go back to 0? Because Nantu's impression of the host is too low, the host's attraction value has dropped. What kind of broken system is this? The attraction value is the total of all 5 people. When his drops, the total value drops too? That's right. To have a better romance experience, the system's attraction value requires every conquest target to be in an upward state. Linsu opened Nantu's panel, and it showed a 0, which gave her a headache. She thought her journey was getting better, but with Nantu's return, everything went back to square one, and it would be very difficult to get him back. He was the one the original host had tried to poison with a love potion, and he had been successful. The psychological trauma he had was much higher than the others. Before Linsu could finish her thoughts, a blue fishtail came from the sky. You have so many tricks. You almost tricked me again. Luckily, I ran into Lanting on the way. Linsu ran to hide behind Lanting. Lanting, save me. Someone is trying to murder your mate. Linsu twisted her lips. She didn't want to say that, but she had to have a reason. After all this time, Linsu had a good understanding of Lanting's personality. He was warm on the outside but cold on the inside. It was better to be more affectionate with him. Lanting was slightly taken aback by her words. He was a little uncomfortable, but he didn't leave Linsu. He spread his arms and stood in front of Nantu. Nantu walked over, his voice cold. Lanting, get out of the way. This has nothing to do with you. Nantu, don't be so harsh with him. Let's talk things out, Lanting said. I have nothing to say to him. Get out of the way, or I won't be polite to you. Nantu's voice was cold, and he didn't give Lanting any respect. Lanting knew that what Linsu did with the love potion was wrong, but he had also seen her change over the past few days. What she did was wrong in the past, but she's changed now. Maybe you can. Linsu was overjoyed to hear Lanting's words. He has a good eye. He chose a righteous one. She patted his shoulder. Thank you, and then ran away. After avoiding Nantu, Linsu continued to take her bath. Then she crushed some of her black phoenix fruit leaves and put them on her face as a mask. While doing that, she started to clean the kitchen. Suddenly, Fufeng came down from the sky with his long tail. He hadn't eaten much for lunch and decided to come early so he wouldn't have to eat their leftovers and could get a good portion of food. But as soon as he landed, he saw Linsu standing there all in black. Did Nantu's return trigger you? Why are you covered in black? Linsu came back to her senses and gave Fufeng a glare. You don't understand. I don't understand why you would paint yourself like a big black ball. Fufeng couldn't help but complain in his mind. As the two of them were arguing, Muxuan and Shiaoy came one after the other. Muxuan was shocked to see Linsu all in black. Is she dying herself? If it were before, he would have mocked her without hesitation. But thinking of the delicious food, he just hinted, although dyeing yourself black looks good, it's more suitable for strong beastmen. It'll make you look more majestic. Shiaoy didn't say anything and went straight to the point. What's for dinner? Linsu knew that there was no way to explain whitening to these mates, so she just skipped it and answered Shiaoy. Pan-fried dumplings. Soon, dinner was ready. Fufeng looked at the food and was a little disappointed, as it was similar to what they had for lunch. But when the dumplings were served, his eyes lit up. It's so crispy and delicious. Shiaoy and Fufeng, who had seen Linsu's various ways of cooking eggs, had no doubt that the food was good. They just buried their heads and ate. However, Linsu, the cook, stopped after a few bites. Muxuan saw that she had a lot left in her bowl. It's so delicious. Why did you only eat a few? I'm not eating anymore. Linsu shook her head. I'm on a diet. Upon hearing this, Muxuan stopped trying to persuade her and nodded. That's a good idea. Linsu was speechless. She looked at him with an expectant look and ignored him, giving her dumplings to Shiaoy. Muxuan slapped himself in the heart. I shouldn't have said that! Fufeng saw the delicious food pass by him, and for the first time in his life, wondered if he was too picky. After Linsu gave away her dumplings, she announced a big decision. "The three of you, wake up early tomorrow and meet me here. We're going on a trip." The three of them looked at her in unison. "Why are we going on a trip?" Linsu said, looking worried. "I'm out of salt. We need to go find some tomorrow." Mushuan said flatly, "No need for all that trouble. I'll just hunt more tomorrow and trade with the people from the city-states. The amount of salt you get from that isn't enough. I need it for curing meat," Linsu explained. Xiaoye looked at her. "Do you want to find the goats we saw that day?" "Goats? What goats?" Mushuan looked at her in disbelief. "Linsu, are you trying to find another mate?" Fu Feng was also a little gossipy after hearing that. Linsu rolled her eyes at them and nodded at Xiaoye. "Yes, goats can find salt. If we find them, we can follow them to the salt." The others were already immune to Linsu's strange but logical ideas and didn't say anything more. Only Fu Feng asked, with genuine concern, "What about food for tomorrow?" Linsu glanced at the pots and bowls on the shelf. "We'll take these with us. I'll find a place to cook for you tomorrow." Then she smiled and looked at the three of them. "I can't walk all that way, so who's going to carry me?" Xiaoye didn't hesitate. "I will." Mushuan didn't back down. "Pick me." Fu Feng just looked at them both. "I can do it too, you know." A woman weighing 5 tons faced the most difficult choice of her life. The 3 stunning beastmen were offering to carry her on her journey to find salt. It was the first time she had been treated with such enthusiasm, and Linsu hesitated for a moment. Seeing her indecisiveness, the beastmen immediately began to promote themselves. Mushuan, having tasted the benefits, was the first to speak. "Choose me. You've already ridden on me once, so you know it's a sure thing," Xiaoye scoffed. "You have the nerve to bring that up? You were huffing and puffing last time. Your stamina is terrible." "You're the one with the rough scales," Mushuan immediately added. "It's still better to choose me. My speed is consistent, and you won't have a bumpy ride." Fu Feng chuckled at Xiaoye's words. "With all those scales, you'd be lucky not to get a bruised backside. If you hit a bumpy road, it would feel like you're sitting on a bed of thorns." Xiaoye was so insulted by Fu Feng's words that he was about to fight him. But Mushuan surprisingly agreed with Fu Feng. "Exactly. My fur is soft. It's much more comfortable to ride on me." Fu Feng showed no mercy to Mushuan. "What's the use of soft fur if it's not stable? My big feathers are the best. It's comfortable and stable. I'm the best beastman for carrying people." "The best? The wind would freeze a person to death," Xiaoye couldn't help but retort. "It's better to choose me for a stable ride, choose me for a comfortable ride, and choose me to see a different view. Don't you want to experience what it's like to be in the sky?" The 3 of them argued with flushed faces and hot mouths, giving Linsu a headache. Finally, she pointed at Fu Feng. "You. I've never flown before." Fu Feng's face lit up with pride. "Don't worry, the scenery below will be beautiful." The other 2 were disappointed. Mushuan sneered at Fu Feng. "I hope there's no wind tomorrow, or your wings might not be able to get off the ground." Linsu glared at Mushuan. "Don't jinx it! We still have to go out tomorrow!" The next day, the 4 of them met on time. Linsu made a few flatbreads and handed them out on a leaf. "We're in a hurry today, so this will have to do for breakfast." This is just making do? The 3 of them had different expressions on their faces, but they all thought Linsu was amazing. After they finished eating quickly, Linsu packed up the cooking supplies. "The 2 of you will share carrying this. It'll be easier for cooking later." Once they were ready, Linsu climbed onto Fu Feng's back, and they set off. Xiaoye led the way since he was the one who had found the goats near his cave. After a thorough search, they finally saw a few goats licking something on a rock. Linsu saw them and immediately told Fu Feng to put her down. Fu Feng looked at the rocks and frowned slightly. "You're saying the salt is on these rocks?" Linsu shook her head. "You'll see." Just then, the goats that looked like sheeps but are goats to save time in addition, suddenly jumped into the rock wall and disappeared from their sight. Linsu quickly shouted, "Follow them! That's the place!" The 3 of them were confused, but seeing that Linsu wasn't lying, they followed the scent. They followed the goats into a cave and found a huge discovery, a natural salt well. Linsu was so excited. Fu Feng was shocked. "This salt is enough for the tribe for hundreds of years." Mushuan had initially thought Linsu was just messing around, and since he got to eat her cooking, he just went along with it. He didn't expect her to actually find salt. Xiaoye was also surprised. Where did Lin Suzu get this information? She knew there was salt here just by seeing a few goats. Lin Suzu didn't know what her three mates were thinking. When she saw the salt, which was as white as snow, she couldn't contain herself. She jumped off Fu Feng's back and ran forward, kneeling on the ground. She reached her hand into the well, scooped up a small piece of salt, and tasted it. It's really salt! Lin Suzu was so excited. With this much salt, I can make you guys salt-baked eggs and salt-baked chicken today. What's the big deal? Mu Xuan grumbled. It's not like we've never seen salt before. Lin Suzu was getting more and more excited. When Mu Xuan heard about the food, his eyes lit up. Then I'll go catch some chickens and get some eggs now. Lin Suzu waved her hand. No need to rush. Let's get the salt out first. We just had breakfast. What's the hurry to eat lunch? Shiaoy looked at the salt well. It was quite deep, so it would be a hassle to get the salt out. Lin Suzu smiled. It's not a hassle. You guys just dig a pit and build a basin next to it. I'll get the well water over there. While the three of them were still confused, Lin Suzu used her mind to control the water and put her hand into the well. The three of them finally realized that Lin Suzu was using her water siphoning power. Soon, she had brought all the salt up. While the three of them were arguing, Lin Suzu started making the salt-baked chicken and eggs. While she was waiting for it to cook, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden mission. You have successfully discovered the salt well. The system will reward you with an ability upgrade. Do you want to upgrade your metal, wood, water, fire, or earth ability? Water, Lin Suzu replied. She had mainly used her water ability in her previous life, so she was more familiar with it. Okay. The host's water ability level has been upgraded to 2. Lin Suzu felt her ability to use water was much stronger than before. She didn't tell the system, but the level 2 water ability had a special effect of accelerating things. It was her favorite function when she was a cultivator, and now that she had it, she could lose weight even faster. It was a day full of surprises. Not only did she find the salt well, but her ability was upgraded. Lin Suzu smiled to herself as she opened the lid of the pot. The salt-baked chicken is ready. The three of them smelled the aroma and rushed over after washing their hands. Nothing was more important than food. Mu Xuan and Shiaoy immediately started eating. The chicken was so fragrant, and with every bite, it was so smooth and tender. Fu Feng hesitated for a moment. He remembered Lin Suzu's hand that had been touching her butt, but he also remembered that she had washed her hands. Having learned his lesson once, he didn't want to make the same mistake again. After they all finished eating and rested for a while, they packed some more salt and were ready to go back. This time, Lin Suzu didn't choose to ride on Fu Feng's back. Instead, she chose Mu Xuan. We're not going back just yet. There's another place we need to go. It's hard to fly there. Shiaoy was confused. Where are we going? Lin Suzu shook her head. I don't know what it's called. Just go to a place with red dirt and we'll be there. Shiaoy remembered the beggar's chicken she had made before. Are you looking for red dirt to make more food? No, I need to make a pot. The ones made from fruit shells aren't durable enough, so I need to make a new one. Mu Xuan had never heard of making a pot out of mud before. If you need a pot, I can go back and find a stone one for you. Everyone in the tribe uses those. Lin Suzu's face showed disgust at the mention of a stone pot. Stone pots are too thick, and the food doesn't taste good. Mu Xuan was about to say more, but Lin Suzu gave him a look. Who cooks better? Who should you listen to? Shiaoy and Fu Feng heard what Lin Suzu said and didn't dare to object again. What if she got angry and stopped cooking for them? The red dirt field wasn't far from the salt well. They walked for a while and soon arrived. Mu Xuan looked at the red dirt. How are you going to make a pot out of this mud? Lin Suzu didn't say anything. She picked up a stick from the side of the road, dug up a large chunk of clay, and began to knead it. After a while, a small teacup appeared in front of them. She held it up for the three of them to see. If you mold the mud into a certain shape and then fire it, you can make a container to hold things. Although the three of them had seen Lin Suzu make a container out of mud, they were still skeptical. Lin Suzu saw their expressions and knew they were probably thinking she was going to use mud to hold things. She ignored them and told them to roll the mud into strips to make her job easier. She quickly made the pots and bowls, and when it came to the bowls, she decided to make some patterns on them to differentiate them. The three of them were surprised when they saw her drawing on the bowls. Mu Xuan pointed at what she was drawing. What are you doing? Lin Suzu didn't even look up. Drawing, making marks, these are your bowls, one for each of you so you can tell them apart. When Shiaoy heard this, he couldn't help but point at the pattern on his bowl. This thing on here, you're not drawing us, are you? Yes, this snake is yours, this leopard is Mu Xuan's, and this dragon bird is Fu Feng's. Linsu said with a proud expression. The three of them took their bowls, and their mouths twitched. Fu Feng was the first to speak. You call this thing a chicken with a few lines? A dragon bird? Linsu thought her drawing was pretty good. Isn't it? Look, I even added claws and feathers. And this snake, its head and tail are the same length. Are you sure this isn't an earthworm? Xiaoy couldn't help but complain. No, I saw your real body last time. Your scales look like this. Xiaoy's face was black. Those are scales, not a segmented body. And this thing that looks like a dog, you're saying it's a leopard? Yes, look closely. Can't you see the leopard spots I drew? Leopard spots? Mu Xuan looked at the patterns that looked like holes. They were more like blast holes. The three of them looked at each other and felt a sense of strange balance after realizing that all their drawings were ugly. After the items were made, Linsu started a fire to bake them. They'll be ready after they're baked. How long will that take? Mu Xuan was starting to get curious. Xiaoy saw that it was getting late. How long will this take? It's getting dark. We should head back. Linsu looked at the fire and thought back to the time she used to fire ceramics in the apocalypse. It'll take about a night. A whole night? Then we'll come back tomorrow. No, Xiaoy said. I need to stay here and watch it. If something goes wrong, all this work will be for nothing, so we have to sleep here tonight. Fu Feng was a little stunned. This place is too dirty. How can we sleep here? Linsu nodded. We have to. I need to keep an eye on the fire. Mu Xuan didn't mind. He could sleep anywhere. But he thought about how the four of them would sleep together. Mu Xuan frowned and looked at Linsu. 3 beastmen and 1 female all squeezed together? That's just strange. It was clear Xiaoy was thinking the same thing. He looked at Linsu with a frown. Where will you sleep? Linsu pointed to the grassy area in front of her. I'll sleep there. It's fine. Mu Xuan and Xiaoy looked at her. We'll sleep there too. Linsu didn't expect them to agree. She tentatively said, then there's no other way. We'll have to sleep together. Xiaoy and Mu Xuan looked at each other and fell silent. It seemed like there was no other way. But when they thought about sleeping on the same ground as Linsu, their expressions were a little complicated. They knew how dirty and disgusting she used to be. Fu Feng, on the other hand, just shook his head. I can't accept that. I don't want to. Is there any other way? Linsu just looked at him flatly. Do you have a better idea? Fu Feng paused. He really couldn't think of anything. This place was in the middle of nowhere. Besides the mud that Linsu treasured, there was nothing else. He fell silent and looked at the other two. But after a long wait, the other two also didn't say anything. Linsu waited for the three of them to stop being so awkward, and she started to get sleepy. I'm going to sleep first. The three of you can do whatever you want. With that, she walked to the grassy area. She took her fur blanket out of her bag and laid it on the ground. At that moment, the 3 beastmen suddenly approached. Linsu thought they had come around and asked, Are you coming to sleep? When she said that, their faces showed a mixture of emotions. Xiaoy's was a mix of hesitation and conflict. Mu Xuan's was a mix of frowning and endurance. Fu Feng's was a mix of disgust and embarrassment. Linsu knew what they were thinking. You'll feel better if we put the salt bags between us, right? The 3 of them immediately took their salt bags, which were wrapped in fur, and created a clear boundary line. After that, Linsu yawned. Okay, let's sleep. Don't worry, I won't cross the line. The 4 of them had a good night's sleep. Because she was so concerned about the ceramics, the first thing Linsu did when she woke up was to walk to the fire. She picked up a stick and scraped the black charcoal off the surface. The clay she had made yesterday was soon revealed. The result was a surprising success. She carefully took the teacup in her hand. It wasn't as smooth as porcelain, and it was a little rough, but Linsu was very satisfied. After making sure the teacup was fine, she dug out the other items. Although they weren't perfect, they were all usable. The 3 of them were woken up by the sound of Linsu taking out the ceramics. Tea. Hei walked over and saw the clay containers she had made yesterday, all neatly lined up on the ground. They were all surprisingly hard. Xiaoy was shocked. He knelt down to examine them. This is what you call ceramics? Linsu nodded. What do you think? It's good, right? With these, I can make more delicious dishes. Xiaoy touched them and was secretly amazed. He didn't expect that mud could be made into something so strong. No wonder Linsu hated stone pots and bowls. The objects in her hands were much lighter than their stone counterparts, and she could make them into any shape she wanted. Mu Xuan was also in awe of what Linsu had created. He couldn't believe it was made from a pile of mud. Yesterday, when she was making these things, Fu Feng had thought the mud was too dirty. He never imagined that after being fired, it would be completely transformed. The three of them were changed on the inside, and their affection for Lin Suzu increased. From discovering the salt to making ceramics, she was more capable than any other female. Lin Suzu had no idea what they were thinking. She finished arranging her fired items and handed the 3 bowls to them. "These are the bowls one made for you yesterday. Take them. From now on, you'll eat with these and you won't have to worry about your bowls losing their shape anymore." They knew the drawings were ugly, so they didn't have high expectations when they took the bowls. However, even if they were a bit ugly, something was better than nothing, so they would just make do. The 3 of them had already accepted this fact, but then they saw Lin Suzu take out a small, floral bowl. Mu Xuan was shocked. "Why does that bowl have a flower on it? That's the one I made for myself," Lin Suzu said plainly. "Why is your bowl so pretty and ours are so ugly?" Mu Xuan said, annoyed. "Mine is pretty. It's just a flower." Lin Suzu said, "If you like it, I can draw more flowers for you next time." A dragon bird with a flower on its head, a black leopard holding a flower, a green snake with a flower in its mouth. It would look pretty good, Lin Suzu said thoughtfully. The 3 of them looked down at their bowls. Never mind. From her description, they decided their bowls were better than what she was proposing. With the ceramics done, Lin Suzu had solved a major problem. After spending a night away from the tribe, it was time to go back. She still chose to ride on Mu Xuan. She didn't even consider Shiaoy's back because his scales would rub against her underwear and make her behind raw. In the early morning, a group of beastmen were lining up to get wild fruits when a few of them rushed to the leader to report. "Bad news, bad news! Lin Suzu ran away with 3 beastmen." The whole tribe immediately looked at them. Antelope was shocked. "What did you say? Lin Suzu ran away?" Lin Nuan Nuan also couldn't believe it. "Lin Suzu took other beastmen?" "It's true! I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. Lin Suzu went out with Mu Xuan, Fu Feng, and Shiaoy, and they haven't come back yet." In a primitive society with low productivity, most people lived in tribes. Running away was considered a betrayal, so the news immediately caused a huge uproar. Lana, hearing this, immediately said, "Even though Lin Suzu is my daughter, she has committed a treacherous act. I support catching her and punishing her severely." Lin Zhao frowned, but he couldn't believe it. How is that possible? What tribe would take a fat, ugly, and lazy female like her, and she's so lazy? Lin Zhao had a little thought and looked at Lanting. Even if she left with her mates, Brother Lanting should have heard something, right? She wouldn't leave him behind, right? And what about Brother Nanu? Nanu never stayed with the tribe, so the only one left there was Lanting. Everyone looked at him. Lanting didn't believe Lin Suzu would leave with someone else. She hadn't said anything to him. And why would she leave with the other 3 and not him? She pursed her lips and was about to speak when she heard a devious voice. "Sister, what bad things are you saying about me now?" Lin Suzu said as she jumped off Mu Xuan's back. She quickly ran to Lanting, rummaged through her fur bag, and found Lanting's bowl. Her eyes lit up. She handed it to him. "Don't listen to their nonsense. I went to make a bowl for you. Look, I made this one especially for you, and it has only 1 flower." Mu Xuan scoffed. "Then was mine made by a dog?" Shiaoy crossed his arms. "She really is one of a kind." Fu Feng just twitched his eye. "One of a kind? She has no shame." Lanting looked at the 3 bowls in their hands, which looked similar to the one he was holding. He then looked back at Lin Suzu's face. Lin Suzu felt his deep gaze and was speechless. Why are these 3 suddenly so dramatic? They've never paid attention to what I say before. The gift she was holding was meant to be a surprise. But now, it felt like a hot potato. Her eyes darted around, and she licked her lips. "Lanting, I'm really not lying to you. I really made this bowl, and it's the only one in the world. Look, I specifically drew a gray wolf on it to represent you. Their bowls don't have this pattern." Lin Suzu finally managed to make her claim about it being one of a kind make sense. Lanting glanced at the other 3's bowls. Strangely, when he looked at them, they all moved their bowls inward at the same time, as if they were embarrassed or guilty. Lanting looked away and down at the bowl in his hand without saying anything. Lin Suzu frowned at his silence. "You don't believe me? If you don't believe me, I can show you their bowls." She had just gotten Lanting to trust her again, and if he didn't believe her now, it would be even harder to gain his trust. She turned around and looked at the 3 of them, ready to take the bowls from their hands. The 3 of them felt a sense of fear for Lin Suzu for the first time. I should have known better. I shouldn't have said anything, they thought to themselves. Luckily, Lanting looked down at the pattern on the bowl and smiled. No need. I believe you. It was the first time Linsu had seen Lanting smile. It was as bright as the morning sun. Linsu was momentarily dazed, but her good feelings only lasted for 3 seconds. The next thing he said took her down a peg. Besides you, no one would draw a wolf so ugly. Linsu was speechless. What was wrong with what she said? The beastmen who were watching saw the new things she made and looked at them curiously. However, after one look, they all burst out laughing. That drawing is too ugly. Linsu was a little embarrassed, but since Lanting believed her, she didn't care. She started telling the 3 beastmen to unload their things. Antelope's anger had dissipated, but his face was still stern. After all, she, a female, had stayed out all night. He cleared his throat. Linsu, where were you last night? You just left without saying anything. Before Linsu could answer, the beastmen all gathered around her and started asking questions. Linsu, what's that thing you just gave Lanting called a bowl for? And what about that thing that looks like a pot? And Mushuan, what do you have in your fur bag? The beastmen had so many questions, and the atmosphere became lively. Mushuan looked up at Linsu. Ask her. She's the one who made all this. He then took the bag off his back, and everyone's eyes were on Linsu. Linsu looked at Antelope. Chief, I found a few salt wells and brought some salt back. What? You found a salt well? Antelope was wondering how he was going to punish Linsu for leaving without permission and not returning for a night. He didn't expect to hear such a bombshell. Salt was not an easy thing to get. The output was not high, and the only way to get it was to hunt and trade with the people of the city-states. Because it was so scarce, the amount that the tribe could trade for was limited. But with a salt well, they no longer needed to hunt tirelessly. Antelope's gloomy face immediately cleared up, and his face became much kinder. Luo, where's the salt? Let me see. Linsu was amazed at how Antelope's expression changed in a second. She untied her fur bag, grabbed a handful of salt, and handed it to him. Chief, this is the salt I found. Lanya was also in disbelief. That ugly, fat, lazy girl Linsu found salt? She couldn't accept it. She saw her grab a handful and put it in Antelope's hand. She leaned in to look at it. The salt was coarse and big, like small pieces of rock. It was a little yellow, gray, and brown. She laughed. What kind of salt is this? It's coarse, it's not white, and it has other colors. Linsu, you're getting bolder. You're trying to fool us now. Antelope, as the chief, was more knowledgeable. He looked at the salt in his hand and didn't immediately reject it. He took a little bit with his finger and licked it. This is indeed salt. He then turned to Lin Zhao. Take a look. Lin Zhao looked at it. It was coarse, just like the unrefined salt he had seen in the city-states. That's right, it's salt. I've seen the people of the city-states transport this kind of stuff before. But the salt we get is fine and white, he sighed. Even if we have this salt, we don't know how to make it fine and white, so we can't eat it. Linsu smiled. Of course you can't eat coarse salt like this, but I can refine it and turn it into fine, white salt. Lin Zhao looked at Linsu's confident expression and couldn't believe it. Don't talk nonsense. Only the aristocrats in the city-states know how to refine salt. Linsu rolled her eyes at Lin Zhao. If I can do it, you'll know, won't you? Compared to Lin Zhao's doubts, Antelope was much more positive. Suzu, can you really turn this salt into fine white salt? Linsu nodded confidently. Yes, I can. Good child. If you need any help, just let me know. I'll come and watch too. No problem. Then, the beastmen began to crowd around the ceramics. They were all in disbelief when they found out that they were made of mud. Nanu wasn't in the tribe, but he came back after hearing that Shiaoy and the others had returned. When he saw what Linsu was holding, he was a little surprised. He had just come back from the city-state, where some of the high-class nobles were starting to use things similar to what Linsu was holding. But theirs were gray and much rougher than hers. You're saying you made this yourself? He asked. Linsu looked at him and nodded slightly. I did. He looked at Fu Feng in disbelief. The 3 of them? Fu Feng glanced at the ceramics in Linsu's hands and nodded. Quote, she did. We saw it with our own eyes, Mushan said with a smile. It took a whole night to fire them and turn them into what they are now. Nantu was now looking at Linsu with a new respect. Congratulations, host. Nantu's affection value has increased from -100 to -50. Linsu was speechless. It's still negative, but at least it's better than nothing. It seems like this Nantu guy is a materialist. Maybe I can conquer him from this angle. Linsu was thinking about how to make herself look more high class when a beastman suddenly asked a burning question. Suzu, there aren't any caves out there, are there? How did you and the beastman sleep? Linsu was speechless. Are primitive people so open-minded? She quickly looked at the three of them. They were all in a hurry to grab their salt and ceramics, leaving her alone. This time, besides Lanting, Nanu was also looking at her with a thoughtful expression. But I was innocent, she thought. How was she going to explain this? She felt that being innocent now was harder to deal with than when she was caught trying to seduce them. Back then, they would just scold her and laugh at her. But now, Lanting's eyes were filled with curiosity, and Nantu's eyes were full of meaning. Some beastmen even had their ears perked up, with a gossipy look on their faces. Linsu swallowed a few times and laughed. It was pretty much the same as everyone else. How was she supposed to say it? We all slept on one fur blanket? It was the truth, but when she said it out loud, it would have a different meaning. She didn't want Lin Zhao to have a reason to force her to cook for the tribe, so she just laughed it off. The beastmen didn't get their gossip and felt a little disappointed. Lanting didn't have so many complicated thoughts. He was just confused about why the three of them had suddenly gotten so close to Linsu. In the past, when they fought, he was the one who had to break them up. A faint sense of disappointment welled up in his heart. Nanu was just purely curious. How long has it been? How did this evil female manage to tame those three? What kind of low-class tricks did she use? I can't fall for her traps like them. An older female shook her head. Suzu, what you said is worse than not saying anything at all. Linsu wasn't thick-skinned, she just laughed. This is our private matter. You should tell us, how do you and your mate sleep at night? That silenced the female. After breakfast, everyone went about their business. Lanting felt a little empty inside and was about to leave when Linsu called out to him. Lanting, I'm making a big meal for lunch. Come and eat with us. Lanting stopped. He didn't expect Linsu to invite him. He knew her cooking was good, or the other beastmen wouldn't be following her around every day. Was that the reason? Thinking about this, Lanting didn't refuse. But he also felt a little awkward. I might be back a little late. The chief wants me to go hunting with him today. Linsu nodded. It's okay, I'll wait for you. After Lanting left, Nanu was still standing there. Linsu didn't even look at him, let alone invite him to eat. A materialist could only be attracted during a high-value moment. Nanu watched as Linsu left without even giving him a glance. He scoffed. She thinks she's so high and mighty. It's just a meal. She just ignored me. It's not like I even wanted to eat with her. After Linsu left the tribe, she went back to her makeshift kitchen. Since she was adding another person, she had to make more food. She noticed that Lanting was a little upset about her close relationship with the other three. She couldn't let it continue. What if Lin Nuan Nuan took advantage of the situation? She was going to make Lanting her first conquest, so she decided to make a hot pot feast. Mushuan smelled the aroma from far away and followed his nose. Shiaoy was the same. He arrived early with his bowl. Fufeng was a little later, but he arrived around the same time as Mushuan. The sour soup was a mouth-watering red, and the mushroom soup was a vibrant green. Both looked delicious. Mushuan rubbed his hands. Can we eat from both? Linsu nodded. The one on the left is a sour hot pot, and the one on the right is a mushroom hot pot. If you don't like sour, just eat the mushroom one. Then, she prepared some sauces in different bowls. Hold out your bowls! The three of them immediately held out their bowls without hesitation. After she finished giving them their dipping sauces, she sat at the table and didn't pick up her chopsticks. Fufeng was drooling from the smell. Can we eat yet? Wait, we're still missing someone, Linsu said with a smile. Who? Fufeng asked, confused. He should be here soon, she said. Just as she finished, Lanting appeared with his bowl. Mushuan, Xiaoye, and Fufeng were all surprised that Linsu's extra person was Lanting. They didn't dislike Lanting, but a new person meant less food for them. Most affected by this change were Mushuan and Xiaoye. They had seen with their own eyes that after Fufeng joined, they didn't get to eat as much as they used to. As for Fufeng, he had learned his lesson after the first time and knew he had to eat faster. He had to be quick now that Lanting was here. Lanting had heard that Linsu was cooking for Shiaoy and his mates, but he didn't expect the setup to be so nice. He finally understood why Linsu didn't want to go back to the tribe to cook. Linsu saw him and pointed to a chair. "Sit here. The hot pot is almost ready." Lanting sat down. As soon as he put his bowl on the table, Linsu put some colorful things in it. "This is dipping sauce. When you eat hot pot, you can dip your food in this." The other three all looked at each other. She had never explained it in such detail to them before. It was obvious that she treated Lanting differently. Linsu saw that everyone was there and began to put the food in the pots. With hot pot, you can put whatever you want in it. You can put in anything you want to eat. Mushuan was a carnivore, and without a word, he dumped all the meat into the pot. Linsu was speechless. "That wasn't how you did it," she twitched her lips and added, "You should only put in what you can eat. This way the food won't get too old." 3 pairs of chopsticks went into the pot and immediately wiped out the meat, but they weren't thoughtless. They didn't touch Linsu's portion. As for Lanting's portion, the 3 of them ate it without a word. It was his fault for being slow. Lanting couldn't believe how intense they were fighting for food, especially Fu Feng. He was a notorious loner, but he could accept eating from the same pot as others. Fu Feng didn't know that Lanting was thinking about him. He was still a loner, but he was willing to make an exception for Linsu's food. "Don't ask me why," he thought. "If I was still picky, I wouldn't have any of this good food." Linsu added a few more pieces of meat for Lanting, who was a little overwhelmed at first. But after he tasted it, he immediately became a part of the feast, eating with pure enjoyment. Not only them, but Linsu was also very satisfied. The consequence of eating too much was a burp. She thought the others would be disgusted, but then the others also started burping. The 5 of them looked at each other and laughed. Before Lanting left, Linsu specifically told him, "You should come and eat here from now on." After tasting the good food, Lanting didn't refuse. Linsu felt that leaving him behind was a lesson learned, and it was better for them to eat together. This way, no matter what they did, Lanting would be included. After her lunch break, Linsu went to Antelope to tell him about her plan to refine the salt. Antelope immediately called for everyone in the tribe to come and watch so they could learn. As the chief, he had leadership and influence. Once they learned from Linsu, their tribe could produce and sell their own salt. After all, the tribe had already found a salt well. The salt refining was done in the tribe's public square. Under Linsu's guidance, everyone quickly finished. When the first white salt came out, someone in the crowd shouted, "Congratulations, host! Fu Feng, Lanting, Shiaoy, and Mushuan's affection value has skyrocketed. Nantu's affection value has increased and is now 0. Linsu was so happy. Showing off my intelligence really works. Especially with Nanu. He was a complete materialist. Before Linsu could get too excited, the system sent another good message. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully conquered 5 targets at once. You will be rewarded with a gift package that includes a map and a list of all your targets. Sensitive points." A map and sensitive points? That's it? Linsu twitched her lips, a little disappointed. Of course not. This is an extra gift from the system. On top of that, the host's water ability has been upgraded to level 3. The metal, wood, earth, and fire abilities have all been upgraded to level 1. Linsu didn't expect this reward. In her past life, she had only cultivated her water ability, but now she was a true hexagonal warrior. System, how do I use the other abilities? A user guide has already been sent to the host. The host can operate according to the guide. She didn't expect this stingy system to give her so many rewards this time. When she had a free moment, she had to find a private place to study them, especially the sensitive points. She was so happy. Antelope looked at the pure white salt in his hand and burst out laughing. He raised Linsu's hand. "Our wolf tribe has salt! Suzu, you did a great job!" When he said this, the beastmen all cheered. "Suzu, Suzu, Suzu!" Linsu didn't expect that refining salt would make these people worship her so much. Her face was a little flushed with embarrassment. Out of the corner of her eye, she met Nantu's gaze. His eyes were full of admiration. But when he saw her looking at him, he immediately turned away in disgust. Linsu was speechless. I didn't do anything. Why did his face change so quickly? On the other hand, Lanting was looking at her with nothing but respect and admiration. Linsu smiled and raised her eyebrows at him, which made Lanting's ears turn red. Shiaoy looked at Linsu with his arms crossed, a slight smile on his face. But when he saw her raise her eyebrows at Lanting, his smile disappeared. Mu Xuan stroked his chin, looking at Lin Susu thoughtfully. Fu Feng was amazed. How did Lin Susu do that? The way people in the city-states refine salt is completely different from her method. As the chief, Antelope put his hand down and motioned for everyone to be quiet. The matter of refining salt is of great importance. Everyone in the tribe must keep this a strict secret to prevent other tribes from fighting for the salt well. Finding a salt well is a good thing, but if the news gets out, it could lead to murder. Then he looked at Lin Susu. You are in charge of the salt. Tell us when we can start mining it. After everything was settled, Lin Susu went back to her place to make cured meat. As she was doing so, a sharp voice suddenly came from behind her. You're throwing so much salt on that meat. Don't you know how precious salt is? Lin Susu rolled her eyes. I made this salt myself. I can use it however I want. She had gone through so much trouble to find salt just so she could cure meat. Why else would she have bothered? Quote, salt is a valuable thing. You can't waste it like that. We found a salt well, so we have plenty of salt now, Lin Susu said lazily, not wanting to deal with Lanya. Lanya's words were instantly stuck in her throat. She was speechless. Lin Susu rolled her eyes at her again. Mother, is there anything else? I need to go to the bathroom. Lanya's face twisted with disgust, and she turned and left. How can a female be so vulgar? After Lanya left, Lin Susu used her water ability to find a hot spring. After tidying it up, she jumped in. As she was enjoying herself, she opened her system guide. Suddenly, she heard a splash, and Nantu's cold face appeared in front of her. Why do I always run into him when I'm bathing, she thought. She was not a mermaid here. She was a water person, so she was worried about being seen. She quickly pointed at her clothes on the shore. This time, it's not my fault. I was here first. Nantu didn't know why he kept running into her in the new places he discovered. His face was gloomy, and as he was about to swim to the shore, he felt a sticky sensation on his fishtail. He looked closer and saw a bloodstain on it with a metallic, rusty smell. The culprit was Lin Susu. Lin Susu's face turned red with embarrassment. Oh no, it's that time of the month. Lin Susu was so mortified to see the bloodstains on Nantu's tail. How am I going to deal with this? There are no pads or tampons. She was on the verge of a breakdown and called out to the system. System, I need your help. It's my time of the month. Can you give me some sanitary products? Host, please remain calm. This is a good opportunity to get closer to your target, so the system will not provide any support at this time. My blood is gushing out, and you're talking about a good opportunity? What kind of broken system is this? It's completely useless when I need it. Nantu stared at the dark red bloodstain on his tail for a long time, not knowing what to do. The smell was too strong. It wasn't just the metallic smell of blood, it was a special scent. The other reason he was frozen was that he was worried that the smell meant Lin Susu was in heat. With that thought, he looked at Lin Susu. Could she really be in heat? Lin Susu's mind was racing, trying to figure out how to get out of this embarrassing situation. Nantu was standing right in front of her. She couldn't just get up and walk around naked. She had to get Nantu to leave first. Lin Susu saw Nantu's fishtail moving and had an idea. Nantu? I'm so sorry I got your tail dirty. Let me clean it for you. Nantu's face instantly went cold. He couldn't believe she would suggest that. He quickly moved his tail and swam towards the shore. Lin Susu was happy he left on his own. However, in the next second, her blood started gushing out even more. How can I get to the shore now? With that, Lin Susu called out to him. Nantu? Can you do me a favor and get 2 of my fur skirts from my hut? Nantu's feet stopped. A look of disbelief appeared on his cold face. Why should I? Lin Susu didn't want to bother him. She knew Nantu disliked her, but she had no other choice. Lin Susu bit her lip. My fur skirts aren't enough. I have to trouble you. Seeing that Nantu wasn't saying anything, she bit her lip. You don't want to hear that your female went for a stroll in the tribe while bleeding all over the place, do you? That would be embarrassing, wouldn't it? Nantu's face turned black. Lin Susu was certainly capable of something like that. If word got out, his reputation would be ruined. With that thought, Nantu said in a cold voice, Wait here for me. Lin Susu didn't expect Nantu to agree. She immediately added, Remember to grab the 2 on the left, and bring my zither and long fishing line too. I need those 2 things to make a living. Nantu's face turned darker, but in the end, he didn't say anything and left. Lin Susu guessed that he had heard what she said because his body had tensed up. She realized that her mates had one thing in common. they cared about the reputation. She had just tried her luck, and it had worked. Nantu just wanted to get Linsu's fur skirts and give them to her as soon as possible. But as soon as he came out of her hut, he ran into a crowd of people. He had no choice but to hold the fur skirts and walk with them. The more nonchalant he was, the less people would talk. If he used his powers to get away, people would just make up rumors. When he returned, Linsu was already on the shore. She was squatting with her fur skirt, and he couldn't see what she was doing. Her posture didn't look like she was doing that. His face eased up a bit. He had just seen her get her period, and if he saw her, he felt so unlucky. He walked closer and threw the fur skirts at her. "Here are your things." Linsu took the things with a smile. Nantu had brought everything she asked for. "Thank you, Nantu. You're the best." The first part was sincere, but the second part was just a habit. Nantu shivered and quickly left. After Nantu left, Linsu quickly cleaned herself up and went to her makeshift kitchen. Xuan was already at the kitchen. The others who were supposed to be there weren't. He looked at Shiaoy, who was sitting at the table. "Where is he?" "I don't know. He wasn't here when I came," Shiaoy replied. Feng arrived a little later and instinctively looked at the stove. "Are we not having dinner tonight?" Xuan glared at him. "Don't jinx it!" Feng shrugged. "I'm not. The rumors are spreading in the tribe that Nantu went to Linsu's hut and took her fur skirts. After that, she probably didn't have time to come back and cook for us." Lanting arrived at the kitchen around the same time and also looked at the stove. "Don't bother looking. She's not here tonight," Xuan said in a cold voice. "Nantu took her fur skirts." Lanting pursed his lips and was about to say something when he saw Linsu returning from a distance. Everyone looked at her. Xuan noticed her abnormal walk, and his lazy eyes narrowed. Xiaoy saw that it was hard for her to squat and get the pots. He frowned. Feng sniffed the air and had a complicated expression on his face after smelling something. Lanting also felt that Linsu's movements had slowed down. Primitive people were strong, so Linsu didn't feel any pain from her period, but she had been using her powers a lot and was tired. She didn't want to make a big meal for dinner. Xuan looked at the simple food on the table. "I heard that you and Nantu had a romantic encounter." When he said this, the four people at the table looked at him. Linsu was shocked. "Who said that? Who started this ridiculous rumor?" Xuan's eyelashes twitched. "Someone in the tribe saw Nantu taking your fur skirts." Xuan didn't say the rest. "And your legs are so sore, and your walk is so abnormal. What's there to deny?" he thought. "And tonight's food is so simple compared to the past few days. It must be because she's so tired after that incident. I wonder what's wrong with Nantu. Why would he get involved with Linsu? And since tonight's meal is so simple, we probably won't have good food anymore. Even if we do, will we have to give way to him?" Thinking about what he said, he looked at Shiaoy and Feng. Didn't these two also get involved with Linsu? Why wasn't the food so terrible back then? Was their skill not as good? He wondered. Linsu didn't expect a simple fur skirt to cause so much trouble. She immediately denied it. "I didn't. He took my fur skirt because..." The words were stuck in her throat. She couldn't say that she had her period in the hot spring and got blood on Nantu's tail, so she asked him to get her fur skirts. No matter how she said it, it would be embarrassing. However, her hesitation made the others at the table believe the rumors even more. Linsu knew she couldn't explain it. She looked around and gave up. "He took my fur skirts because I got my period. He happened to be passing by, so I asked him." She had said it all, so they should believe her now. But when she said this, the looks on the faces of the four of them became even more subtle. Her period? That means she's in heat. Feng's mind raced as he thought about the bloody scene. He shuddered. Lanting's eyes shifted. He hinted at her. "That's not good for a female. You should be more careful next time." Linsu was going crazy inside. Why is it getting more and more confusing? She gave up. She opened the pot and looked at the four of them. Anyway, that's what happened. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. After dinner, Linsu told them, "You guys wash the pots and bowls yourselves." Before, when they did things for her, she would wash the dishes herself. But today, they hadn't done anything, so they had to pay for it with other things. She wasn't going to spoil them. The three of them were used to doing things, so they didn't have much of an opinion and got up to start. Lanting also reached out his hand to help, but Linsu stopped him. "You don't have to." The three of them were not happy about that. Xuan looked at Linsu. "Why does he get to be special? We all ate together. Why doesn't he have to do anything?" Feng was also angry. Why does he get to be special? He didn't do anything, and you invited him to eat? Linsu glared at them. I asked him to help me make some fur skirts. Can you? The three of them fell silent. Making clothes is a female's job. How would we know how to do that? And Lanting looks so manly. How does he know how to do that? Linsu's response left them speechless. Though they were unhappy, the three of them didn't say anything. Linsu had originally wanted to ask the other women in the tribe to help her make the fur skirts, but after the whole Nanu incident, she figured it would be better to avoid them. Those women loved to gossip, so Linsu gave up on the idea and looked at Lanting. Are you going to make fur skirts? Lanting asked. Linsu nodded, a little embarrassed. I've lost a lot of weight recently, so my old fur skirts are too big. I need to make some new ones. Lanting had noticed that Linsu always had a knot tied at her waist. He had initially thought it was a style choice, but now he realized it was because her skirt was too big, and she was tying it to make it fit better. He agreed readily. No problem. I'll make them for you when I have time. But first, you need to get some furs and soften them before they can be made into skirts. He then added apologetically, you might have to wait a few days though. The chief has asked me to do something, so I don't have time to hunt. Linsu smiled. That's fine. I can get them to hunt for me. She gestured to the three beastmen who were washing dishes. The three of them froze. What? Why do we have to do that? You said we wouldn't have to wash dishes if he helped you make fur skirts. Why do we have to hunt now, too? Linsu's eyes narrowed. Whoever gets the best furs will get an extra snack. The three of them instantly quieted down. They hadn't had a snack in a long time. They had only had popcorn that one time. Hunting wasn't hard for them, and they could get a snack out of it. Why wouldn't they do it? The three of them nodded in unison, their previous unhappiness instantly gone. They all enthusiastically agreed. We can do it! If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lanting would never have guessed that Linsu would have such an easy time convincing the three of them to do her bidding. He looked at Linsu with a hint of admiration. Linsu thought he was interested in the snacks, so she winked at him and whispered, Don't worry, you'll get some snacks too. Lanting shook his head, a faint smile on his face, amused by her antics. After they finished washing the dishes, the three of them immediately left the kitchen and ran into the forest. Linsu was surprised. What's the hurry? I haven't even told them how many furs I need. Lanting headed toward Antelope's hut after his meal. After the four of them left, Linsu stayed in the kitchen. It was her first time using her new powers, and she wasn't very familiar with her ability to attract. Staying in the kitchen was a good place to test it out without attracting too much attention. The effects of her new powers were much better than she expected. With some time to spare, Linsu decided to work on something else. Fufeng and the others had already gone to hunt for furs. Based on their speed, they should be done today. She didn't like the generic fur skirts in the tribe and wanted to change them. Since she had lost some weight, she felt a waistband was a must-have. Linsu decided to make a makeshift, adjustable version. Since there was no paper in primitive society, Linsu found a large flat rock and picked up a few colorful stones to draw on it. Just as she was getting into it, two women approached nervously. Is there something you need? She asked. Linsu recognized them. They were quite pretty. One was named Kai Xia, and the other was named Ju. They were some of the few women in the tribe who didn't follow Lin Nuan Nuan around. They looked embarrassed. After hesitating for a while, Ju finally spoke shyly. Suzu, your pottery is so pretty. Can you teach us how to make some? Linsu was surprised. She didn't expect them to be so smart. She had been making pottery for a while now, and these were the only two women who had asked her. She nodded. Of course, but the clay is a bit far. You'll need to bring your mates with you. Ju and Kaisha's faces lit up. They nodded eagerly. They had come here expecting Linsu to refuse them, since her reputation wasn't very good. They didn't expect her to be so easy to talk to. After they left, Linsu continued drawing for a while longer. She then grabbed a new sanitary pad and headed into the woods. Just as she took off her fur skirt and squatted down, she heard a low voice next to her ear. Linsu, what are you doing? Linsu was so frustrated. Why did he have to come now of all times? Why couldn't he have come earlier or later? She was completely naked, and blood was dripping everywhere. Linsu glanced at him. He had silver hair and no ears, so she knew it wasn't one of the other three. It was Nanu. What is he doing here? Linsu didn't have time to think. She quickly moved her skirt and put the sanitary pad on. Nanu had noticed something was off. He saw the tall grass swaying. She's not even finding a secluded place to do her business, he thought, disgusted. He took a few steps back. ready to leave. Linsu came out from behind the grass. In her hand, she was holding a long, narrow object that looked like a pattern from her usual fur skirts, but it was much shorter. Linsu put her used sanitary pad aside. It was covered by a fur pattern, so it wasn't too disgusting. When she saw Nantu, she looked at him. "Is there something you need?" Remembering why he was there, he didn't care to inspect her any further. "I heard you're going to make pottery in a few days. I want to join." Linsu was surprised. First, she had just agreed to help the other two women, and he already knew about it. Second, he was the one who was asking her to join him. Linsu didn't say anything, trying to decide if she should agree. And is his tone a little too cold for someone who is asking for a favor, she thought. Nantu waited for a moment. When Linsu still didn't say anything, he looked at her again. "Is there a problem?" "No problem," Linsu said. "But why do you want to go? How do you know about it?" "I was walking by when I overheard you talking about it," Nantu said plainly. He didn't try to hide anything. "Why are you going there?" "I want to see how you make your pottery," he said. The pottery she made looked much more refined than the ones people in the city-states used, and he wanted to know how she did it. Linsu understood. Based on her observations, Nantu was a materialist. She could see that when she refined the salt. He liked things that were more advanced than what was available in primitive society. This was also a way to get him on her side. Thinking about this, Linsu didn't refuse him. "Come find me here tomorrow morning," she said. Nantu agreed and turned to leave. Linsu was relieved. She had been sweating the whole time. Now she could wash her sanitary pad. "I wish this thing was disposable," she thought. After washing it, Linsu hung it on a branch and headed into the forest. She had seen some red fruits a few days ago and wanted to make some snacks for the beastmen. Now was a good time to get them. The fresh hawthorns were a beautiful red, like rubies. Linsu was already drooling just from washing them. She also picked some golden wild fruits that the tribe often ate. Linsu didn't know what they were called, but she picked them anyway. After washing them, she put them in a clay pot, added some salt and water, and set them aside to soak. Soon, the candied hawthorns were ready. Linsu had already made a small tree out of dried grass. She put the candied hawthorns on it. From a distance, they were a beautiful sight, with the red and green fruits glistening with a sugar coating. Shiaoy returned from hunting and saw the glistening tree-like thing. Linsu was still busy working. He knew she had made a snack for them. It looked amazing. Muxuan and Fufang returned a little after Shiaoy. They were also excited to see the bright fruits. "This looks so delicious," they said. The air was filled with the sweet smell of honey being boiled into syrup, making the three of them dizzy with happiness. Linsu heard them and glanced at them. Muxuan was the first to approach. "This looks so good," he said. He had to get some. He eagerly spread his furs on the ground. "These are the furs I hunted," he said proudly. Linsu glanced at them. There were fox furs, rabbit furs, and a sheepskin. They were all white and orange, but she wondered if they would be too hot to wear. As Linsu was thinking about how to handle the furs, Fufang also put his catch down on the ground. "Take mine. They're prettier than his." Muxuan was not impressed. But Linsu agreed. The colors of his furs were much more vibrant than Muxuan's, but they were all feathers, and she wondered how she would make a skirt out of them. Shiaoy saw the two of them put down their catches and also put his down. Compared to the other two, his were more common: mink, leopard, and badger furs. The three of them probably went for furs that matched their own. The leopard loved long hair, the dragon bird loved birds, and the snake was more normal. Linsu paused. "Do you have any others?" The three of them silently reached into their bags and pulled out a few more furs. Hunting was a silent competition, and none of them wanted to lose. So, in one afternoon, they had hunted almost 10 animals. Linsu was relieved to see the extra furs. She pointed at the candied hawthorns. "Leave 30 for me. You each get 20. The three of them were so excited and ran to the candied hawthorns. Muxuan took one and took a big bite. The other two also started eating. Linsu was amazed by their hunting ability. In just one afternoon, they had caught so many. It was no wonder the women in the tribe were all fighting over them. Linsu sorted the furs and waited for Lanting to come and process them. For dinner, Linsu made a chicken and mushroom stew. It was time to replenish her energy after getting her period. When Lanting arrived, Linsu handed him the candied hawthorn she had saved for him. When the other three saw her hand him the candy, They were a little upset. But when they thought about how he had to process so many furs, they felt better. With the good food, the four of them began to eat. They were used to eating whatever Linsu made, and she never disappointed them. After they finished, Linsu didn't ask them to wash the dishes. She took the opportunity to announce something to them. "I'm gonna make pottery tomorrow. You should all come early." Shiaoy was confused. "Didn't we just make some pottery a few days ago?" Linsu counted on her fingers. "I need to make more pots and jars. We don't have enough." Shiaoy didn't say anything and nodded. Fu Feng and Mu Xuan didn't have any objections either, but they both thought about their last sleeping experience and decided they would bring their own sleeping furs this time. Lanting also nodded. Since he was eating with them, he should help. Linsu was very satisfied. She had told them in front of Lanting to let him know that they hadn't done anything the last time. It was a good way to clear up the misunderstanding. Then she added, "Oh, and we'll have more people joining us tomorrow. They also want to make pottery." "Are they from the tribe?" Lanting asked. "Yes. Kaixia and Aju and their mates," Linsu said. The others didn't have any objections and left after touching their full stomachs. The next day at dawn, Linsu brought her sleeping fur, bamboo stick, and water cup to the kitchen. Fu Feng and the others had already arrived, and they had all packed their things. After a while, Kaixia and Aju and their mates arrived. "I think it's time to go," Shiaoy said. Linsu looked into the distance. "Wait, one more person." The four beastmen looked at her in surprise. When they saw the person, their expressions became complicated. "Why is Nanu here?" Ju and Kaixia didn't find it strange. They quickly got on their mates' backs. Kaixia looked at Linsu. "Suzu, hurry up and get on so we can go." When she said that, the five beastmen all transformed at the same time and stopped in front of Linsu. Linsu looked at the transformed beastmen and was speechless. When did they get so enthusiastic? She didn't move. The five of them looked at her with different expressions. It's a good thing it's daytime. If it were nighttime, these five people looking at me like this would scare me to death, she thought. The different colored lights from their eyes would be very creepy in the dark. To be honest, she didn't expect all five of them to offer to carry her, especially Nanu. She thought he found her disgusting. What was the reason for this sudden change? But no matter what she thought, she wasn't going to risk choosing him. After thinking about it, Linsu walked up to Lanting and sat on his back. He was the gentlest and most considerate, so he would probably be more careful when he ran. They all started moving forward. Zhu and Kaixia, who were sitting on their mates' backs, looked at Linsu's chubby body bouncing around. They were both in disbelief. They didn't expect all five of Linsu's mates to be so good to her. They all offered their backs to her. The rumors were true. Linsu and Fu Feng and the others must have all done that together. Otherwise, why would they be so considerate? They looked at each other, not understanding how Linsu had done it. Linsu, who was on Lanting's back, didn't know that the two women had become her fans. She just felt that this experience was better than any of the others. It wasn't bumpy anymore, and it was very comfortable for her butt. They had left early and hadn't eaten breakfast. After a while, their stomachs started to rumble. Zhu and Kaixia had brought some wild fruits to share. But Linsu handed each of them 3 golden things. They hesitated. "Suzu, this is egg tart. You can eat it for breakfast," Linsu said. When Nanu took the egg tart, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect Linsu to give him one. He hesitated, but his stomach was uncomfortable since he hadn't had breakfast, so he took it. Ding dong! Congratulations, host. Nanu's affection value has changed. His current affection value is 0.01. Linsu rolled her eyes. Why even bother reporting such a small amount? Nanu is so stingy. His affection value is always the lowest. Is my egg tart only worth 0.01? She thought. If she had known, she wouldn't have given it to him. This small increase felt like an insult. She began to doubt if allowing Nanu to join them today was the right decision. After they finished eating, they walked for a while and arrived at the red clay land. Linsu got off Lanting's back and pointed at the red clay. "This is what we use to make pottery." Zhu and Kaixia were astonished. "Suzu, are you saying that pottery is made from this dirt? That's amazing!" "You'll see when you try it yourselves," Linsu said. The group followed Linsu and squatted in front of a patch of red clay. Nantu didn't say anything, but also walked over to where Lin Suzu was. Lin Suzu casually picked up a wooden stick and started to demonstrate. The beastmen quickly learned how to knead the clay. It was already evening when the group finished eating. Just like last time, the clay pieces needed to be fired overnight. Although they arrived earlier this time, the things Lin Suzu made were bigger, so they needed to be fired for a longer time. The group decided to spend the night in the wild. Compared to the awkwardness of last time, Shiaoy, Fu Feng, and Mushuan were much more at ease. They laid their furs on the ground and closed their eyes. Aju and Kaishia's mates had also brought furs, so they also found a spot to lie down. Lin Suzu was no exception. Everyone was lying down except for Nantu. "Why did you bring a fur?" Nantu asked Lanting. "I go into the wild often, so I'm used to bringing a fur." Lanting replied. Nantu knew they would be sleeping outside, but he thought they would have a tree to sleep in, so he didn't prepare. Now he was the only one without a fur. He stood there, lost. Kaishia laughed as she looked at Lin Suzu. "What's the big deal? You and Suzu have already mated, just sleep on her fur," when she said this. The other beastmen all looked at Lin Suzu and Nantu with a knowing look. Lin Suzu felt like she was a victim of a baseless accusation. Why did this have to happen now, she thought. Quote, "Isn't it common sense to bring a fur when you're going out? Why didn't Nantu know that? Good thing I brought my own, or I'd have to share. But I don't want to share with Nantu. He just put some other label on me. But I don't think he would want to either. He hates me so much. Why would he want to sleep on the same fur as me?" Lin Suzu waited for Nantu to refuse. Shiaoy heard Saisha's words and opened his eyes. He looked at Nantu with a curious expression, ready to watch a show. The two of them were rivals, so he wouldn't miss a chance to see Nantu humiliated. Last time, when people said he and Lin Suzu had mated, he didn't believe it. No matter how much Lin Suzu had changed, she was still a fat female with shiny, dark skin. How could anyone find her attractive? Fu Feng shivered and gripped his fur tighter. Good thing I was prepared, he thought. Otherwise, he would be in an awkward situation. Last time, he slept with Lin Suzu, but it was with two other beastmen on the same fur. Today, it would be just him and Lin Suzu. What would happen in the dark of the night? Mushuan's narrow eyes narrowed. He looked at the silent Lin Suzu on his left and the gloomy-faced Nantu on his right. He lay on his fur, crossed his legs, and had an unreadable expression on his face. Lanting smoothed out his fur and frowned. His eyes looked at Lin Suzu as if he was waiting to see her reaction. Nantu's cold face finally showed a crack when he heard Kaishia's words. How could I possibly sleep on the same fur as Lin Suzu? She had tried to seduce him not long ago, and she was still in heat. She had even looked at him with lustful eyes in the hot spring. Nantu decided he had to refuse. But if he did, where would he sleep? Lin Suzu waited for Nantu's refusal, while Nantu tried to figure out a solution. The two of them fell silent. Kaishia looked at them, confused. They were just fine when we left. They didn't even argue on the way. Why are they being so quiet now? She thought for a moment. They're probably just embarrassed because there are other people here. What's there to be shy about? You've already given her fur skirts, she said. Lin Suzu waited patiently for Nantu to say something, but Kaixia's words shocked her. Is this fur skirt thing never going to end? Nantu was also annoyed by the rumors. He knew people were talking behind his back, even though they didn't say it to his face. He looked at Lin Suzu's silence and wondered if she had another plan. If there was no other way, he could just rip the fur and share it with her. A fishman didn't need much space, but if he did that, Kaixia and Aju would go back to the tribe and say he and Lin Suzu were sleeping together, and Lin Zhao would use that as an excuse to make her go back and cook for the tribe. Lin Suzu hesitated. Nantu quickly scanned the area and finally found a place to sleep. He transformed into his mermaid form and jumped into the water. No need, I'm used to sleeping in the water. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all remembered that Nantu was a merman. It was normal for him to sleep in the water. Lin Suzu was relieved when he found a place to sleep. She arranged her fur and was about to lie down when she saw Kaixia and Aju looking at her as if they had something to say. Lin Suzu knew they were thinking too much, but she was too tired to explain. She lay down and closed her eyes. Everyone was exhausted after a long day of work, so they all slept well. The next day, everyone was woken up by a cracking sound. Lin Suzu immediately got up and went to the fire. She knew the sound was the pottery cracking. Zhu and Kaixia were nervous since it was their first time making pottery. What happened? Lin Suzu waved her hand. It's nothing. A few pieces cracked because the heat wasn't even, but the others are fine. We can open the kiln now. Zhu and Kaisha didn't know what opening the kiln meant. They watched as Linsu picked up a wooden stick and started moving the ashes. The others followed suit. Nantu, who was sleeping in the water, was a little slow to respond. By the time he got there, they were all busy digging through the ashes. When he saw a few broken pieces of pottery, his eyebrows twitched. But then he saw Linsu giving commands to the other four, and his eyebrows relaxed. He looked at the fire. The two women had mostly made small bowls and cups, but they were not as well made as the ones Linsu made before. Linsu's creations this time were even more strange. They were getting bigger and bigger, and some were so big that a person could fit inside. He didn't know what they were for, but overall, the pottery was a huge success. Even the one he made himself turned out well. His admiration for Linsu grew. Linsu was busy sorting the pottery when the system sent her a message. "Congratulations, host. Nantu's affection value has changed. Do you want to see it? If it's just a 1-point change, don't bother telling me." It's an insult, she thought. Don't worry, host. This time, Nantu's value is very interesting. Do you want to see it? Linsu was relieved to hear that there was a big change. She agreed to check. To her surprise, Nantu's affection value had jumped to 50. She remembered that when the affection values of all her mates increased, she would be able to level up her love brain. Then, she would get new rewards. System. When all the affection values go up, will my love brain be upgraded to filter brain? She asked. Yes, host. When all of your target's affection values reach 100, your love brain will be upgraded to filter brain. It has to be 100 to upgrade? Why did Lanting's upgrade so quickly? That's for another reason. The host will know when you trigger the hidden mission, the system replied. Okay, Linsu said. I'm looking forward to the rewards for the filter brain. Maybe all my abilities will blossom. Kaisha looked at the sturdy pottery she had made with her own hands and was so happy. We did it! Suzu, you're amazing! You can even make pottery. Zhu was also smiling. Yeah, Suzu, you're so incredible. With these, cooking will be so much easier. Linsu smiled, but didn't say anything. She wasn't that close to them. Although she appreciated the compliments, she knew the credit wasn't all hers. After all, they had made it themselves. After they cleaned up, they started packing their things. Linsu's half-human-sized bathtub and water tank were not easy to carry. Luckily, Fufeng could fly and used his powers to hold them. Fufeng, Shiaoy, and Lanting shared the rest of the load. Nantu also helped with a few pieces that he had asked for. Linsu couldn't refuse, since she didn't have anywhere else to put them. On the way back, she still rode on Lanting's back because he was the most stable, and it was the most comfortable for her during her period. The group returned to the tribe with their things, once again attracting everyone's attention. This time, it wasn't just Linsu who had gone out with her mates. Kaisha and Aju had also gone with theirs. Everyone noticed that Kaisha and Aju were carrying pottery. Kaisha, Aju, you're carrying pottery too? We went with Suzu to make them, they replied. When they said this, many of the other women became envious. They had seen the pottery when Linsu was refining the salt. It was sturdy enough to be used in a fire and held water without leaking. The beastman's eyes were on the large items on Fufeng's back. Fufeng, what are you going to use that huge pot for? Fufeng carefully put it down and looked at Linsu. I don't know. You'll have to ask her. Everyone looked at Linsu. This is a water tank. It's used for storing water. With this, we don't have to keep going back and forth to the deep pool to get water. When she said this, the other beastmen were tempted. Just then, Lanya and Antelope walked over. When Lanya saw that Linsu had made another batch of pottery, she couldn't help but say, Linsu, you left without saying anything again. I told you last time that, as a female, you need to take care of yourself and not act so recklessly. She was angry that Linsu didn't even give her any of the pottery. Lanya, seeing that Antelope was there, immediately started complaining about Linsu. Antelope's face also turned a little sour. The most important thing for a female is to respect herself. Your reputation wasn't great before. Suzu, you need to be careful and listen to your mother. Linsu knew that Lanya would use this opportunity to cause trouble. But she was prepared. She pointed at a large clay pot. I wasn't just playing. I specifically made a large pot to refine salt more efficiently. Antelope's face instantly cleared up. We need a large pot to refine salt. You did a great job. he said. Lanya had already prepared her words, but in just a few sentences, Linsu had won over Antelope. Lanya was so angry her vision turned black. Ever since Antelope saw Linsu refine salt, he had a new respect for her. Now that she had made a pot just for that purpose, he was even more pleased. But he also thought that Linsu should teach the other people in the tribe how to make pottery. Your pottery is great. Teach the others in the tribe how to make it so everyone can have some. The tribe had already wanted pottery for a while, but Linsu's reputation was so bad that they didn't dare to ask her. Now that the chief had spoken, they were all happy. Linsu didn't refuse. I took Kaixia and Aju with me this time. I can teach everyone then. She didn't have the time to teach everyone one-on-one. She had a lot of other things to do. Antelope had no objections. Then you can have Azu and Kaixia teach them. Linsu was about to leave when Lin Nuan Nuan walked over. She smiled at Linsu. Linsu's eyelids twitched. She had a bad feeling. As she expected, Lin Nuan Nuan said with a smile, Luo, there's a person outside looking for you. He says he's your mate. Linsu was stunned. Where did another one come from? The system said there were 5. The 5 beastmen who were packing their things stopped and looked at Linsu. Their eyes were full of curiosity. When they heard that a new mate was looking for her, they all looked at her with interest. Why are you looking at me? I don't know who this is, Linsu thought. She was confused and called the system. System, you said there were 5 targets. Why is there another one? The system, which usually responded quickly, was silent for a long time. Linsu thought it had crashed and was about to ask what was going on when she heard a mechanical sound. Apologies, host. The system is currently undergoing an upgrade. It cannot be used normally at this time. It will continue to provide services after the update is complete. Linsu was speechless. She was certain the system was doing this on purpose. Just when she needed it the most, it was updating. Linsu sighed. Looks like I have to clean up this mess myself. Just as she was thinking about what to do, Lin Nuan Nuan spoke again. Luo, don't you want to go see him? He looks so infatuated. He keeps saying he misses you. He what? Linsu didn't believe that a normal mate would be attracted to a fat female like her. Lin Nuan Nuan's words were so dangerous. She wasn't afraid of being struck by lightning. Lin Nuan Nuan was happy to see Linsu's silence. She wanted to see what Linsu would do now. The Black Bear Man was not an ordinary beast man. He was perfect for Linsu. She's so close to her 5 mates, right? I want to see how they'll react when they see how promiscuous she is now. When she thought about how Linsu would once again become a despised female, Lin Nuan Nuan smiled to herself, but she didn't dare to show it too much, or people would think she was enjoying it. Antelope frowned when he heard that Linsu had another mate. But before he could say anything, a deep voice came from behind him. Lin Ya had a look of disgust on her face. I've told you before, a female should be more respectful. You were gone all night, and now you bring back a new mate. What will the tribe think of you? Lanya looked down on Linsu in every way, and now she was convinced Linsu had seduced the new mate. Antelope's face also changed. He was about to lecture Linsu when she spoke first. Mother, you're jumping to conclusions. Don't you know what your own daughter looks like? Who would be attracted to me? Linsu's words were like a dagger to Lanya's heart. She had always refused to admit that she had given birth to such an ugly female. Linsu's words made her feel even more ashamed. Linsu knew she wasn't pretty, but she was confident that she would become beautiful, so her words didn't hurt her at all. She said it to spite Lanya, who had always looked down on the original host. Antelope, who was about to speak, closed his mouth. Anyone in the tribe could have a secret lover, but it was highly unlikely that Linsu would. Who would have a secret affair with such an ugly female unless they had a problem with their eyes? Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to face the fact that Linsu was indeed ugly. If she wasn't, would she have tried to jump into the river and try to seduce her mates? It was because her mates didn't like her. Although he didn't know what tricks she had used to get them to mate with her, he knew she wasn't the kind of female you would fall for at first sight. Thinking about this, he felt a little better. Lin Ya was so angry that she left, trembling. Antelope quickly followed her. Lin Nuan wouldn't miss such an opportunity. She looked at the mates behind Linsu. Suzu, if you don't want him, I can go talk to him for you. Why does she need to get involved? Linsu thought. This White Lotus loves to cause trouble whenever she can. Linsu didn't like her, but she didn't have time to deal with her right now. She wanted to know who this new mate was. She looked at Lin Nuan Nuan. This is my business, you don't need to worry about it. Where is he? Lin Nuan Nuan was about to point the way, But then the black bear man walked toward them. His eyes lit up. "It's him," she said. Not just Linsu, but everyone in the tribe looked at him. Linsu's mouth twitched when she saw him. "Did Lin Nuan Nuan hire him to pretend to be my mate and make a fool of me?" she thought. She thought she was ugly, but he was even uglier. The other beastmen were disappointed by his appearance, but then they looked at Linsu and thought they were a good match. Linsu was confused. Did the original host find him because her 5 mates didn't like her? But would a person who is used to handsome beastmen want to be with someone like him? Lin Nuan Nuan was so happy to see Linsu's shocked face. She's a perfect match for him. The 5 mates she's with are not meant for her. She looked at the 5 beastmen, who were all watching. They all seemed to accept that Linsu was cheating on them, as the man's appearance matched her so well. Linsu didn't know what to say. Lin Nuan Nuan, seeing how quiet she was, walked up to the black bear man. "Did you tell me you were Susu's mate?" The black bear man nodded. Linsu looked at him suspiciously. He was a black bear beast man. Was he related to her adoptive mother? "Don't you remember?" he said. "My mother sent me here. Have you forgotten? We were promised to each other when we were little." Linsu was speechless. People in primitive society have arranged marriages? I never would have guessed. Linsu searched the original host's memories, but couldn't find any information about the black bear man. Did the original host lose her memory of this person? She wondered. She couldn't help but complain about the system again. After thinking about it, Linsu decided to let him stay for now. She would ask the system for more information once the update was complete. She had never met her adoptive mother, so she didn't know if he was telling the truth. If he wasn't lying, then he and the original host were childhood sweethearts. Linsu felt like her head was going to explode. She wondered if this was another challenge the system had created to make her mission more difficult. The black bear man looked at Linsu pitifully. "Please don't send me away." Linsu looked at his dirty clothes. "Go to the deep pool and take a bath first. After you're done, come find me over there." Linsu pointed to the forest. That was where her kitchen was. It was almost time for dinner, and they had been running around all morning. The black bear man was so happy. "Thank you, Suzu. You're just as nice as you were when we were little." He turned and walked away, leaving Linsu confused. Muxuan looked at Linsu and smiled. "So, you have a childhood sweetheart?" Linsu didn't know how to answer. She looked at the 5 of them. "Take the things to the kitchen. It's almost time for dinner." Nothing could make the 5 beastmen shut up faster than the word dinner. Muxuan immediately grabbed the things and rushed to the kitchen, afraid that Linsu wouldn't feed him if he kept talking. The other 4 also grabbed their things and left. They had questions, but they knew they could wait. Once the black bear man was cleaned up, they would find out what was going on. Lin Nuan Nuan looked at Linsu's back with a smile. An ugly beast man and an ugly female are a perfect match. The group placed the pottery where Linsu told them to. Nantu didn't have many things, so he was about to leave after he was done. But Linsu stopped him. "Stay for dinner. Thank you for helping me with the things." Nantu had helped her, so she felt she had to thank him. Nantu was surprised. He was about to refuse, but he remembered how good Linsu's food was. He hesitated. The other mates also took a seat at the table, as if they were waiting to be served. Nantu saw this and decided to stay. Linsu went to the stove. With the black bear man here, she needed to make more food. She made 10 dishes in total. "The food is ready. It should be enough for you," Linsu said as she sat down. Muxuan looked at the table full of food and thought, "This is definitely enough." She always favors someone. She made different dishes for Lanting. And now she's making an even bigger feast for her childhood sweetheart. We never got this kind of treatment. Linsu had no idea what he was thinking. She grabbed a bowl and put it on the table. A low, pleasant voice came from behind her. "Suzu, am I eating here?" Linsu looked up and froze. "Are you the black bear from before?" she asked, a little hesitant. It wasn't her fault she didn't recognize him. The man in front of her had long black hair, a face as beautiful as a painting, a thin nose and lips and fair skin. His eyes captivated her. "He's so enchanting," she thought. He looked completely different from before. His appearance was on par with the other 5 mates. The other 5 also noticed the change. Fufeng's eyes widened. No wonder Linsu liked him. His appearance is amazing. It made sense why she would keep him. But doesn't that make it 6 mates? "Yes," he said with a charming smile. Linsu barely managed to keep herself from getting flustered. "Sit down. By the way, what's your name?" The man sat down and smiled. My name is Shi. Shi? What a strange name for a black bear beastman. And he's so enchanting, Linsu thought. Mushuan laughed. This guy's name is Shi Yi, a reptile? He's a relative of you snake beastman, Xiaoy. He's a black bear. He's more like you leopard beastman, Xiaoy said calmly. No, it's not that, Ji. It's these two characters, Shi explained. Even though she knew which characters they were, Linsu still thought Shi Yi was easier to say. Shi Yi, let's eat. The food will get cold. Okay, Suzu, I'm going to eat a lot, Shi Yi said with a smile. The 5 beastmen were speechless. He's so enthusiastic. Shi Yi tried a few bites and his eyes lit up. This is so good, Suzu. Your cooking is amazing. Eat as much as you want, Linsu said. After dinner, Shi Yi rubbed his stomach. Suzu, where is your hut? Why do you ask? Linsu asked. I want to know where I'm going to sleep tonight, he said. Linsu was shocked. You're going to sleep with me? I'm your mate, of course. I'm going to sleep with you, he said. The 5 beastmen looked at him in surprise. Arranged marriages are so different. But then they all looked at Linsu. Linsu felt like she had experienced a month's worth of shock in an hour. She had just recovered from his appearance, and now she was dealing with his words. Fu Feng, who was about to fly away, heard him and stopped. Would Linsu agree, he thought? If she does, it's going to be a wild night for the tribe. Xiaoy was also in disbelief. Does this black bear have a problem with his eyes? Does he think Linsu is pretty? Mushuan was just enjoying the show. If he wasn't worried that Linsu would glare at him, he would have whistled. Linsu is finally getting some action, Nanu shook his head. Knowing Linsu, it's going to be a disaster. It's a shame that she has such a good appearance. Why would he want to be with Linsu just because of an arranged marriage? Lanting didn't have any reaction. He just looked at Linsu, waiting for her to answer. Linsu didn't want to get involved with Shi Yi. She smiled at him. Quote, not all mates and females sleep together. Besides, we're just childhood sweethearts, right? She said, hinting that they weren't that close. Shi Yi nodded seriously. I know. We haven't seen each other in so long, so we should sleep together to catch up. Linsu was speechless. Is there something wrong with his brain? He's so bold. Doesn't he worry about taking advantage of her? Since hinting didn't work, Linsu had no choice but to be blunt. It's not convenient. I'm having my period. It's okay. We can just sleep in the same bed and cuddle, he said. I don't want to cuddle with you. Linsu felt a sudden urge to break down. Since she couldn't get through to him, she looked at the other 5, hoping they would help her. Nanu ignored her. Xiaoy stroked his nose. Mushuan and Fu Feng looked at the ground. Finally, Lanting spoke up. Suzu's hut is a little small. It's not easy to sleep in there. If you don't mind, why don't you sleep with me? Linsu was so moved. Lanting is the best. I'm going to give him an extra chicken leg tomorrow. Shi Yi looked at him thoughtfully. Are you jealous that I'm taking Suzu away? Lanting stiffened. This man's words were impossible to answer. The conversation was at a standstill again. Linsu sighed. Where did you sleep on the way here? Shi Yi looked a little embarrassed. I was on the road all the time, so I just slept in a tree. Linsu nodded and pointed at a tree. That tree looks good. You can sleep there tonight. Now it was Ji Yi's turn to look embarrassed. Huts are for females. All the other mates find their own places to sleep. Linsu said with a smile. Shi Yi looked at the other 5. He had heard at the deep pool that these 5 were Linsu's mates. This time, the 5 of them didn't deny it because they didn't sleep with Linsu anyway. Seeing that they didn't object, Shi Yi reluctantly accepted her suggestion. He looked at Linsu sadly. Suzu, my big tree is always open for you. If you ever miss me, come find me at the big tree. Linsu was speechless. This black bear was so dramatic. He sounded like a green tea. B times CH. Linsu ignored his words. It had taken her so long to clear up the rumors. If she said anything else, it would get more complicated. After a long day of traveling and arguing, Linsu was exhausted. She went back to her hut after dinner and fell asleep. The next morning, she woke up and called the system. Tell me what's going on with Ji Yi. Apologies, host. The system is currently undergoing an upgrade. Service is temporarily suspended. We apologize for any inconvenience. It's been a whole night, and it's still not done? Linsu twitched her lips. Her system had never been reliable. After her morning jog, Linsu started doing yoga. Shiyi was watching her from the tree with his arms behind his head and his legs crossed. This Linsu is a little interesting. She's so energetic in the morning. I wonder what she's doing. Shiyi jumped down from the tree with a smile on his face. Suzu, what are you doing? Linsu was in the middle of a difficult pose when Shiyi suddenly appeared, scaring her. Why are you here? Shiyi's eyes were curved as he looked at Linsu. I think your dance is very beautiful. I couldn't help but be drawn to it, so I came to admire it up close. Linsu's mouth twitched. Dance? This was the first time someone had called yoga dancing, and he even said it was beautiful. Linsu was now sure that there was something wrong with Shiyi's brain. She didn't argue with him. She had exercised for a while and was sweating, so she started walking to her hut to get a change of clothes and take a bath. After a few steps, she realized Shiyi was following her. She was about to ask him why he was following her, but then thought he was probably looking for breakfast. Go get breakfast at my place later, and before she could finish, a sharp voice interrupted her. Suzu, who is this? Everyone in the tribe square turned to look. Linsu hadn't had a chance to answer when Shiyi said with a smile, Hello everyone. My name is Shiyi. Shiyi, are you a lizard man? Then why are your ears round? A female asked, confused by his name. It's not that, Shiyi explained patiently. A young female standing near Linsu saw Shiyi, and her heart fluttered. Suzu, what is your relationship with him? Linsu knew that since he had changed his appearance, no one would know he was the black bear beast man from yesterday. Everyone was in disbelief. The female who had taken a liking to him was especially shocked. Are you saying he's the same person as your arranged marriage from yesterday? You've got to be kidding me. I saw him yesterday, and he didn't look like that. Shiyi smiled and rubbed the back of his head. I was in a hurry to get here and see Suzu, so I didn't stop to wash up along the way. Only after Shiyi admitted it did everyone reluctantly believe him. Lin Nuan Nuan, who was in the crowd, also looked in disbelief. How is this possible? She thought. If I had known he was so handsome, I would have been nicer to him and tried to steal him. But then she thought, it's not a bad thing that he's handsome. The more handsome he is, the more the 5 mates will believe that Linsu is a cheater. Lin Nuan Nuan's lips curled into a smile. Linsu, you're going to be abandoned by your 5 mates soon. She decided to use this opportunity to get close to them and win them back. As for Shiyi, she would try to get closer to him too. It was a shame that such a handsome man was with Linsu. Linsu had no idea what Lin Nuan Nuan was thinking. She was sweaty after her workout and felt uncomfortable. She couldn't wait. She told Shiyi to wait for her at the dining area from yesterday and went back to her hut. Shiyi didn't follow her. He went to the dining area. Shiaoy, Fufeng, Mushuan, and Lanting were a little surprised to see Shiyi sitting at the table. Fufeng twitched his lips. He's so fast at getting a meal, even though he hasn't done any work. Females really love sweet talk. Linsu didn't know what he was thinking. For breakfast, Linsu had made some corn buns. The 6 men immediately started eating them. Shiyi's eyes lit up after taking a bite. This is so delicious. I've never eaten anything so good. The others had a similar reaction when they first tried Linsu's food, but after a while, they got used to it. Mushuan looked at him with a puzzled expression. Haven't you had these buns before? Linsu's cooking was taught to her by her adoptive mother. Linsu's heart sank, and she almost bit her tongue. Shiyi's eyes also darted around. Before he could finish, Linsu interrupted him. I just made these buns myself. My mother doesn't know how to make them. Mushuan looked at the corn bun in his hand again. You can invent your own dishes? He had always assumed that Linsu's cooking was all taught to her by her adoptive mother. Linsu didn't like what he was implying. What are you talking about? I've invented many dishes myself. To prevent herself from being caught later, Linsu decided to set the record straight. Mushuan could feel that Linsu was getting angry, so he quickly praised her. No, I just meant that you're very skilled. All the dishes you invent are delicious. Shiyi also chimed in. Yes, I agree. This is my first time eating something like this, and it's so good. Suzu's cooking has improved a lot. Linsu's heart, which had been in her throat, finally went back to its place. After breakfast, Lanting followed Linsu. The furs are ready! We can make clothes now. When Shiaoy, Mushuan, and Fufeng heard that Lanting was going to make clothes for Linsu, they immediately started washing the dishes without her having to ask. Lanting had something to do, but she was just standing there. We can't let him get away with doing nothing, Fufeng thought. He beckoned Shiyi over. What is it, Fufeng? Shiyi asked. Fufeng pointed at the table. You're in charge of cleaning the table. Make sure it's spotless. Shiyi was a little surprised. Cleaning the table? Don't you know our rules? Fufeng said with his arms crossed. Everyone who eats here has to work. You're her mate, so you can't be lazy either. Shiyi nodded and didn't protest. Okay, I understand. Shiyi picked up the fur rag and started wiping the table. When he saw that Fufeng was still watching him, he smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. Is there anything else, Brother Fufeng? Brother? What brother? Fufeng's skin crawled. We're not related by blood, so don't call me that. We're both Suzu's mates, and you came before me, so you're naturally my older brother, Shiyi said with a harmless smile. Fufeng felt a strange awkwardness in his gut. When the five of them were together, they never felt this way. Why did it feel so weird now that a new person had joined them? He shook his head to get rid of the goosebumps. I don't just go around calling people my little brother. Don't call me brother or little brother, too. It's disgusting to play this kind of game, especially with someone like Linsu. Shiyi just said, oh, softly, and went back to work. Meanwhile, after the furs were softened and dried, it was time to cut and sew them. In her past life, Linsu was used to buying clothes made in factories. It was hard for her to make her own clothes. The last time she cut a few pieces of fur, her eyes almost fell out. Linsu licked her lips and looked at Lanting. Lanting, can you help me make a few fur skirts? Even though Lanting was a beastman, he was good at sewing. The fur skirts he wore were all self-made. Linsu's had a close look at them, and the stitches were very tight. Lanting didn't refuse. Linsu's sewing was notoriously bad. The ones she was currently wearing were the ones he had made for her before. What kind do you want to make? Waist length or knee length? He asked. Linsu wasn't interested in those two styles. She had a chance to make new clothes, so she wanted to make them look good. This was her secret weapon to win them over. I actually want to make something different, Linsu said shyly. Lanting looked confused. Different? Linsu pulled Lanting to a flat rock. This is the style I want to make. When her hand touched his arm, he felt a warmth. For some reason, Lanting felt a strange feeling rise in his chest. Linsu looked at him with expectation, but then saw him looking at her hand. She immediately realized she had touched him, which was a big no-no. She quickly pulled her hand back. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted you to come over. Lanting's eyes were still a little dazed as he watched her hand retreat. Linsu felt a little nervous. Can you make these? Lanting looked at the strange designs and nodded. I've never made them before, but I think I can. Linsu sighed with relief. She was afraid that Lanting would say he couldn't do it. Lanting looked at the designs again and then looked back at her. I need to measure you first. Linsu nodded, but then she felt confused. There were no rulers in primitive society, so how would he measure her? Before she could ask, Lanting disappeared like a gust of wind. He was back in no time with a few vines in his hand. Oh, right. I forgot about these. Vines could be used to measure and mark sizes. But why did he have so many? She wondered. Did he need that many for 2 measurements? Linsu looked at them curiously, and then she heard Lanting's gentle voice. Please raise your arms. Linsu's eyes twinkled. She thought he would ask her to do it herself. Measuring was a very intimate thing. Their bodies would touch, and there would be some friction. She asked again cautiously. I should raise my arms? Lanting patiently nodded. After measuring her arms and legs, he measured her chest. He took a long vine and went behind Linsu. The two of them were very close, and Linsu's breathing became a little shallow. Being touched there by a beastman made her nervous. Lanting lowered his head and measured her seriously. He didn't stop until he reached the highest point. After he was done, Linsu felt like she couldn't breathe. Then he measured her waist and hips, which were her most embarrassing parts. Although her size had shrunk, she was still a little bigger than other females. When the long vine touched her waist, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. However, Lanting noticed this and said, Don't hold your breath. It will make the measurement inaccurate. The other beastmen, who were cleaning, heard this and laughed. Linsu's face turned a little red. What are you laughing at? When I get skinny, you'll all be begging for me. After the measurements were taken, the two of them went to get the furs. When people saw them carrying so many furs, they couldn't help but look. Suzu, are you going to make clothes with all those furs? Do you need help? An older female asked kindly. Linsu smiled. No, thank you. Lanting will help me. When she said this, the people in the tribe started talking. Look how good Lanting is to Suzu. He's even making clothes for her. She's so lucky. Lucky? Lin Nuan Nuan looked at the furs in Linsu's hands and her lips curled up. I hope you can still smile later. Linsu and Lanting took the furs to the kitchen. Shiaoy started cutting the clothes, and Lanting started sewing them according to Linsu's designs. He followed her instructions for most of the clothes, but for some of the skirts, she wanted him to make holes in them, which he didn't understand. Linsu just smiled mysteriously. You'll see when I'm done. After Lanting made the clothes, Linsu wanted to take a bath and try them on. She had found a hot spring and was happy, but then Nanu went there. To avoid any unnecessary trouble, Linsu decided to heat her own water. After she made sure the temperature was right, she took off her clothes and got into the tub. She was about to put some ground pearl powder on her face when a person fell from the sky and into her tub. The huge splash stunned Linsu for a few seconds. Before she could react, she felt a hand on her chest. At that moment, she heard footsteps outside. I wonder if Linsu has made dinner yet. She should have. We'll wait. Before they could finish, Shiaoy, Mushuan, and Fufeng froze when they saw what was in front of them. Linsu was naked, and a person was in the tub with her. Oh my god, what am I seeing? Mushuan covered his eyes. Are you still going to say that we might not have dinner tonight? Fufeng said. This is not my fault, Mushuan said quietly. How was I supposed to know that Linsu would choose this spot? Besides, why would they choose this place? They could have gone somewhere more private or waited until it was dark. Mushuan felt like Fufeng was blaming him. Although the people in the tribe often had affairs in the dark, and they were used to hearing the sounds, seeing it in person was a different story, especially in broad daylight. The three of them couldn't help but think about the past. Linsu's last attempts at seduction were at least in the dark, but now it was broad daylight, and she was going for it. Shiaoy frowned and whispered to the other two. Who is in the water with her? I don't know, Mushuan said, covering his eyes, quote, it's either one of us or one of those three. It can't be Lanting. He seems like a decent guy. He wouldn't do something like this in broad daylight, Fufeng said. I bet it's Nan too, Mushuan said. He took her fur skirts last time. They were having a heated moment. This wild and crazy way of doing things in a tub is so him. Xiaoye's mouth twitched. And what about that black bear? Ziyi is also a shady one. Mushuan shook his head. I'll bet you a duck egg that it's Nanu. Xiaoye was against it. I'll bet you a duck egg that it's Shiyi. The two of them looked at Fufeng. What about you? Fufeng felt disgusted by what he was seeing. They're sharing bath water? How dirty is that? He lowered his head. I'm not betting. It's disgusting. Linsu, who was listening to their conversation, couldn't take it anymore. How dare they use me to gamble, and they're doing it right in front of me. And where did this person come from? Her embarrassment turned into anger. Take your hand off me and get out now. When Shiyi heard her angry voice, he quickly moved away from her. The water in the tub rippled. Xiaoye, Fufeng, and Mushuan, hearing the water, wanted to see who was with Linsu. But when they looked, they saw Linsu's incredibly sexy body. Their eyes darkened. They wondered when Linsu had become so attractive. She was still a little chubby, but she wasn't as bloated as before. She was just round and plump. The sun was setting, and the soft sunlight shone on her body, making it look like it was coated in honey. The three of them were mesmerized. Congratulations, host. Fufeng, Xiaoye, and Mushuan's attraction value has increased rapidly. Their affection value is now close to 99. Linsu was so angry, but then the system's voice rang in her head. She was confused. Why did their affection value suddenly skyrocket? I didn't do anything. Before she could figure it out, another splash of water was heard. Quote, hello everyone, she said with a smile as he came out of the water. Compared to Linsu, who was embarrassed, shy, and angry, the culprit looked calm and collected. He didn't feel a hint of awkwardness. Fufeng, Xiaoye, and Mushuan came back to their senses and blushed. After calming down, Shiaoy looked at the person in the water. He raised his eyebrows. I was right. Remember to give me a duck egg tomorrow. Mu Xuan pursed his lips. This guy is full of tricks. He got caught and can still act so nonchalant. He's got a thick skin. Linsu hid in the water and glared at Shiyi. Get out now, and you three turn around. I need to get dressed. Linsu got out of the water and put on her clothes, her anger boiling. What's wrong? Linsu asked angrily. I was just taking a nice bath, and you come out of nowhere. Where did you come from? Shiyi not only wasn't embarrassed, he also looked wronged. The tree you chose for me yesterday was so uncomfortable. I just wanted to find a better place to sleep, but the branch broke and I fell right on top of you. So it was his fault? Linsu's face darkened. Tomorrow, go hunt some furs for me. I need to make a bathtub. Shiyi nodded. Okay, Suzu, but what is a bathtub? Linsu was so angry she didn't have the patience to answer. Just go. I'll find more furs to cover you when you're bathing, so your butt doesn't show. Normally, the three men who loved to watch a good show would have made some sarcastic remarks, but now they were all in a daze, looking at Linsu's new clothes. She has a nice body. I never noticed it before. Unfortunately, Linsu couldn't hear their praises, or she would have been ecstatic. Since her bath was ruined, Linsu was not in the mood to make a good dinner. It was the most perfunctory dinner she had ever made. She just made a hot pot with mushrooms and vegetables. The taste was actually not bad, but it was too bland and had no meat, which disappointed the beastmen who loved meat. They were used to eating meat, but they didn't dare to ask for any. Linsu looked genuinely angry. Of course she was. Her bath had been interrupted. Although her bath was interrupted, she was able to take a hot bath, which made her feel a lot better. She slept soundly that night. The next day, Linsu went for her usual run. When she returned, she saw a crowd in front of her hut. She glanced at them and saw that most of them were females. What happened now? She wondered. Is that White Lotus up to something again? She walked through the crowd and heard some people whispering. How long has it been? And she's already received another pile of furs. How is she going to wear all of them? Linsu was confused, but then she saw 5 or 6 black furs in front of her door. Her eyes went dark. Shiyi was holding another fur, smiling at her. What are you doing? She asked. Suzu, didn't you say you wanted a bathtub? Shiyi asked. What kind of bathtub is black? Linsu imagined the scene. A few black furs hanging from branches, forming a makeshift bathtub. It looked like a funeral parlor. What would a living person need that for? She thought. Of all the colors, why did you choose black? Linsu's mouth twitched. Shiyi smiled. Black looks good, doesn't it? Linsu was speechless. Another one who chose the color based on his own fur. She had thought that he would hunt for other types of furs, but she never imagined he would be so loyal to his own color. She had forgotten that he was a black bear. The crowd started whispering, jealous that Linsu had received new furs so soon after making new clothes. A person in the crowd heard Linsu's complaint and defended Shiyi. Suzu, your maid is so good to you. What more could you ask for? The black color is nice too, she said, though she didn't say the last part out loud. She hadn't received a single fur this month. When their eyes shifted to Linsu, they stopped. They had been so busy looking at the furs that they hadn't noticed she was wearing a new fur skirt. The style was something they had never seen before. The women in the tribe wore green leaf tops, but Linsu's was different. Ju and Kai Zia were about to greet Linsu, but when they noticed her new outfit, they couldn't stop complimenting her. Suzu, did you make this new fur outfit yesterday? It's so beautiful, Kaisha said with admiration. She knew that Linsu was very skilled, and that this beautiful outfit was her idea. Ju, who is usually shy, also came forward to look at her clothes. Suzu, these clothes look like they were made just for you. Linsu was proud. She was going for a wild and sexy look today. She was wearing a leopard print halter top and a leopard print short skirt. Since there were no zippers, she had Lanting make a few holes and threaded a fur strap through them, which she could tighten. After losing some weight, the skirt accentuated her curves. Although she was still not considered pretty, she had managed to show off her body with these clothes. It's a shame there are no sponges here, she thought. I could have made a padded bra, but when she looked at her full chest, she felt confident. She didn't need a sponge to stand out. How did you make this? Kaisha asked, very interested. It's so beautiful. Linsu wasn't stingy. She raised her chin. Do you like it? I'll draw the design for you later. Really? That would be great, Kaixia said excitedly. Me too, Suzu. Ah, Suzu said. Linsu nodded. You can both come together. The other females also gathered around her. Lin Nuan Nuan watched Linsu being surrounded by the other females, and her eyes turned red. She used to be the one who was surrounded by everyone. Linsu is even stealing this from me? Fine, you've worn the furs. Just wait, in a few days you'll be hiding again. Yi was completely forgotten. After a long wait, he asked Linsu, Suzu, what should I do with these furs? Linsu had enough of the other females and glared at him. Take those furs and follow me, she said through gritted teeth. Yi grabbed the furs and followed Linsu. The other females, who had been a little confused by Linsu's harsh tone, now understood. The black furs looked ugly compared to the beautiful clothes she was wearing. Linsu and Yi walked to the kitchen. She pointed to the spot where she had her tub. Look at this place. Would it look good with black furs hanging all over it? Yi looked at it seriously. I think it looks pretty good. Linsu was speechless. She had never seen a beast man with such terrible taste. She closed her eyes. I'm a female. I don't like black. Yi realized his mistake. Then I'll get some white furs or some chicken feathers for you. Linsu thought for a moment. White would be a good color. Then get white ones. She hadn't noticed before, but Yi seemed very strong. It had taken Fu Feng and the others a whole day to hunt, but Yi had already gotten so many. Was his power even stronger than theirs? While Linsu was thinking, Yi looked at her shyly. Suzu, can you make me a fur outfit? Linsu was speechless. He was so bold. Before she could answer, he added, Suzu, there are a lot of mosquitoes in the trees. Can I sleep with you tonight? Mu Xuan, who had just arrived with the duck egg, sneered. You've got a lot of nerve. Yi saw him and smiled. It's okay, Brother Mu Xuan. You can join us too. Linsu was so shocked. She felt like she was struck by lightning. This beast man was so open-minded. Mu Xuan's face also darkened. Before he could respond, Lanting, Shiaoy, and Fu Feng all arrived. Since there were so many people, Yi suggested, since everyone wants to sleep with Suzu, why don't we make a schedule? Linsu was stunned. What kind of schedule? The others' faces were dark, and they didn't respond immediately. Yi happily explained, we all want Suzu, so we should make a schedule. This way, all 6 of us will get to spend time with her. Yi was so excited about his idea. Linsu was so shocked. This Yi was full of ideas. If she had known he was like this, she would have never let him stay. He had only been here for a few days, and he was already causing so much trouble. If they really made a schedule, the other beastmen's affection values would drop. It was not a good experience to be with someone you didn't like. She wondered what was wrong with Yi that he was trying so hard to get close to her. She couldn't agree. It would backfire. She had worked so hard to get their affection values to increase, and she couldn't let Yi ruin it. Did you get the furs for me? She asked him. And you're making demands? Yi paused. I want you to make me some clothes. Linsu looked at him. You're already wearing clothes. Yi scratched his head shyly. But you don't like black. These clothes don't appeal to you. I feel like I'm not attractive enough. Linsu was speechless. Lanting makes my clothes. I can't help you with that. But I can design some nice outfits for you. Yi's eyes looked at her hopefully. Can you not draw? I only know how to draw female clothes. I don't know how to draw beastmen's clothes. Linsu lied. I'm not going to draw anything for him. If I draw one, he'll ask for another. And he's not even my target. He was just causing trouble for her. Okay, Yi said, looking disappointed. He sounded so pathetic. A normal female would have probably comforted him, but Linsu didn't even look at him. Why should I feel sorry for him? If he wants to make something, he should do it himself, she thought. She was not a saint, and she couldn't let him ruin her mission. Yi was silent for a moment. He lifted his eyelids and, seeing that Linsu had no reaction, he continued. Then how should we make the schedule? Should we draw lots, or should Suzu choose? The others had been watching the show, but when they heard Yi bring up the schedule again, they didn't react, but their ears perked up. To be honest, a few days ago, Mu Xuan wouldn't have been interested in a schedule. Linsu was so fat and ugly, he didn't even want to look at her. But after seeing her curves yesterday, his heart fluttered. As a leopard, he liked females who were a little plump. He didn't like bony females. Although Linsu wasn't pretty now, at her rate of losing weight, her body would be great in a few days, so a schedule wasn't a bad idea. After Shiaoy went back yesterday, he couldn't get Linsu's body out of his mind. It was strange. She was not his type, but she had a strange attraction to him, as if she had some kind of magic. He felt that this was not normal. He wanted to get closer to her to see if she had used something on him. He had checked himself yesterday, and there were no traces of any medicine. This feeling was coming from within him. He was at a loss. Fufeng didn't want to do it. What kind of schedule? Isn't it dirty to sleep with someone? But the other two were silent, so he didn't say anything either. He wondered if they were waiting for her to make them good food. If he spoke up first, he might offend her. Lanting was also a little hesitant. A schedule. When he was out hunting with other mates who had families, they would always complain about the schedule. He guessed this was something all married beastmen had to go through. The four of them had their own thoughts, so no one objected. Linsu had been waiting for them to refuse, but none of them did. She looked at them with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong with you guys? You're usually so quick to refuse, but now you're not saying anything." Linsu waited for a while, and when no one responded, she had to find an excuse herself. "Why should I spend time with you? If you have nothing to do, go do some work. Don't you see how busy I am? I don't have time for this." She was shocked that Linsu had refused. "But you're our female." "What female? I'll remind you again, we're just childhood sweethearts. As for the rest, that's between me and my 5 mates. Why? Oh, you have no right to ask about it." Shiyi had been calling them her mates all day, and Linsu was fed up. She finally said it. If she didn't, he would cause more trouble. The system didn't tell her to win him over, so she had to make it clear that he wasn't her target. She wanted to draw a clear line between them. "How can you say that, Suzu?" Shiyi asked, sounding hurt. "I'm your mate too. We don't even have a beast totem. We're not real mates." When a male and female become mates in the beast world, they get a beast totem on their bodies. Linsu had looked at Shiyi and didn't see any totem, so she was suspicious of him. She had to be careful until the system gave her more information. "That's because we were too young to make a contract under the Tree of Life. I came here to do that," he said, biting his lip. "We can make a contract now, and then we'll have a totem." The other 4 were still a little disappointed that Linsu had refused the schedule, but when they heard Shiyi's words, they all looked at her. Linsu was also stunned. This Shiyi was so persistent. Her mouth twitched. "Maybe you should reconsider. You can find someone else. After all, like this." It was hard to admit that she was ugly. Even though she had already accepted it, saying it out loud in front of everyone was hard. She tried to say it as gently as she could to save face. She didn't seem to understand, or he pretended not to. "No need to reconsider. I think you're great." Why was this beastman so hard to get rid of? Linsu felt like they weren't going to get anywhere by talking about it, so she changed the subject. "I don't want to right now." "Why?" she asked in a daze. "Because I haven't seen your performance yet," Linsu said. She didn't want to completely reject him, because if the unreliable system suddenly gave her a mission related to him, she would be in trouble if she couldn't find him. Ji looked disappointed. "Okay, what do I have to do for you to think I've performed well?" "I can't tell you that. You have to figure it out yourself," Linsu said. Ji was silent for a moment, then he nodded and looked happy. "I know." Linsu was surprised by how quickly his mood changed. She thought he would be a little upset, but he got over it so fast. His eyes were full of confidence, and she didn't have the heart to pour cold water on his enthusiasm. "Good," she said. The 4 other mates were both shocked and happy that Linsu had refused to make a contract. They couldn't believe she would give up such a good opportunity. She had changed so much recently. Not only could she cook, but she was also getting prettier. The biggest change, however, was her personality, which had become much more pleasant. After spending time with her, they no longer disliked her. In fact, they found her quite interesting. They were also shocked that she didn't agree to the schedule, even though it was something she would have wanted before. Linsu had no idea what her mates were thinking. After she dealt with she started making breakfast. After breakfast, Shiyi went out to hunt for furs. He found a forest, looked around, and snapped his fingers. A young black bear teen appeared in front of him. She clasped her hands together and bowed. "My king, you called for me?" Shiyi raised his chin. "There are a few large animals up ahead. Get me some white furs." "Yes, my king," the teen said, and a shadow disappeared like a flash of lightning. A moment later, she returned with 7 or 8 white tiger furs. "Is this enough, my king?" CE glanced down. "It's too much. Just one big one is enough to cover a side." "Yes, my king." The teen chose one and looked at Shiyi as if she wanted to say something. Shiyi noticed and said, "Just say it." "Are you really going to make a contract with that Linsu?" the teen asked. Shiyi was playing with a blade of grass. "Why not? She's quite fun." The teen was a little worried. "But she looks like that. Her cubs won't be good looking." Shiyi laughed. "You're thinking too far ahead. Besides, don't you remember? This is the will of the gods." In the evening, Yi finally returned with the furs. Linsu had used a few thick vines to make a simple curtain, and after making sure no one could see inside, she poured the hot water in and took a bath. She had waited until after dinner this time to prevent what happened last time. She had also told the 5 mates not to come over. As for the rest of the tribe, she wasn't worried. Since Kaixia and Aju had told the females about her, they were all interested in her things. Most of them were with Kaixia and Aju, learning how to make pottery at the Red Clay Land. The tribe was pretty empty. Linsu lay in the tub, using her water cleansing ability. She was thinking about how Fu Feng, Xiaoy, and Mushuan's affection values had reached almost 99, and the others had also increased. She wanted to check the details, but the system was still upgrading. Without the system, she had to figure it out herself. The last time their affection values increased, it was because her cooking was good, or she had demonstrated how to purify salt and make pottery, which made them like her. But she hadn't done anything yesterday, so what had caused it? Could it be because I wasn't wearing clothes? She wondered. She quickly dismissed the thought. No, that's impossible. They wouldn't be attracted to all this fat. Just as she was thinking, the water in her tub started turning black. Did someone poison me? She wondered. She quickly used her wood-absorbing ability to check her internal organs, but there was nothing wrong with them. However, her skin felt a little dirty. It was as if something was on it that shouldn't be. The only thing that had touched her skin recently was her new clothes. Lanting had made them, and he wouldn't poison her. Lanya was her mother, and although she hated her, she wouldn't poison her own child. That left only one person, Lin Nuan Nuan. She had done something similar before, putting fruit on her sleeping mat. Suzu smiled. A plan was forming in her mind. Lin Nuan Nuan, just you wait. You're not going to get away with this. Just as she was thinking about her plan, the system's voice rang in her head. Ding! System upgrade complete. I will continue to provide services for the host. Linsu couldn't wait. System, you're back. Tell me what's going on with Shiyi. Is she a target? Suzu. The system has been updated. The system cannot detect Shiyi's mysterious identity. I apologize, but the system is still being repaired. So whether or not she is a target is still pending. Linsu frowned. You're a system. How can you have an ambiguous answer? I don't know the answer. I'm just as confused as you are. But according to internal sources, she's most likely a new blind box target. What? You're telling me there's a blind box target now? This is ridiculous. Did your system update turn you into this? Linsu couldn't help but complain. You said there were 5 targets. I apologize. The system has been updated, and I can't change it. But I can tell you some good news. This blind box target doesn't require an affection value. In other words, she won't have a big impact on your current mission. Quote, no impact? You make it sound so easy. Don't you know about the butterfly effect? What if she causes a chain reaction? Linsu was furious. This was a gamble. Shiyi could be a real target or a fake one. If she was wrong, her life was on the line. She suddenly felt that the system wanted her to die. But she had been given a new life, so she had to cherish it. This stupid system was torturing her. And you don't even know her affection value? Linsu was starting to lose trust in the system. You have to have some information about her, right? Please don't worry, host. I have her background information. I'm searching for it now. Linsu felt a little better when she heard the positive response. A blue panel appeared in front of her. Quote, Shiyi, age 20, height 193, tribe, black bear, ability level, unknown. The last part of the text froze. She looked at the system. Don't tell me that's all the information you have. Yes, host. This is the most detailed information I have. The only information is her name and ability. You call this detailed information? Where is she from? What is she doing here? Linsu finally burst out. Please don't get angry, host. This is all I can find. Her background information is locked. I can only tell you more after you trigger the hidden mission. Linsu was speechless. She didn't want to complain anymore. She just fell silent. The system, sensing her anger, tried to placate her. Host, do you feel a little irritated? This is what Lin Nuan Nuan did to you. Linsu gritted her teeth. You had to tell me? She felt like she was going to explode if she kept talking to the system. She put her hand on it and put it away. She lay down on her fur with a smile. The most important thing to deal with was not Ziyi, but the White Lotus who had poisoned her. I'm going to roast her tomorrow, she thought, and with a smile, she fell asleep. The next day, she woke up early. After her run, she put on a long-sleeved fur coat that covered her from head to toe. When she walked past the line for breakfast, the other beastmen were surprised to see her in such an unseasonable outfit. They started whispering. It's so hot. Is Linsu crazy? Why is she wearing long sleeves? She must have had a wild night with her mate, and her body is covered in marks. Lin Nuan Nuan heard them and smiled. They wouldn't get so wild with her. They're not blind. My medicine must have worked. Her body is covered in festering sores. She has to cover them up. She was happy that she had managed to do it. It was a shame that her face was still untouched. Lin Nuan Nuan couldn't stop smiling. She imagined the whole tribe being disgusted by Linsu's festering sores and hating her even more. She regretted that only Lanting was there. She walked toward Linsu and asked with a sweet voice, Suzu, why are you wearing a long-sleeved coat? Are you not feeling well? Linsu smiled to herself. She immediately got into character. She held her clothes tightly, afraid that her skin would be exposed. No, I'm fine. She took 2 steps back. Lin Nuan Nuan's smile grew wider the more Linsu tried to hide it. She pretended to help Linsu straighten her clothes. Let me check if you have a fever. She pulled on her clothes. Linsu held on even tighter. Lin Nuan Nuan was so happy inside. Just then, Linsu moved, and Lin Nuan Nuan fell into her. Linsu pretended to be embarrassed. Sister, are you okay? Lin Nuan Nuan was a little hurt, but she was more focused on pulling off Linsu's clothes to show everyone the sores. She used the opportunity to pull on Linsu's clothes and get up. The coat slid down, but Linsu's fur skirt was still on, and her skin was perfectly fine. Lin Nuan Nuan couldn't believe it. How is that possible? Linsu looked at Lin Nuan's shocked face. She was so happy inside, but on the outside, she looked confused. What do you mean, how is that possible? Sister, you look so disappointed. Lin Nuan's face stiffened, and she forced a smile. I was just wondering why you were wearing a coat. I've never seen you wear one before. Oh, this coat? I made a few outfits, and I think they look good, so I wanted to show them off. Lin Nuan Nuan's face darkened. Linsu did a little catwalk. What do you all think of my clothes? Aju and Kaisa immediately nodded. Lin Nuan Nuan was about to say something, but she suddenly felt an itch all over her body. She scratched herself and, realizing what was happening, she screamed and ran to the pond. That Linsu, she put the medicine on me. Everyone was confused. What happened to Lin Nuan Nuan? Why did she scream? She's not so gentle anymore. Linsu smiled. Maybe my clothes are too beautiful. She felt inferior, so she went to the pond to look at herself. The beastmen were speechless. Linsu watched Lin Nuan Nuan run away in a panic. She smiled. Serves you right. You can't handle what you did to me. Linsu turned around and walked back to her hut. She couldn't wear the coat for another moment. It was too hot, and she was sweating. Shiyi was standing in the crowd, and he saw her running. His lips curled up into a smile. She's very interesting. Maybe it's not a bad idea to make a contract with her. Life with her would be very exciting. Nanu came in and glanced at Shiyi. His eyes narrowed. This man was not simple. Linsu went into her hut and took off all her clothes. She drank some water and sat on the ground to rest. I can't be so foolish next time, she thought. Just as she was resting, she heard a knock on her door. She went out to see who it was. Lanting, what's wrong? Is something the matter? The chief wants to see you, Lanting said. Linsu was confused. My father wants to see me? What for? Lanting shook his head. He didn't say. Linsu nodded. I'll go now. Antelope was not out hunting. He was in his hut, thinking. This was the first time Linsu had been to his hut. As the chief, his hut was very spacious. It could probably fit 7 or 8 people. Lin Zhao and she didn't live with him, they lived with Lanya. They all built their own houses. Linsu was looking around when Lanya saw her. She glared at her and left. Linsu was speechless. Why did she have to look at her like that? She was her own daughter. Linsu glanced into the hut and didn't see Lin Nuan Nuan. "Suzu, you're here," Antelope said kindly. "Father, why did you call for me?" Linsu was not disgusted by her father, like she was by Lanya. "The salt in the tribe is all gone. Can you take us to the salt well now?" Antelope had asked her about the salt well before, but for some reason, he hadn't asked her to take him there. Linsu looked at him. "Yes, we can go, but if you're going to take people, it's best to only take a few. Don't take everyone." Antelope was a little surprised. His daughter seemed to have gotten smarter. He wanted to know what she was thinking. Why not? If too many people go, it will attract the attention of other tribes. We'll just take a little at a time and come back for more. It's safer that way. Hearing this, Antelope nodded in approval. That's a good point. If other tribes find out about this, it'll lead to a war over the salt well. I've already sent your brother to the city-state to buy some salt like usual, and we'll get the rest ourselves from the salt well. Linsu couldn't help but think more highly of Antelope. A leader's mind really was different. Sitting nearby, Lanting was also surprised by Linsu's foresight. He never expected her to think so far ahead. Antelope mused for a moment. We should pick a few of our strongest people. They can go and come back quickly so they're less likely to be discovered. How about you take Suzu's mates and a few quick-footed wolfmen from the tribe? The next morning, Linsu set off with her 5 mates and a few wolfmen. They didn't bring Shi since he was an outsider, and they needed to be careful. Linsu had a great experience riding Lanting last time, so she sat on his back again. Mu Xuan, Fu Feng, and Shiaoy weren't happy when they saw her choose Lanting. Xiaoy's gaze darkened. She chose Lanting again. This can become a habit. I need to find a way to stop it. Mu Xuan was also surprised. Aren't my furs just as good to ride on? Why does she always go for Lanting? A wolf's back is narrow and long. My black panther fur is wide and soft. It's much more comfortable. Fu Feng also couldn't understand. My feathers are so thick and beautiful. They're so much better. Why didn't she choose me? Linsu was oblivious to their thoughts. As she rode on Lanting's back, she kept an eye on their surroundings, checking for any other tribes. Just as she was looking around, Shiaoy suddenly ran in front of Lanting and stopped him. This is a long run. Let's switch. Linsu, you can ride on me. Linsu was taken aback. Why is Shiaoy so proactive today? Before she could react, Mu Xuan also stepped forward. Ride on me instead. My fur is softer. Linsu was even more surprised. What's going on? Why are they all competing all of a sudden? I didn't even lure them with food today. Seeing the other two jump in, Fu Feng didn't want to be left behind. He shook his tail feathers and said to Linsu, "It's more comfortable to ride on me." Lanting was surprised to see the 3 of them blocking his way. He was about to say he was fine when a few wolfmen following them started to cheer and laugh. "Suzu, look how popular you are. Pick one, see who's your favorite." Nanu didn't join in, but since everyone was watching, he felt a little pressure. He also walked toward Lanting. Unlike the others, he could only move quickly in the water, so he was more or less gliding on land. It wasn't convenient for Linsu to ride him, so he just went through the motions. Linsu was horrified. "Stop talking nonsense! This is making things so difficult for me." The mates were all staring at her, waiting for her answer. Linsu felt a chill down her spine. It's just transportation. I don't have a favorite. I'll just pick whoever is most comfortable, she thought. But she couldn't say that out loud. The beastmen were all so proud of their fur. If she said anything negative, their affection and attraction values would plummet. Linsu's mind raced, but the wolves who were waiting to see the drama unfold weren't going to give her a lot of time. Is the choice that hard? You've been thinking for a while, Suzu. He glanced at Lanting. Suzu must favor Lanting, otherwise she wouldn't have chosen him in the first place. Linsu glared at the talkative wolf. His mouth was too loose. She would have to get rid of him on the next trip. After some thought, Linsu decided to tell the truth, but without hurting their feelings. Lanting runs more steadily. Last time, it was very comfortable, so I chose him again. This indirectly told them that it was a technical issue, not a matter of favoritism. Their faces softened a little. Mu Xuan shook his soft fur. Then get on me. I promise I'll run smoothly this time. He knew why he ran so fast last time. He hated Linsu back then and wanted to mess with her. Seeing Mu Xuan make a promise, the others followed suit. I can also fly steadily. There's not a lot of wind today, so it'll be nice and cool on my back, Fu Feng said. Shiaoy had never given Linsu a ride, so he didn't know what steady meant, but he also promised, I'll be very stable. You won't feel any bumps. Nanu didn't join their competition. First, he was at a disadvantage on land. Second, he really looked down on what Fu Feng and the others were doing. It was so servile. He didn't know what kind of spell Linsu had cast on them. Linsu is so fat. Wouldn't it be better to be free, he thought? Lanting also said, I'm not tired. You can continue to ride on me if you want. Although Linsu knew he was being kind, she didn't want to trouble him. He had already carried her for a while, and since the other mates were competing, it was a good time to let him rest. She glanced at them and pointed to Mu Xuan. I'll ride on you first. When you get tired, we can switch. Mu Xuan, Shiaoy, and Fu Feng were standing in a line, and Linsu's finger pointed in their order. Since everyone had a chance, the three of them didn't say anything more. Mu Xuan raised his head. Come on, I'll make sure it's a comfortable ride. Linsu got off Lanting and climbed onto Mu Xuan's back. The last time she rode on him was when they were escaping the flood. It was her first time riding on a beastman's back, and she was both nervous and scared, afraid that Mu Xuan would throw her off if he was in a bad mood. This time, Mu Xuan was as steady as he promised. Linsu didn't even have to hold onto his head. Shiaoy and Fu Feng followed behind, ready to take over. After a while, Shiaoy stopped Mu Xuan. It's my turn. Linsu didn't understand why they were so excited about being a form of transportation. It was as if something great was happening. She really couldn't understand the beastmen's minds. She wanted to ask the system about it. But after yesterday's unreliable answers, she gave up the idea. Shiaoy was the one she could least imagine riding on, besides Nanu. His snake scales were so hard, it had to be uncomfortable, but to prevent them from fighting, she had to bite the bullet. To her surprise, his scales weren't rough at all. His skin was soft and a little cool. In this hot weather, it was like air conditioning. Quote, if I had known Shiaoy's skin was so comfortable, I would have chosen him first, she thought. And his tail was wide, so she didn't have to worry about being thrown off. Before she could enjoy the ride, Fu Feng stopped her. My turn. Linsu got off Shiaoy and climbed onto Fu Feng's back. She thought it was a little funny. She had tried so many different modes of transportation today. Fu Feng flew steadily, and the sun didn't beat down on them. The cool breeze felt nice on her face. When Fu Feng stopped and landed, she was still a little wistful. After getting off Fu Feng, Linsu walked into the cave. She looked around and saw that everything was normal. She sighed in relief. Looks like no one has discovered the salt well yet. The wolfmen were all shocked. There's so much salt here. Our tribe will never have to worry about not having salt again in the winter. Suzu, you're amazing. You found so much salt. Nanu also looked at the salt, well in shock. He wondered how Linsu had done it. He glanced at her. She was carefully examining the salt at the mouth of the well. For the first time, he thought she wasn't that ugly when she was serious. Lanting also looked a little surprised. How do we get the salt out of the well? That's easy, Linsu said. She looked at Fu Feng, Shiaoy, and Mu Xuan. Just dig a few holes like last time. The holes were dug quickly. Linsu walked to a well near a hole. She waved her hand, and a yellowish-brown column of water was sucked out of the well. The wolfmen were stunned when they saw what she did. Suzu! You're using your water ability! That's incredible! Now they understood why her mates were so eager to please her. She was so different from the weak females in their tribe. It was also the first time Lanting had seen Linsu use her water ability. Her serious expression was so charming. He admired her. Fu Feng, Shiaoy, and Mu Xuan weren't as surprised since they had seen her do it before. But when they saw the wolves' shocked faces, they felt a sense of pride. This amazing Linsu is our female. She's so much stronger than the usual females we have to protect. Everyone present was astonished, but the most amazed was Nanu, who had always thought Linsu was stupid, ugly, lazy, and annoying, only knowing how to scheme her way into their beds. He hadn't expected her to have changed so much since he came back. Not only could she cook, but she also had a water ability. As a merman, he knew that the ability she had just used wasn't weak. What are you staring at me for? Get to work quickly! Don't just stand there while the holes fill up with water and you haven't even finished digging them yet. Hearing this, everyone snapped out of their daze and sped up their movements. Seeing that the beastmen were busy, Suzu used her mind to accelerate the water flow. After being angry for most of the day, she was also hungry. She then asked Fu Feng, Mu Xuan, and Xiaoy to hunt some chickens and ducks and took out the clay pot she had brought. Since there were a lot of people and plenty of coarse salt, Suzu naturally decided to make salted chicken again. It was easy, fast, and could feed many people. After quickly cleaning the wild chickens and ducks, she started a fire to stir-fry the salt. She had a fire ability and could start a fire directly, but she didn't want to make this power public. She glanced at Nanu. This intellectual's affection value should also increase. Thinking this, a smile appeared at the corner of her lips, and she walked forward with a pot. The last time Suzu was here, she had discovered that a blue flame would sometimes flicker on a small mound of earth next to the salt pit. The beastmen were busy and didn't notice. It was only when the aroma of the salted chicken floated through the cave that they saw Suzu had conjured a pile of blue fire out of thin air. There wasn't a single branch underneath. A wolfman asked in surprise, "Suzu, where did you get this fire from?" If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Even the other four, Fu Feng, Xiaoy, Mu Xuan, and Lanting, who had grown used to Suzu's occasional strange ways, were shocked by the sight. Nanu was also stunned when he saw Suzu's fire. Suzu looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "This fire came from here. I just made a little use of it." Her words were very simple, but the 5 beastmen were inwardly stirred. She said it was simple, that she only used it a little, but how did she know the fire would come from there? From the bamboo stick she had prepared, it was obvious that she knew there would be a fire there. Nanu suddenly felt that Suzu was more intelligent than he had imagined. He couldn't help but look at her more. "Congratulations, host. Nanu's affection value has increased. The current value is 50. As expected, he's an intellectual. With just a small display of ability, the affection value immediately increases. Before Suzu could celebrate, the system's voice sounded again. "Congratulations, host. Nanu's attraction value has increased to 30. The attraction values of Fu Feng, Xiaoy, Lanting, and Mu Xuan have all increased to 90 and are on the verge of breaking their filter brains. Host, keep up the good work, so fast." She remembered that last time, with the exception of Nanu, the affection values of the other 4 were already close to 99. She didn't expect the affection values to increase so quickly this time. It seemed she only needed a little more. She could upgrade her ability again. However, for now, it was more important to eat well. In addition to the salted chicken, Suzu also stir-fried some fresh mushrooms and wild vegetables. The wolfmen, who had never tasted salted chicken and duck, were captivated by the aroma of the savory dishes. This is a different flavor from the beggar's chicken. Suzu's cooking was truly delicious. Lanting and Nanu, who had never tasted it, ate with shining eyes. Although it wasn't the first time Mu Xuan, Fu Feng, and Xiaoy had eaten it, they still enjoyed it very much after such a long time. After eating and resting for a while, all the beastmen began collecting salt again. Suzu also did a lot of work beside them. Suddenly, her stomach began to hurt, and she felt the urge to go to the bathroom. She quickly ran out. She had woken up early that morning and hadn't had time to go to the bathroom before leaving. Near the salt cave, there were many trees and grasses. Suzu tore off a handful of large, round leaves from a tree and found a grassy spot to squat down. She couldn't help but feel a little crude, but there was no other option. Fortunately, there were some leaves in this place. If it had been a thorny thicket like the Red Land, she wouldn't even have anything to wipe with. As she was exerting herself, Suzu wondered if she should make some paper. That way, when she went to the bathroom, her butt wouldn't suffer. Just as she was thinking about the raw materials for making paper, a swish sound came from the nearby grass. Suzu's butt tightened in surprise. No way, is someone coming over right now? She didn't want to run into anyone, let alone become bathroom buddies. Fortunately, the person stopped not far from her. Suzu covered her nose and mouth and didn't dare to make a sound, afraid of startling the person. The good news was the person didn't squat down. They just stood there and lifted their animal skin skirt. Then, a pitter-patter sound reached Suzu's ears. "That's a loud sound! How long have they been holding it in?" Before Suzu could finish her thought, she caught a glimpse of a pair of purple pupils. It was Xiaoy. It was rumored that snakes have 2. Suzu originally wanted to cover her eyes and not look, but her curiosity made her want to peek. However, before she could act on the impulse, Shiaoy turned around and left. Well, it seems I was overthinking. After Suzu finished, she pulled out the leaves and wiped herself. Just as she was about to stand up, her leg suddenly went numb and she tilted backward. Before she could react, she found herself falling off a cliff. No, is this grass too deep? Accompanied by a sharp scream, Suzu fell down the cliff. Hearing the familiar voice, Shiaoy teleported forward. However, he was still too late. He also jumped down in a hurry. Suzu was caught by Shiaoy as she fell. Her body wasn't harmed at all, but she suddenly felt a little awkward. Now that she was down here, wouldn't Shiaoy know that she had been peeking at him? Although she had the intention, she hadn't acted on it. She didn't know if Shiaoy would believe her if she told him. Before she could speak, Shiaoy frowned and scanned the surroundings. There's mist everywhere. I'm afraid we can't get to the shore today. Suzu was stunned. The words she had wanted to say were instantly forgotten. What are we gonna do then? Shiaoy glanced at Suzu. What else can we do? We can only stay here for now and find a chance to leave tomorrow. Suzu thought for a moment and felt that this was the only option. For dinner, Shiaoy caught a few fish for Suzu from the river. Suzu lit a fire and made some grilled fish. After eating, Shiaoy looked around. While it's not dark yet, I'll go explore the terrain. Don't move. Suzu obediently nodded. After Shiaoy left, Suzu decided to go for a bath in the river. She had just gone to the bathroom and felt that she was dirty. As she was washing, the system's voice sounded. Host, the system has detected a change in Shiaoy's affection value. You can try to make a move on him. Make a move on him? Increase his affection? The system suggests you use a beauty trap. Suzu was shocked. What is this system saying? At that moment, the system detected that Shiaoy's affection value was increasing, and it recommended Suzu use the, quote, beauty trap. Suzu felt it was ridiculous. Did I hear that right? I can use a beauty trap? Unless that person is blind, and a person who isn't blind wouldn't fall for me. With a touch of her hand, she could feel a thick layer of fat. Who would like that? Suddenly, she saw the fullness of her chest. It looked great. But wouldn't it be too simple and crude to use this to make a move on Shiaoy? Is Shiaoy that vulgar? Thinking about the fact that even though she was a little fat, she at least had big breasts and a butt. Suzu couldn't help but admire herself. Shiaoy returned while Suzu was admiring herself. He had looked around and discovered that this seemed to be the bottom of a cliff on a high mountain. The unknown place was a little confusing. Shiaoy decided to stay put and wait for the mist to dissipate at dawn before making a decision. Besides, that little fatty Suzu was left alone. He didn't know if she would cry in fear. Thinking of this, Shiaoy hurried back. When he returned to the original spot, not only did he not hear a wail, but he saw Suzu standing in the river bathing. The white moonlight shone on her, as if a goddess had descended. He couldn't help but swallow, and his eyes grew deeper. The last time Suzu came out of the bathtub, he noticed that Suzu's body had gotten a lot better. Today, it seemed there was a new change. Although he wasn't sure why she was still standing in the river after washing, he wanted to watch a little longer at that moment, so he didn't make a sound. While Suzu was admiring herself, the system's voice suddenly sounded, "Congratulations, host. Shiaoy's attraction value has increased to 99, and the affection value has surpassed 100. How did Shiaoy's affection value suddenly increase so fast? Before Suzu could fully react, the system sounded again. Shiaoy is nearby. The host can implement the attack task. Go for it, host. Remember the beauty trap. Hearing this, Suzu was a little caught off guard. Shiaoy was close by, and it didn't even warn her. Suzu didn't care about any attack. She immediately shrank into the river. Shiaoy didn't see my narcissistic look, did he? That's too embarrassing. This damn system doesn't care about my feelings at all, just so the task can succeed. Shiaoy, who was enjoying himself, didn't expect Suzu to suddenly sink into the water. Did she find me and get shy? Shiaoy smiled slightly. Suzu is a little fatty who gets shy too. This is a real eye-opener. Shiaoy curled his lips and walked toward the river. Suzu was huddled in the river and didn't hear any of Shiaoy's movements. She was afraid that Shiaoy would leave her alone, so she quickly poked her head out of the water. When she came up, she saw Shiaoy looking at her with a wicked smile, His eyes were full of lust and an intriguing look. He looked her up and down. Something doesn't feel right. Before, he always looked at her with disgust. What's up with this happy look? Linsu shivered. Quote, about that I can explain. Hearing that, Shiaoy stopped and said with a smile, explain what? I was just dancing. You know, dancing? So don't misunderstand, I really didn't do it on purpose. Linsu hoped this last-minute excuse could convince Shiaoy. Shiaoy chuckled softly. What kind of dance do you dance like that in the water? Saying that, he looked her up and down again. His straightforward gaze made Linsu blush. I was doing a dance for the river god, that's why I did it like that. Shiaoy, listening to Linsu's random excuses, smiled slightly. Today, he found Linsu to be very cute. She could relate something like this to the gods. With a smile in his eyes, he walked closer. Is that so? Then, which god is it? The river god, of course. Since I'm bathing here, I naturally have to thank him. Hearing such interesting words, Shiaoy couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is the first time I've heard of such a dance. Linsu didn't bat an eye. This is a custom of the Black Bear tribe. It's normal that you haven't seen it. Is that so? But I've heard that the people of the Black Bear tribe never worship the river god. They only respect the moon goddess, and they do it by kneeling towards the moon on the night of the full moon. As he spoke, Shiaoy had already arrived next to Linsu. Seeing that her lie had been exposed, Linsu could only laugh awkwardly. Shiaoy didn't care much and placed his hand on Linsu's head. Tribes like the leopards like to dance for courtship. We snake beastmen don't care about that. What the heck? Linsu was a little stunned. Me too. Could he think that what I just did was a courtship dance for him? Linsu felt heartbroken. Linsu was about to clear up the misunderstanding, when suddenly someone grabbed her neck from behind. Before she could react, she heard Xiaoye's low voice. We snake beastmen like to be more direct. Linsu was completely dumbfounded by what was happening. What is Xiaoye doing? Why does this sentence sound so strange? Linsu frantically shook her head. This is an illusion. I must be overthinking. The low sound made it so Xiaoye heard it without any barrier. Overthinking? Xiaoye's hand was a little cold, and when it touched Linsu's face, she felt cold. However, more than that, she couldn't understand what Xiaoye wanted. I mean, why did you suddenly come back? Xiaoye's hand moved from Linsu's chin to her back, naturally, to do what you've always wanted to do, what she had always wanted to do. How did Shiaoy know that she wanted to make a move on him? Could he have heard what she said to the system? That shouldn't be possible. Although the system wasn't very reliable, it was pretty good at keeping secrets. If it wasn't that, what else could it be? What she had always wanted to do with Xiaoye. Wouldn't he want to do it with her? Is Xiaoye really that vulgar? Was he so easily attracted by her? If she had known it was this easy, why had she gone to so much trouble before? But Xiaoye must be really hungry. He'll eat anything. Thinking this, Linsu couldn't help but shiver. Xiaoye felt a shiver and scoffed. Can't wait, you're so unreserved. Hearing that, Linsu blushed. She just shivered. What did Xiaoye misunderstand? These beastmen are truly open and narcissistic. Xiaoye was focused on Linsu's pink lips and completely ignored the expression on her face. He didn't know if it was the hormones, but he felt that Linsu looked good everywhere today. Even the thick lips that he used to see felt plump and had a unique taste. Her nose also seemed to have become straighter. No, that wasn't possible. He knew that Linsu had been dieting recently, but is the effect of dieting so great that even her facial features can become so beautiful? Linsu looked at Xiaoye, who was standing still and staring at her. Her heart felt a little scared. He won't think her face isn't good, and that's why there's no next step, right? Although it was a little embarrassing, it was what Linsu expected. She said it was impossible for a normal person to be made a move on without considering their appearance. Only this damn system was blindly insisting. It seemed she still had to find a way to improve her beauty. In order to look better, Linsu decided to be proactive and give herself a way out. She moistened her lips and was about to speak when the system's voice echoed in her mind. Host, don't give up so easily. It has been detected that Xiaoye's heart rate has surpassed 100 and he is about to make a move. Linsu rolled her eyes inwardly. She wouldn't believe the system's nonsense. If he was really attracted, he would have already acted. She didn't believe that in the face of primal urges, a normal person could resist. If he could resist, it was either because he didn't have good weapons, or because he was a wooden doll or a stone statue. She opened her mouth, about to speak, when suddenly her red lips were covered by Shiaoy's. No, Shiaoy is really doing it. Linsu almost stopped breathing, but more than that, she wanted to give Shiaoy a thumbs up. How could he kiss her like this? What the hell did he want? Suddenly, Xiaoye's eyes turned red. Linsu felt like a wild animal was staring at her. Instinctively, she wanted to back away, but before her body tilted back a little, she was grabbed. Xiaoye's low voice echoed in Linsu's ear. "Why are you hiding? Are you so timid? Before we even start? Can she be blamed? Don't you know how scary your eyes are? They're like a hungry wolf." Thinking this, Linsu couldn't help but think a little more. Could it be that this is Xiaoye's first time? I wonder what his technique is like. Then, she suddenly thought about how snakes have too. Linsu couldn't help but be stunned. Xiaoye's hoarse and magnetic voice echoed in her ear. "Concentrate. Isn't the shore over there? This place is perfect. Didn't you want to pay tribute to the river god?" When Linsu woke up again, Xiaoye was not by her side. She didn't know where he had gone. She herself was lying under an animal skin, with large, lush trees above. Before she could fully regain consciousness, the system's cheerful voice sounded. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully made a move on Xiaoye. His filter brain has been upgraded to a filter brain." Linsu felt nothing about the filter brain. To her, it was just a way to get a reward. "So what's my reward for the successful move? Has the water ability been upgraded?" As soon as she said the words, Linsu discovered that her voice was as hoarse as a wild duck's. This voice, that damn Xiaoye, he's a monster. The system laughed when it heard Linsu's hoarse voice. Tisk. The combat power of snakes is truly extraordinary. He was able to tire out you, a big fatty. Linsu rolled her eyes speechlessly. "Tell me the reward quickly. I can't have worked so hard for nothing, though in a way, I also enjoyed it." The system was also surprised to hear that. "Congratulations, host. The target of the move has entered a new stage. The reward is that the Earth ability has been upgraded to level 2, and you have been given a small metal shovel. Wasn't it supposed to be the water ability?" She had worked so hard, why was she given the Earth ability? Because the water ability is the host's innate ability, and it requires the host to make a move on higher level targets to get the reward. Host, go for it. As expected, it's a scam. This was to protect her. Earth ability level 2 user guide. Do you want to use it? It has already been placed in the system backpack. The host can check it at any time. Linsu quickly scanned the surroundings, made sure Xiaoye wasn't there, and then began to try it out. With the level 2 Earth ability, she could mold any object into any shape she wanted. After reading this, Linsu pursed her mouth. Upon seeing this, Linsu's eyes lit up. She wondered if she could fix her face. He thought about it and used his mind to manipulate it, flattened his nose with a snort, and gave it a new shape. Now I have a high-nose bridge," Linsu said to herself. After doing so, she stood up and walked toward the river. He was eager to see if what he did worked. However, when he stood up, he realized he couldn't walk even a few steps. Unconsciously, he looked at his legs and saw that he still had the essence of the snake. That damn snake? How much of that essence did he use? He instantly cursed the snake in his mind. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the snake, who was picking wild fruits, was feeling very happy. Although Linsu is a little fat, the feeling is incredible, he thought. Remembering everything from yesterday, his breathing became heavy. However, at that moment, he needed to feed Linsu. He had just walked out of the forest with the wild fruits when he saw Linsu getting up from the tree and standing on the path. The snake happily walked over. "You're awake. I picked some wild fruits. We can have breakfast." Linsu still gave off the scent that the snake left, and the snake couldn't help but sniff again. Linsu saw him sniffing and thought he couldn't move, so his eyes darkened. "What are you doing?" he asked. The snake replied that he was smelling the fragrance he left on his body. Snakes like to leave their scent on things they like to mark them. "I'm smelling the scent I left on your body. That way, the other beastmen around will know that you're mine," the snake explained. Linsu looked around without understanding. "There's no one. This possessiveness. Were you looking for a way out when you left?" "Did you find a place?" The snake blinked and offered her the wild fruits. "Not yet. Eat the fruits first." Suddenly, he felt that this place was quite good. Only he and Linsu were there, and they could live a shameless and carefree life, so he forgot about the exit. Linsu didn't know what the snake was thinking. She took a wild fruit from his hand unceremoniously and took a bite. "We have to leave early, otherwise it will get dark and foggy again." Since she felt uncomfortable, she naturally hoped that the snake would help him. Yesterday, the snake seemed to be actively looking for an exit, and Linsu didn't expect him to have ulterior motives. The snake saw that Linsu ate a few fruits and knew that she liked them. He quickly grabbed a few more and put them in her hand, saying softly, "If it's not enough, there's more." Linsu looked at the snake in disbelief. This guy, does he really have a moment to talk so softly? After breakfast, the snake transformed into his snake form and appeared before him. Linsu looked at the scene in front of him with a stunned expression, not understanding what he was going to do. He snake wagged his tail. "Get on quickly, don't you feel well?" Hearing this, Linsu's face turned red. But thinking about the snake's bad behavior yesterday, she felt that this behavior was what he deserved. She lifted her leg and got on the snake. This time, the snake moved without Linsu asking him to, and it wasn't too fast. Linsu sat on the snake's back, looking at the endless forest, and frowned. "Which way do we go to get out?" The snake didn't know. "We can only see what happens. I want to be with you a little longer. It makes me very happy." Linsu pursed her lips. "Aren't you a 5th-rank beastman? How is it that you don't know which way to go to get out?" The snake replied. "I'm a 5th-rank beastman, but I can't fly. How would I know which way to go? We can only go and see." Linsu sensed the nearby water source with her mind. "Let's follow the river. The exit must be in that direction." The snake felt a little sad. Originally, he wanted to spend a few more shameless days with Linsu, but he didn't expect him to find the exit so quickly. Suddenly, Linsu saw a golden area. "Stop! I found something good." The snake felt confused. "What's so good about it? There are only some yellow weeds." But he still obediently stopped. Linsu walked toward the golden spot. "Great! I found wheat." The snake didn't understand why Linsu was laughing at a pile of yellow grass. He had tried it before, and it was very spicy. He didn't know what was so good about it. Linsu smiled and said to the snake, "Go, cut these wheat stalks for me. When we get back, I'll make noodles for you to eat." The snake was confused. "Didn't we eat corn noodles before?" "These are much better than the ones made with corn," Linsu replied. Hearing that there was something delicious, the snake immediately went to work. Meanwhile, in the Yanjing cave, several beastmen and wolfmen looked for a while and realized that Linsu and the snake had disappeared. They searched everywhere, but couldn't find them. Moshwan had a strange expression on his face. He nudged Fufeng's arm. Quote, "Tell me, aren't they hiding somewhere to have fun?" Nantu couldn't help but frown. Linsu, would she need to hide for that? She was probably happy, but in the next moment, Fufeng became furious. "What a cunning snake!" Nantu was speechless. "These two must be crazy." Suddenly, Lanting, who was standing by the bushes, said with a serious expression, "There are traces that the grass has fallen here, as if 2 people have fallen." Moshwan regained his seriousness. "Linsu, that fatty, it's possible that she fell, but the snake, him too?" Nantu looked outside the grass and found a pile of snake scales. "It seems he really did fall." Fufeng crossed his arms. "A 5th-rank beastman who falls. It's embarrassing." Lanting looked down. "The height is not low. It's possible that he fell to save Suzu. Snakes can't fly like you, so it's not strange for them to fall." Then he looked around. "Let's go see down there." Fufeng looked down and said, "I'll go check first." He stretched his wings and flew down. But before he reached halfway, he came back. Lanting was surprised that he came back so quickly. "Why did you come back?" Fufeng put away his wings and said awkwardly, "It's foggy down there, I can't see anything." Moshwan burst out laughing. He had just made fun of the snake, and now he can't do it either. Fufeng gave him a furious look. "Do you think I can't give you a hard time?" Lanting looked at them. "Why are you two arguing? Think about how to find them first." Nantu concentrated and listened for a while. "They should be fine. I hear the sound of water. There's probably a river down there." Moshwan looked at him. "What do we do then?" "Let's find a small path to go down. There are cliffs everywhere. There's a ravine. We can walk down to the river." Hearing that, everyone walked down. They walked all night and found no trace. The snake was worthy of being a 5th-rank beastman. His purple figure moved constantly through the golden wheat field. Each time, the wheat stalks were neatly stacked on the shore. Linsu looked at the pile of wheat stalks and smiled from ear to ear. And seeing Linsu laugh, he couldn't help but remember what happened yesterday. Snakes cannot have an affair. Once they do, they become uncontrollable. And he never restrained himself. He always did what he wanted. The snake walked over and lifted Linsu's chin with a finger. After cutting the weeds, "I need a reward," he said. Then he lowered his head to kiss her. Suddenly, Linsu heard footsteps. She shrank back and pushed the snake away. "There are footsteps! Let go quickly!" The snake was very excited, so he didn't care about that. Rolling around in this golden grass field must be pretty good, he thought. As he thought about it, his heart sped up. Seeing that the snake was ignoring her, Linsu cursed him in her mind. How shameless! He only thinks about himself! He didn't care, but she did. Linsu shrank back and curled into a ball, hoping that the people passing by wouldn't see her. As a result, a familiar voice came from the sky. "Don't tell me I saw wrong. Is the snake kissing Linsu?" Hearing this, Linsu shivered. That was the wolfman who always gossiped. "Oh my God, I ran into him again!" Just after Linsu thought about it, the other wolfman spoke. "It's no big deal for a couple to kiss in the wilderness, but the snake, he's not very picky. He can be with Linsu." He couldn't understand why the snake was kissing Linsu, and the position was very perverted. Moshwan became serious. "I told you that their disappearance wasn't normal. Look, they're together now." Fufeng didn't expect the snake, who seemed to be a little cold with Linsu, to do something like this. And that hand? Fufeng looked at it and wanted to cut it off. What does a snake need a hand for? Lanting was also surprised. He had been worried about them since they disappeared yesterday. But now, it seemed he had worried for nothing. It seemed that Suzu no longer needed him. Only Nanu looked and didn't blink. He looked at the two, hugging with disgust. "Next time you want to go out, let us know in advance so we don't have to look for you all night." Linsu felt a little embarrassed. Nanu must have misunderstood something. But now, she needed the guy below to let go. This time, she didn't hesitate. She stepped on the snake's foot hard. The snake groaned and lifted his head to look at her. What's wrong? Linsu didn't want to talk to him. Only then did the snake notice Nanu. He let go of Linsu's hand. "Who's going out? We rolled down here." Lanting looked at Linsu with his gentle face. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Linsu replied. She looked into Lanting's eyes and felt inexplicably guilty, as if she had been caught cheating. She clearly hadn't done anything wrong, but everyone was looking at her. At that moment, she wanted to hide in a hole. Lanting nodded. "That's good. We've collected it all. We can go back to the tribe." His words were still gentle, and there was no trace of blame. He even helped her alleviate the awkwardness. Linsu felt that Lanting was a very good beastman. "But I have to take something else with me." Linsu pointed at the carefully stacked pile of wheat stalks. "I want to take this back to the tribe." Nanu thought that Linsu had invented something new, and he leaned in to look, but he only saw a pile of yellow grass. He felt a little disappointed. "Why are you taking a pile of grass?" Linsu gave him a look. "This isn't ordinary grass, it's wheat. It can be used to make noodles, buns, and steamed buns. It can be eaten as a staple food. Even if we don't hunt, we can use them to fill our stomachs." Fufeng, hearing that it could be eaten, was a little confused. "Didn't we eat buns and steamed buns before?" Linsu replied that noodles could be made in many different ways. "Corn can only be made into one or two things. You'll know when you eat it." The snake was tired of Fufeng asking so many questions, so he glared at him. "Why are you talking so much? Come and help carry this stuff." Fufeng was already annoyed that the snake had gotten a head start. Now, seeing him giving orders, he became ill-tempered. "Someone's pretty slick, aren't they? Can't you carry this wheat by yourself? Why bother everyone?" His words sounded very bitter, but the snake ignored him. "If you don't carry it, that's fine, but when Suzu makes the noodles, you won't get any, so don't look at us with envy." Fufeng didn't believe that nothing had happened between them, but in the end, he still went to carry the wheat. He wasn't afraid of the snake, it's just that if the wheat was as good as Linsu said, it would be a shame not to be able to eat it. The snake laughed. He can't get it, so he blames others. The competition between beastmen was always about ability. What good was being so crude? He could try with Linsu himself. But he didn't believe that Fu Feng would succeed. With his personality, what woman would put up with him? Mo Xuan, while carrying the wheat, sniffed Lin Susu. He still smelled like the snake. It seemed they had been together yesterday. It was a snake's nature to leave their scent. It was something they did. He called him Susu so soon. It seems they did something important yesterday. Lin Susu looked better today. Her nose, which used to be flat, was now straighter, and her temperament had changed. Does mating have beautifying effects? Lanting knelt down to help carry the wheat without Lin Susu asking him to. When he passed by Lin Susu, he also smelled a special scent. Wolfman had a keen sense of a nose, and his ability was super scent. This scent was very similar to the snake's. A simple hug or a kiss wouldn't leave such a strong smell unless, thinking about that, Lanting also looked at Lin Susu. Beastmen always talked about their women's bodies, and he wasn't very interested in these topics. But today, when he looked at Lin Susu, he felt that his women couldn't compare to her. Nanu noticed that Lin Susu had lost weight, but he was more interested in the wheat she was carrying. Lin Susu said it was delicious and could be a staple food. Could this small, rough grass really fill his stomach? It seemed ridiculous to him. Even herbivorous animals needed to eat several meals a day to get full. Then, taking advantage of the others not paying attention, he quickly picked up some golden wheat stalks and put them in his mouth. The moment he put them in his mouth, he almost choked. What is this? It tastes so bad. It's harder to eat than thorns. I don't know what Lin Susu is thinking, believing this thing is a treasure. Lin Susu was directing the crowd to place the wheat stalks carefully when she heard the system's alarm sound. It is detected that Nantu's attraction value has decreased by 10 points, and the attraction value has decreased by 5 points. Hearing this, Lin Susu turned to look at Nantu. He was carrying the wheat and looked normal. She wondered why the attraction value had suddenly dropped. The perplexed Lin Susu asked the system in her mind. System, what happened? Why did the attraction value drop so much? Report host, this is because Nantu is disappointed in you. Disappointed. Lin Susu thought, Nantu is disappointed in me. I didn't realize he had expectations of me. When was that? Does he have expectations of me? Could he be like that perverted snake? He didn't seem so passionate inside. He seems like a reserved man. Lin Susu's thoughts moved quickly. If that was the case, she could change her attraction strategy. Just as she was thinking, the system's mechanical voice sounded again. Host, you misunderstood. Nantu is not interested in your appearance, but he is disappointed that you would collect this wheat as a staple food. Lin Susu was speechless. She already knew that. With her current appearance, she was not suitable to be too confident. She had been fooled by the snake's temporary success. Lin Susu was silent for a moment to relieve the embarrassment, and then she asked again. I collected the wheat. So what? Why is he disappointed in me? Nantu secretly tried the wheat and thought it was too rough and hard to swallow, so he felt disappointed. Brother, can you eat raw wheat? If you put it in your mouth, you'll hurt yourself. And you still have the expectation value? As if he's a mentor and can only look at you if you have some scientific achievement. Brother, I'm just here to conquer you, not to create new things. When I get back to the tribe, I will definitely surprise you. This training, it really has some craziness. After packing everything, the others looked at Lin Susu. She was quick and grabbed onto Fu Feng's back. Flying will be faster, right? Fu Feng felt a little proud that Lin Susu chose him. The path that could be flown, he did it by flying over the other beastmen's heads for a while, before flying upwards. Flying was naturally faster than walking. When Lin Susu and the others arrived at the Yanjing cave, the other beastmen and wolfmen still hadn't arrived. Fu Feng thought that he also had a chance to be alone with Lin Susu, and his tail wagged. What's the snake so proud of? I was also alone with Lin Susu. Thinking about his wings, Fu Feng asked. Between my back and the others, which is the most comfortable? Lin Susu was speechless. This question, it really sounded like a child. Lin Susu didn't want to answer him, but the snake was staring at her, so she had to answer. Suddenly, Lin Susu felt that the world of beastmen was a big playground. What can I do? Lin Susu could only smile. Your back is very comfortable. Although she was praising him, Lin Susu held back a little. She didn't know when this silly, innocent-looking bird would say what he had told him. Fu Feng heard that his back was very comfortable. The male raised his neck, his face full of joy. He knew that no one would dislike his big wings. Then he asked Lin Susu about what happened with the snake the day before, but Lin Susu fell asleep against the rock. Seeing her, he didn't say anything else. In reality, Linsu felt that the other person wanted to ask about yesterday's events, but she didn't want to deal with it, so she pretended to be asleep. After the other beastmen came up, the salt caravan set off again. On the way back, Linsu closed her eyes and chose one of the beastmen at random. Fortunately for her, the person she chose at random was the gentle one. She squatted down and reached out her hand, and by chance, she chose the snake. After yesterday's events, this guy was always looking for opportunities to entangle her with his snake tail. Although a beautiful man was good, she couldn't stand him. The group arrived at the tribe's entrance, grandly, and many beastmen crowded around them. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Linsu is back!" Hearing this, the antelope rushed out. "Great, great! I'm glad you came back safely!" They hadn't returned at the agreed-upon time, and the antelope thought something had happened to them. After all, if anyone found out about the salt, which is a scarce resource, people would fight with them. Seeing them return safely, he was relieved. He looked at Linsu and asked, "How did it go in the salt gathering land?" Linsu smiled and pointed to the skin bags hanging from the others' belts. "We have enough for a month, and no one else has discovered that place. Only our people have been there." "That's good. The gods bless us. From now on, we will be a wolf tribe with salt," the antelope said. Then he looked at the golden objects the wolfmen were carrying. "What is this?" Quote, "It's called wheat. After drying and grinding it, it can be used to make food," Linsu said. Originally, she wanted to say that it could be used as a staple food, but thinking about Nanu, who didn't believe her at all, she decided to save it for a later surprise. The antelope shrugged and wasn't very interested. Recently, Linsu had made a lot of food that they had never seen before. This was probably something she learned from her adoptive mother, the black bear. Thinking about the salt, he said to the person carrying it, "Unload the salt and take it to the warehouse. Lanting, come with me." The snake, Fufeng, Nanu, and Moshuan prepared to leave. In the crowd, the lizard was surprised to see that Linsu had really brought back salt. However, the next moment, he smelled the other's scent and his eyes lit up. "Suzu, it's been a long time. I've missed you. Would you like to sleep with me tonight? I've built a new house and it's very comfortable," he asked. Linsu was surprised. Hadn't she told this guy to behave himself? Why was he bringing up the topic again? She was about to refuse when she suddenly realized. "Sleep with you? Yes, your house was struck by lightning and burned down completely. You can't live there." Linsu felt a little speechless. Why was there lightning? Linsu looked at the others in disbelief. Kaixia looked regretful. "It's true, Suzu, your house burned down completely, so you should sleep with me tonight," the lizard said with a smile. Hearing this, the beastmen who were about to leave stopped and looked at Linsu. The snake crossed his arms and looked at the lizard. "Why should she sleep with you? My cave is comfortable and we don't have to worry about rain or thunder. Sleep with me." Moshuan and Fufeng also looked at Linsu. "You can also sleep with us." Hearing this, Nanu quickly left with his things. He didn't want to stay with Linsu. He didn't know why they were fighting. They all seemed to be blind. As soon as the four spoke, all the beastmen were surprised and looked at Linsu. Linsu was also stunned. Why did she have to choose again? At that moment, Linsu was watched by several beastmen who were waiting for her to make a decision. However, she didn't speak immediately. Instead, she took a step and walked toward them to choose them. This was too good. The men held back their excitement and waited for Linsu to approach. The snake saw Linsu's foot heading toward him, his eyes full of smiles and an expression of joy. He knew that Linsu would definitely choose him. He smiled and reached out, about to take Linsu's hand. But suddenly, she turned and walked toward Fufeng. Seeing Linsu change direction suddenly, his eyes darkened. Didn't this beast woman recognize him after putting on the skin skirt? What a greedy woman. Fufeng saw Linsu walk toward him and raised his eyebrows. He looked at the snake with an expression of pride. What's the point of reaching out so early? Didn't she choose me in the end? Today, Linsu even praised his wings and said they were comfortable to sit on. It seemed she liked him very much, otherwise she wouldn't have come closer. Fufeng smiled and looked at Linsu, but at that moment, Linsu walked past him and continued walking forward. His smile instantly froze. The snake looked at the other's rigid face and snorted. "What are you proud of? She didn't choose you either." Moshuan saw that Linsu had passed the first two and felt very happy. The three of them were standing in a row. Linsu hadn't chosen the two in front, so he was the only one left. His eyes lit up. He took a step forward and prepared to hug Linsu. But at that moment, Linsu didn't stop. and kept walking forward. Mo Xuan's face also froze. What is Linsu doing? If she doesn't choose the three of them, where is she going to sleep today? Fu Feng and the snake were also confused. There were only the four of them, and she didn't choose them. What did she want to do? The men were puzzled and looked at Linsu's back. The lizard saw Linsu leave and followed closely. The other three saw the lizard leave and looked down on him a little. What's the point of him chasing after her? Linsu didn't choose him, but in the next moment, the three also immediately followed his steps. What if that guy actually succeeds? Besides, Linsu's direction is toward the tribe's houses. Could it be that she's going to look for Lanting? Thinking this, the three couldn't stay put and immediately followed him. In an instant, several shadows passed by the eyes of the beastmen. The beastmen who were watching were also confused. Quote, what are they doing? Why are they running so fast? The direction Linsu went seemed to indicate that she chose the gentle person. The others probably wanted to get her back. Let's follow to see the good show. The beastmen loved gossip, and their emotions flared up. This was a rare thing. They never expected that one day Linsu's men would fight over her. Linsu had no intention of choosing them. She ran towards her own cabin, praying that her things were still there. However, seeing the scene, her eyes darkened. The house was completely burned down. The lizard followed Linsu and saw that Linsu was sad. He looked at the others' houses and felt a little sympathetic. Suzu, in fact, only your house was struck by lightning. The already depressed Linsu became even more angry upon hearing this. What kind of lightning is this that only strikes my house? Do I have a feud with it? Such a casual lightning. Could it be the work of the system? Thinking this, Linsu asked the lizard who was next to him. When did this lightning appear? The ground is fine. It doesn't seem to have rained. It's too strange for lightning to appear on a sunny day. There was a lightning strike shortly after you left, he replied. Linsu was speechless. Was it done on purpose when I wasn't at home? Suzu! The thunder was very loud. Fortunately, you weren't inside, otherwise it would have been very difficult to deal with such a big fire. The gods still take care of you, the lizard said. Linsu didn't know whether to feel happy or sad upon hearing this. The lightning struck on purpose when she wasn't there, and she didn't believe it was a coincidence. Thinking this, Linsu entered the ruins. Such a precise lightning strike must leave some clues. She wanted to see if the lightning was an act of God or the system. The lizard looked at Linsu, who was rummaging through the ruins and the ashes, and thought she was devastated by the lightning. Suzu, just sleep with me tonight. Look at the house I built. Linsu looked at him. A new wooden cabin had appeared next to the ruins. It looked pretty nice. Several beastmen saw Linsu looking at the cabin and prepared to speak, but Linsu knew what they wanted to say and looked at them angrily. What sleep? I'm starving, let's eat first, she said, and took her skins and headed to the kitchen. Linsu was busy at the stove. In the middle of the meal, Nanu arrived with the wheat. It was time for a meal, so Linsu invited him to stay and eat. She didn't know if he had chosen the moment on purpose. For lunch, Linsu made a sweet and sour and delicious fish stew with passion fruit. When she put it on the table, Lanting arrived. Everyone sat down to eat. Everyone really liked the fish stew this time. After Linsu finished eating, she got up to leave. The beastmen at the table looked at her. Linsu touched her face. Is there something on my face? After a moment of silence, Mo Xuan spoke. Where are you going to sleep today? Linsu wondered why this never ended. But 6 pairs of eyes were looking at her, so she didn't leave. Her eyes scanned the 6 people in front of her, and then stopped in one direction.